Chapter 42, End and Beginning. Chapter text. During breakfast on the 26th of September, Harry got a letter, as usual, written in the squiggly lines of parcel script from Marvolo. And while around him his housemates ate their breakfast, trying to wake up properly, Harry bent over the letter, concentrating deeply as he read. Dear Henry, after what you saw yesterday evening, I thought I should explain a little more of what I intend to do. You certainly remember the lesson on the Slytherin fealty spell we had in the summer. It was one of those I used to create the dark mark that I placed on each of my followers. Under normal circumstances, this spell would forge a connection between the lord and the vassal based on obligations each of them owes the other. Now, with the return of two of the bigger parts of my soul, I feel the obligations of the lord to his vassals for the first time. I have to assume that I didn't feel it before because my soul was too mangled, killing my ability to feel much of anything. These obligations, paired with the fact that the escapees are only in the situation they are in because of actions I took, orders I gave them, compel me to help them. Considering that those who renounced me after that night managed to lead more or less normal lives, integrating themselves into society, I hope those that went to Azkaban can change their ways too. If you have any suggestions on how they can lead productive lives, let me know. I would appreciate your input. I hope you will call on the mirror after classes. Marvolo Harry had to agree that it seemed as if people like Lucius Malfoy had managed to lead a life following the rules more or less, once Voldemort had been out of the picture. The teenager was not sure that the man had actually lived by the law, but if he had engaged in attacking, killing, or torturing muggles, it had never been discovered. Either way, Harry understood what Marvolo was talking about. The bond created by that spell went both ways, ensuring that a lord cared for his vassals, rewarding and protecting them. The rest of the day, Harry thought about this new information in every free minute he had. After that morning, the days started to blur into one another. Harry made 2 mirror calls each day, one to Marvolo and one to Sirius. During those calls, he learned that Marvolo had spent a delightful afternoon helping Lord Lestrange enchant a bus for the school to collect the children who were living with their families, and how Sirius was fighting with the Black Library to find the family chronicles and search for squib relatives. Besides those, usually short, calls, Harry exchanged regular letters with his godfather and his guardian. While Sirius wanted to know how the Quidditch training was going, and regaled his godson with funny stories he had found in the chronicles, like the incident involving a blueberry pudding, resulting in the need to renovate an entire sitting room, Marvolo asked after Harry's lessons, and told about the school Xerxes Lestrange was building with the help of Hermione's parents. It was a strange experience to write letters and receive them so regularly, but it made Harry happy. And he needed every bit of happiness he could get. Essays were now longer than ever and much more complicated, as were the lessons, heavy with theory and practical application. Except in defense, those lessons posed an entirely different challenge. Umbridge had not stopped her petty attempts to get Harry into detention. And with the exceedingly boring chapters they had to read, the essays demanded of them to write reasons why they did not need to know any offensive or even defensive spells. Her perpetually smug look and condescending smile, her comments to them as if they were barely 6 years old, all this forced Harry to use the skills he had learned from Professor Snape over the summer to keep his cool. The Gryffindors spent more than one evening in the common room ranting over Umbridge, imagining the most gruesome ways the defense curse could remove her from the school. As everyone knew, no professor stayed longer than a year, and looking back on the last 4 professors, vanished without a trace for Quirrell, obliviated of all memories for Lockhart, outed as a werewolf for Lupin, and imprisoned for a year for Moody. Most of their ideas didn't sound too outlandish. The twins were working on perfecting their snacks, enabling students to be sent to the infirmary because they were ill. Most Gryffindors were wary of trying them, but the tedious lessons with Umbridge made the most desperate willing to risk almost anything. Harry was just glad that no one had tried to prank him again. He hoped that it would stay that way. Studying became one of the activities, eating most of Harry's time. Half of his evenings, he met up with Luna and the Slytherins in the library to work on runes and potions, sometimes accompanied by Hermione, who liked to work with Daphne on their arithmancy problems. All other evenings, or more accurately all evenings, another study session was held in the common room. Harry was not sure why he had not noticed how much work the fifth years had in the years previous. One remarkable event was the one evening just before dinner, when they started an impromptu chess match in the Great Hall. Theo, Draco, Harry, and Ron sat down at the Hufflepuff table. House lines had started to blur during the study hours before dinner under the constant pressure of Umbridge's treating them all like little kids, playing 2 games of chess, with the plan that the winner of each game would play against each other. They quickly attracted a crowd, watching silently. After Ron predictably had won the game against Harry, and Theo had lost by a hair's breadth against Draco, the Slytherin and the Gryffindor started to play a vicious battle. Dust from smashed chess pieces settled over the board, and the pieces not involved in the thick of it banged their tiny swords against their tiny shields, creating quite a ruckus for their size. Sadly, they never got to know who would have won, because when dinner appeared they had to cut the game short, returning to their respective tables. Sitting next to his friend, Harry thought that it might be possible for his friends from different houses not to fight over him. It had been an uneasy truce, but a truce was a truce, either way. That there still were 2 Aurors at the school, investigating the attack down at the Quidditch pitch, went largely unnoticed or acknowledged by the students. Only that no practice for any Quidditch team was held without supervision from Hooch was a clear indicator that the staff suspected that danger was still around. Meanwhile, the 2 Aurors continued to interrogate students from all houses. The joke went around that they had no desire to leave the castle and were working deliberately slowly, only because they could stay as long as they were not finished with their investigation. On several mornings a week, the Daily Prophet would bring news of sightings of the Death Eaters to the school. Mostly it stated 1 or 2 of them had been seen by a muggle or wizard or witch, somewhere on the continent. The Prophet was eager to report any and all rumors and all the speculation they could come up with. But mostly, the British magical community seemed to relax a bit, as it became clear that the Death Eaters had fled to the continent and were no imminent threat. Hermione, naturally, was tempted to draw a map of Europe and the route the Death Eaters seemed to take as a way to predict where they would be next. Ron pointed out that the Aurors might have thought of that, discouraging Hermione somewhat. All in all, Harry was surprised when he woke up one morning and it already was October, the first month of his 5th year finished. Draco sat between Theodore and Millicent, Vincent and Gregory across from them. The boys mostly were just eating and drinking strong tea, while Millicent was chatting happily with Daphne sitting on her other side. This Wednesday morning, October the 5th, was a totally normal morning at Hogwarts. Everything was back to a normal, boring life. Or maybe not entirely normal. The evening before, Draco had received a letter from his parents, one he had waited for with dread, trying to forget it was even happening, who would want to know anything about their parents' sex life. But now it seemed like it was really happening. He was to be an older brother. Judging by the smile on Theo's face, whenever he got a letter from the young wizard Lord Nut had adopted, Draco was too tired to remember the little boy's name. Being a big brother was not really that bad. And with the nanny elf still living at the manor, it wasn't as if he would be required to change the nappies or anything gross like that. But still, he had worried enough that it had taken hours of tossing and turning before he had found sleep, resulting in his current tired state. They all knew, of course, that the families were about to grow. The Dark Lord had ordered as much. Besides activities Draco and the others would rather not think about, the search for outcasts in the past of their families was ongoing. As far as Draco knew, his father had found at least 5 squibs and had set some muggle to the task of following their trail through the muggle world. He grabbed another piece of toast and looked around for the pot of honey, spotting it further down by the second years. He was about to call to one of them to pass the pot back up when the doors to the great hall opened, not an entirely novel event, as there was someone late almost every morning, and 4 figures dressed in the crimson robes of the Auror Corps walked into the hall, all with wands in hand. Toast and honey forgotten, Draco watched the Auror's progress between the long, crowded student tables towards the table where the professors were seated. Why were they here? Had they found the culprit of the attack in September? But why should they be walking up to the teacher's table if they were here to take one of the students into custody? The chatter in the hall fell silent like a wave, following the progress of the auras, and the nudging some students gave to those sitting beside them. Once they had spotted the four crimson-robed wizards and witches. The professors were looking up as well, and the headmaster stood and walked out from behind the table to greet the new arrivals. Some students farther from the head table were standing now, trying to see over those sitting nearer to where the action most likely was to take place. "Has anyone heard what's going to happen?" Draco whispered to those sitting around him, getting quiet murmurs stating that, no, they had not heard anything in response, while the question was passed on to the others up and down the table. But if his father had not told him anything, Draco doubted that any of the other parents had told their children. If they even knew beforehand what would happen. They all watched as the headmaster and one of the auras had a short, murmured discussion, and they all got to see a surprised headmaster. Not something that did happen often. What happened even less often were the smug looks on the faces of all four heads of house. Draco's eyes narrowed. They obviously had known what was to happen. He had never seen Snape and McGonagall working together. His thoughts were interrupted when one of the auras, probably the most senior one in charge of the mission, stepped around the headmaster and addressed someone at the head table. From his position, Draco couldn't see who it was the man was looking at, but as he started to speak it was clear. "Dolors Jane Umbridge, you are under arrest for the unauthorized use of a blood quill on minors. Hand over your wand and follow us to the ministry, where you will await your trial, Madame Umbridge," stated the wizard in a clear, commanding voice, easy to hear into every corner of the great hall, as all the students had fallen silent once more the moment their most hated teacher's name had been called out. The witch, as always clad in pink, because she had no fashion sense at all, flustered and shrieked indignantly at the aura and his colleagues. "How dare you?" "I'm Dolors Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, appointed to the Office of Defense Professor by Cornelius himself. Speak with him. He told me I should make sure that discipline at the school would no longer slip so badly." By the end of her tirade, her face had attained an ugly shade of red, clashing horribly with her pink sweater and rosé robes. "I have here an order signed by the minister to take you into custody. Now follow us quietly, or we will use force." The stances the other three auras were adopting were more menacing. All had their wands out, ready to act on a moment's notice. For a moment Draco thought she would actually leave with the auras. There was no way she could get around it. But it seemed as if she was not thinking the same. She pushed her chair back and ran as fast as she was able, not really fast in Draco's opinion, towards the teacher's entrance to the hall, the door leading to the antechamber that had been used last year during the tournament. The second Umbridge decided to run. The auras took action, sending stunners after the fleeing Umbridge, forcing the other professors to dodge. Then one of the stunners landed in the middle of her back, sending the short witch tumbling forward onto her face. And with thundering applause, the students at all four house tables jumped to their feet. Draco smirked. Umbridge had been the most hated teacher in all his time at Hogwarts, and maybe ever since the beginnings of the school. "That's the fastest we ever got rid of a defense professor," mused Theo. "Who will take over the position in the middle of the year? What do you think?" Daphne asked as they watched Umbridge being floated by one of the auras along the tables and out of the door. Chatter rose around them, the other houses probably asking the very same questions. "I have no idea, Daphne, but we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves." "There is a chance she will be found not guilty," Draco said, with exaggerated poise, startling the others into snorts and laughter. A few moments later, Draco could not hold himself back and joined in the merriment around him. Hopefully, there would be a new teacher, and if they were lucky, it would be a competent one. Uo Albus turned to his staff, wondering if he was losing influence here as well. They all had reacted as if they had expected something like this to happen. Turning to Severus, the most pliable among his staff, doing what Albus wanted because of his tremendous feelings of guilt, he composed his face into the most crestfallen expression he could manage. "Why have you not told me that she was using a blood quill on the students? I could have done something. It was my responsibility to do something." His mind was racing. He needed to maintain control, and he needed to find a substitute for Dolors. Severus started to speak, but Minerva was faster. "We all knew. and we decided in concert that Dolores has too many contacts in the ministry to risk for warning her. If we had told you, you would have been obligated to tell her to change her ways, Albus, effectively warning her. It was concerning how all the others were nodding along. If they continued working together like this, he might lose even more control over what was happening. He could not allow that to happen, but had no idea how to prevent it. He would need to contact the Order members in the ministry so that he would be informed about what happened around this travesty. Ooh, they all were sitting in their respective seats, trying to stay awake, while the NTH head of a department held his or her. In this case, it was his little speech about why the department had to get much more money for the next year. Marvolo felt that he had heard every possible argument at least 3 times by now, and they were only half done. On occasions like this, he mourned a little for the good old times, when killing people was all he had to think about. Well, that was not actually true. Conquering the world with violence was tedious as well. Recruiting, the planning of attacks, blackmailing, that all was hard work too, but most of the time it was not boring. Not like this session. It was driving Marvolo crazy, kindling the urge to crucio someone to get some of the tension out of his shoulders. Now he knew why Lucius and the others had seemed so enthusiastic about the budgeting session. The current head of a department, Marvolo, had not really paid attention, as he had decided what he wanted to vote on which way earlier was replaced by a young witch, who nervously straightened her robes before she started to speak. She had barely managed to get into the reasons why her department needed more funds. She was the head and only worker of the department. It had something to do with art, before an aura entered through the door, hurrying over to Madame Bones and whispering something in her ear urgently. Just as Marvolo's attention had shifted the moment the aura came through the door, the attention of all other lords and ladies had shifted as well, leaving the poor lone witch carrying on her speech while glowering at them all for their disrespect. They all watched Madame Bones nodding at the scribe, who passed a note to the chief warlock, who in turn stood and pounded his gavel to call their attention. We have to interrupt the budgeting session in favor of an emergency trial for Dolores Jane Umbridge for the deliberate torture of several minor witches and wizards at the school for witchcraft and wizardry of Hogwarts. He spoke in a grave tone, loud enough for all to hear, and was promptly drowned out under the noise caused by the mutterings and murmurs of the lords and ladies. It took several loud bangs from the scribe's wand to get the attention of all in the chamber back to the chief warlock. Marvolo looked on the mayhem with satisfaction. He had, of course, known of the planned arrest, but had not believed that it would come to a trial this fast. He wondered what had happened to fast-track the proceedings. Under normal circumstances, the accused got several days' time to speak with a solicitor, to review evidence and plan a defense strategy. This time was used by the law enforcement as well, but it was there for the benefit of the accused. Undersecretary Umbridge insists on a quick trial because she wishes for this matter to be resolved quickly, preventing any rumors or slander to spread. We will come together after a short tea break for everyone to refresh and the room to be set up. Be back in half an hour. Another bang with the gavel, and the members of the Wisengamot stood, congregating together into groups, talking animatedly over the new interesting turn in the day's agenda. Marvolo stood as well, stretching out his back and arms, wondering what Dolores Umbridge thought she would gain by insisting on a quick trial. Surely she didn't believe the minister would cover for her. Glamoured blue eyes sought out the minister in his ugly plum-colored robes, spotting him standing next to Madame Bones, attentively listening to what the witch was telling him. The man looked a little pale and subdued, not like someone ready to help an ally out of a difficult position. With the others firmly on his side, he had told them of what he and his heir had found as soon as he found time, and the lords and ladies leaning to the lighter side of the spectrum, surely not condoning torture on anyone, least of all children. Marvolo was confident that they would manage to get the witch into Azkaban, if not outright kissed. As he was not really hungry and didn't feel the need to drink something, Marvolo decided that he would do something now that he had planned for the end of the session. Lord Black was found quickly among the supporters of what was left of Dumbledore's agenda, and the Dark Lord in hiding started to weave his way through the crowd over to his son's godfather. Lord Black, if I may have a moment of your time, Marvolo addressed the dark-haired animagus, ignoring the skeptic looks of the others standing around them. A few looked insulted, but Marvolo really didn't have time to wait for a lull in the conversation, and it was better to ask now with ample of time than later when the time to plan would be much shorter. Grey eyes narrowed, and a brow rose in question. Whatever for Lord Slytherin? Marvolo ignored the tone Lord Black was using, instead answering the question politely. I wanted to speak with you about something concerning Henry, if we might find a quieter place. Suspicion was quickly replaced by worry, only to vanish behind an emotionless mask a moment later. Under these circumstances, follow me. Lord Black turned, making his excuses to his conversation partners, and made his way over to one of the small alcoves along one of the walls. When they reached the spot, Marvolo cast a privacy ward and turned to face Lord Black. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself against the outburst he expected to come. I suspect that no one has taken Henry to see his parents' grave. He watched anger manifest on the other wizard's face and hurried to speak so he could get out what he had come to say before the other would blow up. And as the anniversary of their death nears, I think he might want to visit. As it is obvious it would be inappropriate for me to take him, and I think he should get the opportunity, I'm asking you, Lord Black, if you would be willing to take Henry to see his parents' grave. The anger gave way to confusion, and Marvolo was relieved. A scene in the middle of the Wisengamot chambers was not what he needed. Lord Black's rigid stance, his hand near his wand, relaxed a little. I have not spoken with Henry about this. I expect that he will be more open to the idea if you were to bring it up, Lord Black. When the man didn't answer but just stared at Marvolo, the older wizard prodded. What do you say? Black shook himself like a dog getting rid of water from its pelt, letting his hands fall down to his sides. I guess you're right about Harry never seeing the grave. I haven't seen it either. I'll bring it up and take him when he wishes to go. It's a Tuesday this year. I'll take care of that. I wanted to petition for him to be excused from lessons for that day, and maybe the day following. Thoughtfully nodding, the dark-haired wizard in the black robes with the family crest of the Black House done in silver thread looked out over the chamber. Looks like they're almost finished with setting up everything. I will inform you, should Harry accept and wish to visit his parents' grave. Good. Marvolo agreed, taking down the privacy ward to return to his seat, slipping his U-wand back into its holster. He was curious as to how the trial would go. Uo Cornelius sat on his seat in the Wisengamot chambers, suddenly chilling under his usually much too warm plum-colored robes. He generally liked intense, glowing colors. He loved the lime-green bowler he had gotten as a present some years before, but the fabric these robes were made of was too thick and warm for his taste. He pinched the bridge of his nose. When his thoughts started to jump around getting stuck on some random, silly thing, he realized he was too nervous and trying to flee from reality. So he dragged his thoughts back on track. Dolores seemed to have managed to get into a rather tricky situation. If all the evidence Amelia had presented to him just moments ago was correct, and he thought that was rather a given, as she always was really thorough with such things, there was no way he could get her out of it. They had talked about the lack of discipline at the school, or rather, he had agreed with Dolores' assessment, remembering the fervor Harry Potter had shown in disagreeing with him on the matter of Black, and at the end of the Triwizard Tournament. Of course, the boy had been right in retrospect, but he had shown a remarkable lack of respect for adults. And when one student behaved this way, who was to say the others were any better? But using a blood quill on students in detentions. Dolores clearly had lost some of her quills, no pun intended. The case was solid, so Cornelius expected a rather speedy outcome. Marvolo and his block, most of the conservatives had rallied around him once he had managed to convince them to forgive him for past transgressions, were likely to rule rather harshly, as the woman was a political opponent, and the more liberal among the lords and ladies would surely agree with them. They tended to abhor corporal punishment in any form, and had pushed to have it outlawed at schools a few decades earlier. Such a situation, the opposing blocks agreeing on something, didn't happen too often, but was likely now. When Amelia Bones took the seat normally occupied by the chief warlock to call for the trial to begin, Cornelius returned his attention to the present, thinking over what the witch might say to get out of a prison sentence, and ways to deflect any damage from himself. He would have to cut ties with her. There was no other way. She and her influence in certain circles in the ministry were no longer of any use, and her downfall could only too easily lead to his own in the changed political climate. It had been rather startling to watch the lines shift after Lord Slytherin and Lord Black had joined the Wisengamot. His plan of action decided, Cornelius watched as Amelia called for order. Ladies and lords of the Wisengamot, Dolor's Jane Umbridge is here to be tried over the charge of torturing several students. She waved her wand, and the scroll with the information gathered by the heads of house started to copy itself, the individual duplicates floating to the members of the Wisengamot. These scrolls contain the gathered evidence, statements from the students and their professors, as well as references to the relevant laws. The sound of parchment being unrolled filled the room as all those scrolls were open to be read. Cornelius didn't bother to read the evidence. He was content with the information Amelia had given to him. Dolores now was sitting on the chair in the middle, flanked by two auras, her hands primly folded in her lap, back ramrod straight. If he didn't know her so well, he would not have known how nervous she truly was. Maybe the dark looks from all around the chamber had impacted her confidence. As Madame Umbridge insists on a speedy trial, as is her right, we will now hear the evidence presented by the aura leading the investigation before Madame Umbridge will speak in her own defense, as she has declined her right to call for a solicitor. Amelia turned to one of the auras. Aura Proudfoot, please begin. Thank you, Madame Bones, the man said with a little bow before turning his attention to the scowling lords and ladies. With an assessing look, Cornelius took in the mood and was sure Dolores had as much chance to get out of this as a snowflake faced with fiendfire. Lords and ladies of the Wisengamot, a few weeks ago the four heads of House of Hogwarts brought the suspicion to us that a member of staff was torturing students during detentions. Madame Pomfrey, Hogwarts Mediwitch, provided medical examination results, included in your information, proving that a blood quill was repeatedly used by several students from all four houses. More parchment rustling was to be heard. As it is painful to write more than a signature with such a quill, it is highly unlikely that the students engaged in this willingly. Cornelius watched Dolores, lips getting thinner, and several of the people seated around the chamber nodding. Excerpt from the detention register shows that all students so affected had detention with Dolores Umbridge at least once. There were no students that had a detention with Madame Umbridge that were not affected by the dark implement. More nodding, while Dolores now watched with narrowed eyes, obviously not agreeing with what Aura Proudfoot was saying. Students generally are not able to acquire a blood quill, as they are only allowed at Gringotts and the Ministry for the signing of the most important contracts. As you can see by the names, not one of the students in question has any direct connections to either institution. Curious despite the tense situation, Cornelius opened his own scroll, checking the names of the students that had given their testimony. Quickly, it was clear what the aura had been talking about. All the names were ones not common in their community, and there were Muggle guardians named as the reason the respective head of house had given permission for the testimony and medical exam. Muggle-born and Muggle-raised students. Oh, Dolores, why were you doing this? One student was found directly after her detention with the marks of repeated blood quill use fresh on her hand and was immediately treated by the Mediwitch. Proudfoot stood tall, reciting this all from memory, the scroll held loosely in his hand, a picture of confidence. That Madame Umbridge had attempted to resist being arrested is, in my eyes, further proof for her guilt. Then he stood waiting. Amelia got to her feet again. Are there further questions for Aura Proudfoot? She asked of the assembly, all routine and authority. One witch raised her wand and was recognized to speak by the head of magical law enforcement. Who found the one student you spoke of, Aura Proudfoot? Before the wizard could answer, Lord Slytherin stood. My heir and I found her just outside the defense classroom, not far from the defense professor's office. She was crying, so I brought her to the infirmary while my son went to fetch Professor Snape. A few more unimportant questions were asked, and Cornelius remained in the background. Then it was time for Dolores to speak. She stood and attempted to appear larger than she really was. It always had struck Cornelius as odd that she seemed to have a need to be taller. He was just fine being shorter than most of his acquaintances. I was appointed to the position of defense against the dark arts professor, because the current headmaster was unable to find a new professor in time for the new term to start. The minister expressed his confidence in my ability to establish a better curriculum in the subject than has been taught in the last decade. He mentioned to me the lack of discipline and respect he had observed in the student population, and I have observed the same. I have set out to help our children learn this extremely important lesson for life. One has to respect those older than we are and those in positions of authority. She smiled her overly sweet smile, regaining her confidence in the face of the quiet she was met with. Cornelius was sure that she misread the situation, taking the lack of questions and noise as approval rather than the shock it truly was. I'm confident that you will agree with me that the most stubborn of children need more encouragement than manual labor, the most favored detention, as I have learned from my colleagues, can provide. My method has already achieved great results with the students, achieving respect and discipline in my classes. Blinking in shock, Cornelius looked on as Dolores ran headfirst into her own doom. He missed the first few questions until one was directed at him. I did indeed appoint Madame Umbridge. Her eyes widened in shock at his distancing himself from her to the position at Hogwarts, and we did speak about a few instances of disrespect I have seen in the last years. But I have never condoned torture as a disciplinary method. I'm appalled that someone I thought I knew would do something so abominable. Cornelius took care to speak in measured tones, only letting a hint of disappointment and horror show through, as if he were trying to hide those feelings. It looked as if he had managed to cut the ties to Dolores, and her next actions only served his own purpose further. Dolores jumped up from her chair, face red and contorted in a grimace of rage. You told me that you trusted my judgment. Told me you were sure my decision on disciplinary methods would be fine. I did this for you, Cornelius. You can't just toss me to the grinderlows. By the end of her tirade, she was shrieking and had jumped up from her chair, just to be stunned by one of the auras standing by her side. Embarrassment over the behavior of the witch settled over the whole chamber, and the decision over whether she was guilty or not was dealt with swiftly and without fanfare. Not one voted in her favor. Even those that agreed with her politically didn't dare to side with her in the face of her actions. She was sentenced to 10 years in Azkaban and floated out of the room before she was wakened again. Cornelius was dazed. He had never seen such a speedy trial, not even during the hectic and chaotic time directly after the war with He Who Must Not Be Named. But Dolores had asked for it. The Death Eaters had accepted solicitors, and most of the time didn't attempt to defend themselves, because they had tried to learn as much as possible about over who had done what, and if missing people had died, the trials had sometimes taken days to finish. Only listening with one ear, while the aura asked for permission to interrogate some students at Hogwarts with Veritaserum, Cornelius thought about who to send to Hogwarts next. He really wanted someone inside that castle who would help keep him up to date on the happenings. Albus was just too damn secretive. The minister was compiling a list of possible names, sorting them according to the likelihood they would accept, their trustworthiness, and other factors, as Lord Slytherin suggested some Chinese truth spell as an alternative to Veritaserum, as it would not force answers but would indicate lies. The decision was made to push the rest of the budgeting session to the next day, prompting all to leave for their homes. Cornelius walked up to his office, ignoring most of the people around him, his mind occupied with his plans to place another professor right under Dumbledore's nose. Ooh, Sonia watched as Severus walked into the three broomsticks, looking around in search of her. The instant he had set foot into the room, she could see that he was tense. He held himself the way he always had in the past when coming to the store to place his orders. The last few times they had met, Severus had been more relaxed, more open. Well, maybe as open as he ever would be in a public place. But why was he tense now? Sonia had had the impression that everything was going well between them, and the moment his dark eyes fell on her, she had taken great care in selecting the right robes for today. She realized that this was exactly the reason. All was going well, and it might be time to proceed to the next level in their relationship. Sonia knew that Severus was a very methodical man, not only in his work with potions, but in all that he did. She smiled at him and watched as he glided over to her table. She stood to greet him and extended her hand for a greeting, grasping his hesitantly offered hand with the long, pale fingers, and pulled him slightly nearer to herself, to lean a bit in his direction and give him a short peck on the cheek. Then she let go of his hand and took a step back, smiling even more brightly. "So nice to see you, Severus. Have you already eaten, or will you join me in the meal?" She got the smallest of smiles back as he nodded. "I will join you in a meal, Sonia. I'm glad to escape the endless chattering of so many teenagers for one evening, so I left the castle before dinner was served." They started to talk about mundane things. The most ghastly mishap from the potions classroom was exchanged for the most inane question a customer had asked in the apothecary since they had last met, and ordered drinks and something to eat from Rosmutter once she made her way over to them. They were in the middle of their meal. Sanya had selected an apple crumble, and Severus had ordered a pot roast with potatoes and green beans, when Sanya had had enough of the careful maneuvering and the occasional stiffness, and decided to be blunt and most unslytherin. But this, their relationship, needed a little push to get it moving forward. She placed her hand on the arm of her companion, feeling him flinch. "Severus, please, what has you so tense? Talk to me." She spoke with gentle force, almost demanding that he answer her. She could almost see him gathering his resolve, taking a deep calming breath before he started to explain, his gaze directed on the bottle of red wine they were sharing. "I'm happy with the way our relationship is developing, but before we go any further, you might want to know more about my past." Severus trailed off and took a sip of his wine. Sanya was relieved. Hadn't spoken about this up until now, but she knew some things about her wizard's past. She smiled reassuringly and started to speak before Severus could continue. "Are you talking about your work for Albus Dumbledore at the end of the last war?" she asked pointedly, getting a startled look from Severus, which she answered with another smile. "You know," he all but whispered. She shook her head. "I wouldn't claim to know everything, but I know some of it. I know all that is a matter of public record." Once father realized that this between us was more than a casual fling, he made sure to get information to either prove or disprove all the rumors which are surrounding you, and he shared what he found with me. Severus nodded slowly, probably rearranging the facts in his head. "And you have no problem with the fact that I was part of that organization, even if I was spying on them?" "Well, I like you the way you are now. What you did as a young man is not what I would deem most important. But I'm curious. Father told me that you're still in contact with Lord Slytherin. Many of his orders to the apothecary insist on the same sources and quality markers as yours do. That clever deduction of association out of the orders for potions, ingredients brought a smirk to Severus' face. He got his wand out and cast what Sanya guessed, she had seen the wand movements often enough, was a privacy ward of some kind. "You're right. I brew potions for Lord Slytherin. After he regained a body, he contacted me, as he was in need of a reliable potions master. You see, the wizard responsible for brewing the potion used in the ritual managed to bungle it just enough. It is most curious. He made so many errors that the body created was at most humanoid, but not so many that it failed completely. It was a challenge I could not decline." Sanya listened attentively to every word Severus said, smiling delightedly at the gleam in his dark eyes as he spoke about the challenge to give a new human body to Lord Slytherin. She was curious about the composition of the potions Severus had brewed, but refrained from asking because they had more important matters to discuss. "But I digress. Since then, I brew all the medicinal potions he or his son need." Sanya narrowed her eyes. That was not all of it. She had seen the orders, had assembled most of them herself. The amount that had been bought and the ingredients themselves didn't match up with those needed in medicinal potions for 2 persons. Severus smiled. "You've caught me. You always look beyond the obvious. So few wizards and witches do this." He took her hand in his and squeezed it gently. A little chagrined that her face must have shown her skepticism, Sanya explained why she didn't believe that this was all there was to it. "I know potions, Severus. I might not be able to study for a mastery, as I can't wield magic, but I know my theory." It always felt good when he acknowledged her competence in the field of potions. All of their customers who had learned of her status always assumed that she was working in the apothecary because she was good in bookkeeping. He set me a research project, and I had another idea while working on it. He funds my research, Severus said, and that gleam entered his eyes again. So the rumors are correct. He was cursed and regained his sanity when he lost his body. It was such an unlikely tale that most of her acquaintances and the customers agreed that no one would invent a story like this, so it had to be true. She was on the fence about it. Maybe Severus would know. Picking his fork and knife back up, Severus contemplated her question. While she waited for him to answer, Sanya resumed eating as well. It would be such a waste to not eat every little crumb of her excellent apple crumble. It is a fact that Lord Slytherin is not behaving the same way as the Dark Lord did before his fall. Severus spoke haltingly, in a soft voice, as if he was weighing every word before he spoke it. He resembles the wizard the older members talked about, an intelligent, charming, and manipulative politician, and his political goals. At the moment, he seems to be working towards an overhaul of the whole werewolf legislation. Most history texts focus on the extremism surrounding the beliefs of pure blood, and I doubt that's all there is to it. Waving her fork around, Sanya leaned forward, her gaze fixed on the wizard sitting at the other side of the table. Judging by the research he asked me to do, he is concerned over the demographic development of the magical community in Britain. Silence fell between them as Sanya reviewed the ingredients that had been ordered, trying to deduct what kind of potions Severus was working on that he could come up with such an idea. Her eyes got wide in surprise when she realized what the list pointed at. Pomegranate seeds, Alchemilla arvensis, monk's pepper. You are researching fertility potions. Severus chuckled, not something that she had heard often so far, and nodded. In a way, the first potion is already in the final testing stage. It is one that Salazar Slytherin started to create. I think he was hindered by his lack of knowledge about human procreation, the female fertility cycle. He blushed, or at least Sanya believed he did, before he regained his composure and continued as if nothing had happened. Its intent is to allow two wizards to have a child with the help of a surrogate mother. And I have started to work on a potion to determine the likelihood of two partners having healthy, as well as magical, children together. I hope it will help convince the most ardent believers of blood purity to reconsider their views. He had spoken with quiet fervor, and now was looking at his plate, spearing the green beans one by one on his fork. Why would he be so downcast, or maybe disheartened, when it was obvious that he loved his work? Or maybe the potion's research was not the source of his mood. Maybe it was something different, but related. Taking another bite from her sweet evening meal, Sanya let her mind wander, jumping from thought to thought, from idea to idea. What could make Severus hesitate that was connected with potions designed to test if a couple would have an easy time having children or giving two men a child? Could it be? Was it possible that Severus wanted to ask her if she would be willing to have children with him? But no, that was ridiculous. Yes, they were remarkably compatible in their scientific interest in potions. They enjoyed the same books, plays, and music. They had the same kind of humor, but marriage and children were still far off, many steps away. First, they should progress to the next step and not jump several steps ahead. She looked at the situation and all the facts she had from different angles, but the conclusion was always the same. Severus wanted to know if she would start a family with him. There was no way he would ask now, or even think about asking, if he didn't have a really good reason. "Why do you feel that you have to ask me now?" Sanya asked finally, seemingly coming up with the question at random. Someone not privy to her thoughts would have difficulty to understanding the way she had reached this point. Severus looked up from his mostly empty plate, the soft light making him look less pale, and pinched the bridge of his nose. As he began to speak, Sanya was sure that he had had no problem following her line of thought. "There are several reasons. The most important is that I'm under a time constraint." He folded his hands on the table, intently looking at her. "Do you know the first name of the organization we spoke about? What it was named in the beginning?" Furrowing her brow in thought, Sanya tried to remember this particular detail from all the disjointed pieces of information her father had come home with. Something along the lines of no, I don't remember. Knights of Walpurgis. I guess that there is some meaning to the knight's part of that name. Dark eyes captured hers as Severus waited for her to make the right connection, to understand what he was not quite saying. He meandered around the point he clearly wanted to make as if he were under an oath not to speak of it. An oath, and he had said that nights were of some significance. She tangled her fingers with Severus, seeking closeness while she thought about the trail of breadcrumbs he had laid out for her to follow. As a young girl, Sanya had listened with great interest to her mother telling her stories of the long-ago days of Merlin and Avalon. These stories had been rich with incredible magical feats, chivalry, battles against evil, and knights that had sworn an oath to serve their king or lord. You're a vassal. It would make sense, but the implications, it was staggering. I'm not really sure. The magic of the mark is unique, or at least unknown to me, but I was reminded of some of the old stories. If that was because it was meant to result in a similar connection, or only for the effect, but there still is a connection. And he is concerned over the number of children born, the small families, the shrinking population as a result of the war he waged in the past. He is encouraging everyone either to start a family or to expand already existing ones. Severus trailed off, caressing Sanya's hands with soft touches, a little bemused by the fact that Severus seemed unable to actually speak the words, actually ask her if she wanted a family and children, if she would marry him if he would ask. Sanya looked at their intertwined hands. But by all accounts, all the gossip she had heard while standing behind the counter at the apothecary, commissioning orders, accepting payments, Severus was not someone to express positive emotions or have any form of interaction beyond polite disregard. Fear of being rejected would not allow him to ask outright. So Sanya waited what she wanted in her life and what Severus was asking, to come to a conclusion, trying to leave her feelings out of it for the moment. Their love was a tender plant at the moment, not at all guaranteed to grow. But if everything else worked out, marriages of convenience were not the worst possible fate. She had always wanted to go into potions research until it was clear beyond doubt that she was a squib and never would get her potions mastery. Getting the knowledge to run the apothecary once her father was too old had been second best. Severus was a renowned, if infamous for his temper and his past, potions master, who liked to discuss potions theory and his ideas with her. She would come nearer to her dream, married to him, than she ever had thought possible. That was one point for a marriage to Severus. Growing up in the wizarding world, Sanya had come to love many of its aspects. Her time at a Muggle school and university had not changed that fact. Staying around magic was what she would not give up even if it would cost her life. She had always known that there was the possibility that she would have to live as a whore in Nocturne Alley when her father died. Shops solely operated by squibs never made it for long before they had to sell and move on. If Severus was her husband, she could stay on and run the apothecary with him as the nominal owner. Another point in favor of a marriage. It was obvious that Severus wanted children, if only because he had been ordered to, or because he had always wanted a family was of no real consequence, as did she. Never hoping to find a wizard, and not really willing to drag a muggle into her world, Sanya had been resigned to her fate. Once or twice she had met with another squib, starting to hope, but every time those men hadn't been able to stomach the prejudice and pity, leaving soon after for the muggle world. With Severus she would have the children she wished for, they would grow up in the world she loved, despite the bad points, and possibly would even be able to do magic. Another point in favor. She gently smiled up to Severus, who had gotten more worried by the minute while she thought. He gave her a shaky smile back and waited for her to finish her searching for an answer. She was not blind to the negatives. If she married Severus, she would be married to an ex-Death Eater, or a Death Eater in the eyes of all those that thought there was no such thing as an ex-Death Eater, and all-around unpleasant man. There would be those pitying Severus for a squib wife, those that would think she was not good enough for him, because a squib was an embarrassment to be cast out and forgotten. There would be those complimenting Severus for taking her in, caring for her, as if she were an invalid dependent on the care of someone else. With a wry smile, she thought the latter would probably be the worst, but she heard those opinions all the time. Married to Severus, she would have a shield and maybe could prove to all those belittling her that they were wrong. Society's view on the matter was not exactly a point against marrying. The fact that Severus was still tied to the man now known as Lord Slytherin was the biggest issue. Severus had not really said outright that the man still was a dark wizard, but neither had he denied it. It was possible that he still was unsure about him and what he would do. He had called him a manipulative politician. Those were known to do many things to get what they wanted passed into law. Some killed, blackmailed, or took bribes. Sanya was sure that many of the ministry officials did the same, maybe not the killing part. Even the Muggles operated on that level. Would she have to associate with Lord Slytherin often? Probably not, and certainly not in a way that sworn vassals were required. In the end, their daily lives would not be impacted overly much, she decided, looking back up to Severus smiling mischievously. I expect that you will ask father, as is proper, and I want a nice ring. His owlish blink made her chuckle, and suddenly they both were standing, and he held her in an embrace. I promise you that you will never regret this, Sanya. Uo Severus was in a daze on his way back to the castle. He was engaged. She had said yes to the question which he had not really asked. He had never thought she would, had been bracing himself for her rejection. Waiting for her to think things through had been torture, and her final answer had catapulted him right into heaven. It was ridiculous how things like marriage could make a mess of his emotions. He was contemplating if he should tell his lord or ask Sanya's father for her hand first, when he stepped into the deserted entrance hall. It was long past curfew, and all the students and professors were in their rooms. Turning to make his way down to the dungeons, Severus spotted the headmaster walking down the steps, clearly on his way to speak to him. Headmaster, Severus greeted with a small nod, only slowing his steps a little, but continuing on his way to his quarters. Good evening, Severus. You are back late, my boy. Severus rolled his eyes inwardly over this combined reprimand inquiry the old man made with these few words. I have been in Hogsmeade meeting up with a friend. Aurora was aware of my absence, and the prefects have been informed as well. I was not aware that there was a curfew for professors, headmaster. The old man inclined his head, conceding the point. Actually, I wanted to ask you what you know of the sightings on the continent, and if you could fill in for our missing professor. Sighing, Severus led the way down to his sitting room to relay what information he had been told to pass on. Not really being a double spy was much easier than he would have thought. Chapter 43, Hogsmeade Weekend. Chapter text on the morning of Thursday, the 6th of October, the news about the speedy trial and the 10-year sentence was the talk at all 4 house tables. The news had made it into the school through rumors and letters from family the evening before. They all speculated who would be the new professor, when the person would arrive, and who would fill in the meantime. Harry felt better about the whole debacle, now that Umbridge was gone, in prison for torturing children. No longer would he need to constantly withstand her baiting him, and he would hopefully actually learn something in the class. And like all the others, he was eager to get his daily profit. Marvolo had been paying for a subscription for Harry since the beginning of October, to read what the newspaper had to report on the proceedings. One glance at the unusually thick bundle the owl brought him, and Harry was sure that there was more than one simple article about Umbridge inside. Hermione, on the other side of the table, spread out her copy with hasty movements, and Ron just managed to get a platter of sausages out of the way before a picture of Minister Fudge could tip into it. Look, his female friend called out. The minister gave a press conference this morning. He has already found a new professor. Hermione trailed off, and her face fell. Harry had just counted the pages, seeing that all of the first 6 pages were dedicated to the Umbridge fiasco, as Skeeter had named it in the main article right there on the front page. What's the matter, Hermione? It was easier to ask her than to read all the articles himself. Even with how much he had improved in his study habits, she was still much faster when reading than he ever would be. See who Minister Fudge has appointed to the position. She turned the paper as fast as she was able, tipping 1 jug of milk over, almost showering Seamus with the contents. He just managed to catch the jug at the last moment, pointing at a smaller article on the 3rd page. Wilbert Slinkard. She was obviously very unhappy with that choice. Ron and Harry exchanged a bewildered gaze, not following their friend. Oh, you too. Remember that useless textbook Umbridge forced at us. Wilbert Slinkard is the author. With him as our teacher, we'll have no chance to be better prepared for our owls than with Umbridge. She was clearly exasperated that Ron and Harry needed so long to catch up, and over the fact the author of the book she, or rather all of them, had complained about at every opportunity, would be their teacher. With a groan, Ron smacked his hand against his forehead. I would rather have Snape. Scanning the headlines, Harry snorted and looked up with a slightly mocking expression. And who was the redhead, looking a lot like you, complaining about having Professor Snape for defense again this morning in the common room? Ron stuck out his tongue at his two friends, and they all laughed, breaking the tension a little. Harry folded the newspaper so he could eat and read at the same time. Let's see how the man is as a teacher before we despair. At least Umbridge is gone. He tried to sound confident, but the man that had written that book, how could he possibly be a competent teacher? While Harry ate his porridge with cinnamon and apple pieces, he read the different articles reporting on Umbridge, her childhood, earlier career, and the laws she had worked on in the last years. One article about her career had a comment from the minister that brought out a snort from Harry. The man said he never would have thought that his dear friend Dolores would misconstrue his words about discipline at Hogwarts in such a way. After the training of the past summer, he would spot an attempt to put distance between oneself and a liability 10 miles against the wind. Fudge still was the shifty politician Harry had met the summer after second year, trying to cover up the fact that Harry had run away from home, garnering goodwill with the public because there had been a breakout at Azkaban. Next, he refilled his goblet of juice and turned to the summarization of the short trial held the previous day. Skeeter put a lot of emphasis on the fact that Lord Slytherin had found out about the torture during detention and informed the teachers, as well as the fact that the man had spoken up at the trial, speeding things along nicely. Once more Harry felt conflicted. That Marvolo had taken action, had done exactly as he said he would, was more than Harry had seen in many adults as far back as he could remember. The Dursleys surely never did anything one could remotely be proud of. Harry felt proud about his parents whenever Sirius told him one of his many stories about their time at school together. And now he felt something coming rather close to that feeling. He felt proud of what Marvolo had done to get Umbridge into prison. Could he feel proud of the man who had killed so many, had done so much evil, even now was harboring escaped prisoners? Maybe he could be proud about the fact that Marvolo had done something good. Again. If he counted supporting a school home for magical children to get them away from bad living conditions, and as far as helping escaped convicts, he was not the one to throw stones. After all, he had helped Sirius escape, but he had to concede that his godfather had been innocent. Shaking his head, Harry decided that this was not the time to ponder over whether he had the right to feel proud of something his guardian had done, and turned back to the lively discussion happening around him. Ignoring McLaggen, snogging a few seats down with a girl from his year. Really, that they could not manage to spare them all from such displays. Oh, look, Parvati exclaimed, pointing towards the doors to the great hall, where an old wizard, judging by the white hair, gathered in some kind of ponytail, strode into the room. Seems like we will not be the first class to have a lesson with the new professor, Hermione remarked to the other fifth years while they watched the wizard walk up to the head table. The rest of their time, until they had to depart for their first class, was spent trying to figure out which class would be the first having their new professor, and tasking the students with reporting on the man's teaching style this evening, at the latest, in the common room. Do you think we will have to hand in that last essay Umbridge gave us to write? Ron asked as they all stood to go to their lesson, startling a few laughs out of the other Gryffindors, and sparking a discussion of why waiting for the last moment to start homework was better than doing it right away. Hermione just could not get behind the argument. The work would have been in vain, now that Umbridge is gone, insisting that their teachers didn't go missing that often that it would be a reasonable approach. Uo Severus watched as the door to the Great Hall opened the second day in a row in the middle of the morning meal. He had only cast a glance at the paper, deciding to read it later and not ruin his breakfast with the drivel Miss Skeeter regularly wrote. That was the reason he, unlike most others, was not concentrating on the newspaper, looking out over the hall instead and spotting the old wizard as one of the first. So this was, most likely, the new defense against the dark arts professor. His lord probably would like to know as much as possible about the man now about to teach Mr. Slytherin, especially after the last professor had tortured students during detentions. Severus watched, sipping from his honey-sweetened coffee, as the man made his way up to them and was met by the headmaster, who quickly conjured an additional chair for the wizard to sit on. "Mr. Wilbert Slinkard, I presume." The unremarkable wizard nodded and took a seat, looking up and down the table, checking out the food with a small smile. "That is correct, headmaster. I guess Cornelius did inform you that he asked me if I would like to teach at Hogwarts." Slinkard had a mild voice, as unremarkable as the man himself. Severus was a little unnerved by the overly mild man. Albus shook his head, his eyes twinkling as usual. "He has not. I guess he had no time. When can you begin?" "Teaching. Today. I will have to see about lesson plans over the weekend, but I can teach a class any moment." He shrugged, and the headmaster nodded solemnly. "I'm sure Argus will show you the way around. Until then," he waved his arm towards the table, indicating all the breakfast food still waiting to be eaten. "Join in on our breakfast." "A most generous offer, headmaster, but I fear that I will have to decline. International portkeys never have agreed with my stomach. A cup of tea is all I would like at the moment." Severus was not so sure how the dynamics between the staff members would change with their new addition, but that they would change was clear. Every defense professor had brought change to Hogwarts. The worst had been Lockhart, but Umbridge had been a close second. Maybe the fake Moody could be placed on the same level, but now that he knew the man had been Bartemius Jr. All along, his view had changed, tinted by respect for the acting skills Bartemius had used to pass as the old Exora for an entire school year. He was curious how this one would play out. Late in the afternoon, Harry walked into the library to meet with Luna and Theo to study for the test they would have in runes the next week. All day the rumors about the new defense professor had been running wild in the school. But the few Gryffindors who had lessons in defense today had not been able to tell them much. The Newt students had been allowed to ask questions about the tests they would take at the end of the year, after Professor Slinkard had learned that they knew next to nothing from their previous teacher. The third years could tell them that the professor had been astonished to see a book he had written as an introduction for children below the age of 11, used as the only class text for students far older. After that, he had them write him a list of all magical creatures they knew and what they knew about them. All in all, those snippets of information gave reason to hope that Professor Slinkard would not focus only on theory as Umbridge had done. But they were no guarantee they would get to use their wands. Hermione had remarked that the Slytherin Ravenclaw first-year class had been today as well, prompting Ron into sending Harry off with the order to gather intelligence from his study partners. Luna was already sitting at their usual table, gazing into the air, a dreamy expression on her face. Thea was sitting beside her, writing on a long piece of parchment. With a silent greeting, Madame Pince never hesitated over throwing out those that made any loud noises. Harry slipped into his seat, getting his notes and textbook out of his satchel. "Did you get the last translation back already?" Thea wanted to know in a near whisper. "Yeah," Harry answered, setting his inkwell next to his right hand. "I got full marks. Thanks again for the help." "No problem, Henry. I'm happy to help." The lanky Slytherin smiled and returned his attention to the letter he was writing. They worked in silence for quite some time, Harry repeating his newest runes to get used to writing them, before Harry tried to ask nonchalantly what he wanted to know the most at the moment. "What have the firsties said about the new professor?" "I'm curious if he's any better than the Toad." Theo shrugged. "They weren't really impressed, said that they did nothing practical, so most of them think he's no better than Umbridge." Luna pinned her hair back with her wand, shaking her head slightly from side to side. "Our first years loved the lesson. They had a long discussion about reasons causing violence between people and what fear of the unknown has to do with it. Most up in the tower are eager to speak with Professor Slinkard. I wonder if he ever saw a blibbering humdinger. He seems like a person that would attract them. So, probably more theory, but hopefully less demeaning from the new professor." Harry summarized with a dejected voice. Theo nodded, equally unhappy. "Seems likely. I have read the book he wrote. If he believes that's an adequate introduction, I don't think he'll let us cast any spells at one another. Maybe we can get him to let us cast at dummies, so we get to train at least a little bit for the owls." Sighing sadly, Harry picked up his quill. "We can only hope." but it didn't sound like it would get much better lesson-wise. It was good that Umbridge was gone. Slinkard probably was not the type to torture students during detention, but it would have been much better if someone like Remus could have come and teach them. Uwu was the last one in the apothecary on this Friday evening. Sanya started with the routine of closing, sweeping the floor, placing small jars and bottles back in their proper places, collecting small change and lost objects from all around. It was soothing, and Sanya always started on it before she really closed the doors. The bell above the door sounded, announcing that a late customer had just set foot into her domain. Picking up one bottle of mouse blood that someone had placed among the bottles of armadillo bile, Sanya made her way to the counter. As she rounded the corner of one of the shelves filled with barks of different kinds, the shelf with the ready-made potions they had on offer came into view. An elderly lady in old-fashioned muggle clothing, covered by a mauve-colored robe, stood by the shelf looking as if she was searching for something. The grin Sanya was sporting since the evening of her engagement got wider as she walked over to the woman she knew well. "Mrs. Fig, how may I help you?" "Sanya," the older woman said, turning with a kind smile to face the other squib. "You look great, girl. How are you?" "I'm happy, Mrs. Fig. How is the Kneasel breeding going?" Small talk was a necessity as a shop owner. Show that you care about the people, but don't speak about anything that might be of any importance. Sanya always loved it when one of the regulars came in who preferred a more direct and businesslike interaction. Severus had always been one of those. Same old, same old. Mr. Tibbles is a little overly nervous at the moment, so I want to give him some calming draft. The magical menagerie charges double for a file, but if I get one from you and water it down, it will last 3 times longer for half the money. The old squib always got worked up over these things and could rant about supposed swindlers for hours. So Sanya took one file of calming draft out of the neat row and walked over to the counter, followed by the still chatting, slightly batty-looking woman. "You look unusually happy, dear Miss Jiggers. Have you found yourself a beau at last?" A gleam had entered the old eyes. A gleam Sanya had learned to fear, as it usually was the harbinger of attempts to hook her up with someone, always ending in awkward dates. "Indeed I have," Sanya said to derail the imminent matchmaking, and because she was bursting to share her news with the world. It just made her so happy that she would have Severus in her life. "Oh, do tell, who is he? A squib I know, or a muggle?" It was a testament to the state of their world that Mrs. Fig automatically assumed she had found a man not able to wield magic, that a wizard would not be interested, and that Sanya first had thought just a man without magic made just too clear how deep those prejudices truly were embedded in all of them. "He's a wizard. I have met him in the apothecary many times." Sanya still smiled, but braced herself for the reaction she would get from almost anyone while she wrapped the file in paper spelled to cushion the contents. "A wizard?" Mrs. Fig's tone was skeptical. "Be careful, dear. A wizard will take advantage of you if you let him." She waved her finger in warning and accepted her purchase. "No need to worry, Mrs. Fig. He is an honorable man. Have a nice weekend." It was obvious that Sanya's words had not convinced the old squib, but Sanya was content in her knowledge that Severus Snape was a deeply honorable man, a man she was going to spend her life with. Grinning like a Cheshire cat, Sanya closed the door, turned the key, and left for the back rooms to take the tally and lock the earnings of the day away. Ooh, in the evening, after the classes and the last detention had been dealt with, Severus had caught the infernal Weasley twins brewing in an empty classroom, and consequently had put them in detention for it. The potions master informed the headmaster per flu that he would be out of the castle this evening for some social calls. This was their code for Severus being out on Death Eater activities. Usually these days, those activities were actually social calls. Rather ironic in Severus' mind, as the headmaster had said it would be a good way to cover for the unpleasant meetings and raids Severus probably had to attend after he resumed spying. Quickly exchanging his sturdy teaching robes for finer, more comfortable ones, Severus picked up the small case containing the potion he had brewed earlier for Narcissa. As he wanted to speak with Lucius tonight, he might as well deliver the potion the man had requested from him. Waving his hand to get his cloak to float over to him, Severus stalked from his rooms, through the corridors of the school, students hurrying to make way for him, out of the castle, and over the grounds towards the gates to the road to the village. He'd rather apparate, as it would muddy the waters if the headmaster did try to trace his travels. After turning on his heel, Severus appeared in front of the entrance gate to Malfoy Manor. The wards were rather harsh, and some were not related to the family, or especially keyed into them, like the Dark Lord, could not apparate directly into the grounds. For big events, guests arrived by flew to a special room only open on those days. But today was a rather ordinary Friday evening in early October, the weather getting rather wet and unpleasant, so Severus had to walk the long trek up to the front door. At least he would not have to wait for one of the elves to open the gates, as there was a small allowance in the wards for people wearing the Dark Lord's mark. As far as Severus knew, Abraxas Malfoy had added those modifications, and Lucius had never figured out how to remove this hole in the defense without breaking the whole ward structure. Now it came in rather handy, but back then Lucius had cussed up a storm about that problem and the fact he was unable to call in an expert for help. During his musings, Severus had made it up to the house and was led in by one of the house elves. He ignored the little beings' ramblings. Their abhorrent grammar was something Severus could not really stand, and he felt as if the elves spoke deliberately worse than usual when he was around, but followed it to one of the more familiar and cozy sitting rooms, which the family used when not entertaining guests. Severus. Narcissa greeted him from her place curled up on one of the love seats, a book in her hand, a cup of tea, ginger, by the scent in the air near at hand. So nice of you to come by. Suddenly her expression became concerned. There's nothing wrong with Draco, is there? No need to worry, Narcissa, Severus reassured her, getting the small case of files out of his deep cloak pocket. I wanted to speak with Lucius and thought I could deliver your order at the same time. With a large smile, Narcissa set down her book on a small side table, getting up to meet Severus halfway into the room. You are a lifesaver, Severus. It will be so much better with the right potion to soothe my stomach. Thank you. She took the case from Severus, and with a small smile and some murmured excuses, vanished from the room. A heartfelt thank you from Lucius, after the man's wife was safely out of earshot, made Severus chuckle. Just you wait, Severus. Once you start really fulfilling our Lord's orders, you will come to appreciate your skills in potion making even more than you do now. He waved a finger at Severus, who still was smirking, and walked over to a liquor cabinet next to a low bookshelf. While Lucius poured them both a drink, Severus handed his cloak to the elf patiently waiting by the door before he selected one of the armchairs to sit in. What did you want to talk about, Severus? It is not often that you come out here during the school year. Lucius handed Severus his drink, a nice amber-colored old whiskey, and took a seat in an armchair across from his friend. Stalling for time by taking a sip from his glass, Severus thought about the best way to approach this topic. He had thought on and off about it since the headmaster had let him leave after the impromptu meeting after his date with Sonia. And he had no idea how to avoid the teasing he was sure the other would inflict upon him once he learned what Severus wanted to ask. But there simply was no one the potion's master would entrust with this secret, maybe beside the Dark Lord himself, with any sense of fashion. Well, there was nothing for it, and waiting would only increase the teasing once he had asked. I wanted to get your advice, Severus said, as calmly as he could manage, using his skill with occlumency to keep his cool demeanor. Advice about what? The blonde wizard asked, sipping at his own glass, relaxing into his seat. He was the picture of leisure, and Severus didn't buy it at all. Lucius was too consummate a Slytherin not to see the opportunity for what it was. Someone asking for advice, even a friend, always offered possible blackmail material, knowledge, and generally a way to establish a dominant position in any relationship. About where to buy a ring of quality. Price is not a primary concern, but some variety to choose from would be good. While musing over the custom of bonding rings and wedding bands, Severus had come to the conclusion that he didn't want to go for the most expensive or most economical choice, but would rather search for a ring complementing Sonia than one to impress society. A pale brow rose at that proclamation. For a man or a woman? A woman, Lucius. Don't play daft. Today was not a day Severus was up to fencing with words for more than a few moments. Now it was the blonde lord's turn to chuckle. Don't get your robes caught on a branch, Severus. I will not tease you overly much. A smirk appeared on Lucius' face. Even if you probably never expected that it would get to happen, I have many jabs to repay to you, my friend, and I fully intend to balance those debts. With a groan, Severus let his head fall forward, his dark hair shielding his face from view, getting Lucius to laugh out loud. Of course he knew what debt Lucius was speaking of. When Narcissa had been pregnant with Draco, Lucius had often suffered from her moods, offering a convenient target for teasing and snide remarks. "Do I know the bride-to-be?" Lucius wanted to know, a dangerous glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Maybe," was Severus' only answer. He would not volunteer any information. Lucius chuckled again. "Severus, please, there is no reason to be so reluctant. Your talent with potions will help me stay sane in the next months. You don't enter apothecaries often, so I don't think you would have met her," the dark-haired wizard said, and relaxed into his chair. "So she is a potions mistress. I have to confess I never paid much attention to those working in your field, but I can't see you with a witch not interested in potions." The host was slipping in a more relaxed pose himself and looked up slightly bewildered when Severus tensed again. "I'm sorry," Severus said, standing and leaving his glass almost untouched on a side table, "but it seems our Lord requires my presence." Lucius stood as well. "I will send you my recommendation via owl. It still isn't a good idea to make him wait." Both wizards said short words of farewell before Severus made his way out of the big manor and apparated to the place his mark called him to. Uo, in one of the workrooms in the Death Eater headquarters, Marvolo, stepped back from one of 3 bathtubs filled with a gruesome mixture. The blood, bones, and flesh from several pigs had been mixed with different magical herbs, as well as parts from various animals. Surrounded by rune circles and activated with drops of blood from those he wanted to replace, new bodies started to form. There were not many ways to make the world believe his followers had been killed without actually killing them, but if no bodies were found at all of them would be much less effective. So he had dug up one old ritual he had once contemplated for creating a new body for himself, should he ever lose his. Once he had realized that the body thus created could never hold a soul, was only usable for fooling identifying spells, potions, and such, and could not even able to be animated to do menial work, Marvolo had thrown out the idea of using it himself. He never had contemplated, for long, why someone would create a body good for nothing besides looking like someone specific and lying around. But now it came in handy, because once the bodies had undergone whatever damage supposedly had killed the Death Eater in question, each of them would make a convincing corpse. After washing his hands in fresh, hot water with generous amounts of mildly scented soap, Marvolo stepped over into his potions laboratory and up to the snake ornament placed on the desk that was standing in one corner of the room. A short tap with his wand to the head of the rearing cobra, and the call for Severus was finished. While the Dark Lord waited for his potions master to arrive, Marvolo started to set up all he needed to brew some more pain potions. His attempts to reabsorb the diadem Horcrux through the method mentioned, most often through true remorse for the death that had been used in its creation, were not going well. In consequence, he often suffered from stabbing headaches, causing him to be going through pain potions at a rather high rate. He just had started chopping the chamomile when the door opened to admit Severus, who took 2 steps into the room before going down on his knees, robes pooling around him, for a proper greeting. Without pausing, Marvolo addressed Severus. He didn't intend to keep the man long. "Rise, Severus. I wanted to know how the polyjuice potion is coming along, and there is a new list with medical potions Healer Greengrass needs you to brew." Severus took the 1 step towards the desk where the list rested on a stack of books, picked it up, and scanned it quickly. Marvolo noticed the quick glance the potion's master gave to the potion he currently was working on. Inwardly smirking, Marvolo wondered what Severus was thinking about his foray into the other's domain. "If you require headache-relieving potions, my lord, I'm more than willing to brew them for you." The dark eyes were as cautious as the voice, clearly expecting some repercussions for questioning the actions of the Dark Lord. A small smile was quickly banished from Marvolo's face, and he reduced the heat under the cauldron. "I'm aware of that, but I use this to relax, not only for the end product. He probably would have used this batch up by next week if his headaches stayed this consistent, but that was another matter completely. So, Polyjuice. Polyjuice potion will be finished on schedule, my lord. Severus sounded like he wanted to say something else, but Marvolo was not really interested enough to ask. The self-proclaimed Dark Lord paused. That was new. Most of the time he either didn't notice when there was something a person wanted to say or ask, because he didn't pick up on the subtle signs, or he disregarded their uneasiness as unimportant, assuming he already knew what they thought, which he hoped had been the case more often. In the past, these situations would have been moments he would use legilimency without much thought. Blinking slowly, Marvolo realized that he had not used this special skill since he had forced Severus to lower all his walls. How odd. Rolling his eyes, Marvolo started stirring as was required by the instructions he had memorized so many years ago. Don't fret, Severus. Malcolm is monitoring my use of potions against pain quite closely. I don't need two mother hens running after me. Waving away Severus' attempt at an apology, he changed the topic. Tell me what the rules are for absences from classes for family business. I want to give Henry some time away from his classmates on the day of his parents' death, and I'd rather be prepared in case the headmaster tries to prevent it, or has he offered as much to Henry in the past? Not that I'm aware of, my lord. The boy has attended the feast and lessons on that day in the past years. The rest of the time needed to complete the headache relief potion was spent talking about the minutiae of Hogwarts bureaucracy, when it was possible to ask for time off from classes, what was needed to get permission to leave school grounds with someone other than the legal guardian, and other such things Marvolo had never thought about before. Jean was excited. While she checked her clothes once more in the bedroom mirror, she was giddy with anticipation. She always was in such a mood when they accompanied their daughter Hermione to the Magical Street in London to get her school supplies. Since they had learned that Fabian's uncle was a wizard of some considerable wealth, they had developed much closer ties to the magical world, stopping a rift from widening further. She was really happy about that. Ever since Hermione had left for the first time for Hogwarts, they had drifted apart, and she really had not been happy about that. Today Xerxes wanted to show her, and Fabian the school he had founded in remembrance of his late sister. The wizard would come by in a few minutes, a quick glance at the clock confirmed, to take them to the school by something called a portkey. Are you finished, darling? Fabian called up from the ground floor, sounding as eager to start their excursion as Jean felt. Coming. It was ridiculous, really, like she was a little girl on her way to an amusement park. A hurry to get down the stairs brought a broad grin to her husband's face, and she huffed in amusement. Don't say you're not excited as well. His laugh was cut short by the doorbell sounding, announcing the arrival of someone at their door. Fabian opened the door and revealed Xerxes Lestrain, standing on the other side, a bright smile making him seem much younger. Jean, Fabian, good day to you both. It's a really fine day, and I'm happy to show you the school before the term starts on Monday. I'm curious what you will think. He seemed to wear normal enough clothes, but Jean had seen him in traditional wizarding wear a few times by now. He had been by to lay wards around their house when some criminals, including his own sons, had escaped from the wizarding prison. He assured them that it was unlikely they would be targeted, but better safe than sorry. Xerxes stepped into the hall while Fabian closed the door behind the wizard. Getting a small coil of thin cord from his pocket, Xerxes smiled at them both. This is the portkey we will be using. It's quite easy. We'll all touch it at the same time. Then I will speak the activation word, triggering the magic that will move us to our destination. The sensation is something one needs to get used to. I have heard it compared to whirlwinds and the like. I recommend that you close your eyes and prepare for a rough landing. The first few times, everyone stumbles. Another reassuring smile was aimed their way, and Jean grabbed her cloak to throw it on. While the temperatures in the sun could be warm enough, the air was getting a bite to it in the shade, and with some wind. All three of them grabbed hold of the cord, and after getting a nod from both Jean and her husband, Xerxes spoke one word: departure. Jean felt a peculiar tug, somewhere behind her navel, pulling her forward into something of a maelstrom of energy, tossing her about, to collide with both her husband and the older wizard. Only a moment later, Jean felt her feet meet with the floor again. With weak knees, she collapsed to sit on the floor, breathing hard. That had been different. "Are you both unharmed?" Xerxes asked of them, standing over them both, valiantly keeping his amusement to spread from his eyes to the rest of his face. Fabian gave a snort at this, struggling to his feet before he offered his hand to help his wife up. "Some getting used to is putting it lightly. Is there any form of magical travel that is actually comfortable? Hermione told us about flute travel and mentioned that it involved a lot of spinning too." Xerxes got a pensive look at this question and then looked a little sheepish. "Well, I guess the most comfortable way to travel by magic is probably either apparating yourself or flying by broom in good weather." Not sure what they could say about that, the three of them started on a tour around the grounds and several buildings. Jean was impressed. The classrooms were furnished and equipped with good sturdy furniture and materials. The small library had a wide range of books, both magical and non-magical, scientific books, and novels classical and new. The dormitories for those children without parents or from the foster care system were nice and partially in use already. They could see children of various ages playing around the houses or sitting in the common room, playing games, reading, and generally having a good time. Both Jean and her husband used the time to ask various questions they had thought about since their last meeting. Most of them were about the customs they had observed, why wizards still used parchment and quills if there were traditional festivals or special days they observed, how the court system worked. They had much to ask. It was safe to say that Hermione had inherited her curiosity from her parents. Around lunchtime, they found their way into the dining hall, getting their food brought to them by the magic of house elves. Both Jean and Fabian had heard much about them when Hermione had come home after the last school year. Apparently, Hogwarts had a few hundred of these beings caring for the food for the students and maintenance of the castle. Hermione had likened their circumstances to those of slaves, making plans to free them all. Jean was torn over this matter, but could see clearly that it would help tremendously with caring for a school when there were several magical beings helping with the daily tasks. While eating their warming soup, Fabian finally found the courage to ask a question he and Jean had mulled over for quite a while now. In fact, since Hermione had told them about how quick the process of adopting Harry by a man he had not known before had gone. "Xerxes, we both were wondering how adoptions work under magical law." He waved his spoon around, indicating all the children without proper families around them. "Hermione told us about Harry's adoption, and we can't help but wonder about the differences between the process she told us about and what we know about the same in our culture." Taking a sip from his glass of water, Xerxes tilted his head a little to the side, questioningly. "What are the differences, if you don't mind me asking? I have to confess I have not cared much about this side of things. London takes care of all this bureaucratic nightmare." Jean snorted. Paperwork was really the bane of everyone's existence. Having magic or not, bureaucrats got everyone. Nodding knowingly, Fabian sat his spoon down. "Well, there are several interviews and house visits involved. Singles are seldom granted the possibility to adopt. Most of the time, only married couples are approved. There are investigations into the finances, past criminal records, mental and general health of the aspiring parents. It's an involved process. And then there's the consent of the child to get, if they're old enough." Xerxes nodded, eating the last spoonfuls of his soup. "That sounds involved indeed. We have nothing as elaborate, as we all are rather closely interrelated, and family magics and their secrets are so important. Most of the time, children without guardians go to the closest family. In fact, family overrides almost anything. I think it was something like this a few decades ago in the non-magical world as well. A school friend of mine had no family left, living in an orphanage in Muggle London. He once told me when there was no known family, the church would take orphans in until they were of age, providing a basic education and such. He painted a rather grim picture. He was speaking in grave tones, clearly remembering a miserable young friend. What I know of historic practices for the care of children, I have to agree that it hasn't been good, even not that far in the past," Jean said, still not entirely satisfied with the answer. "But why is family so important? Even so important that Harry's opinion wasn't even asked. I got the impression that he was not happy to be adopted, and Hermione was beside herself with worry." Jean and Fabian had talked about their feeling that Hermione was keeping something from them. Something important, they both agreed, but considering that they had no means to do anything in the magical part of Britain, seemingly being without many rights, as Professor McGonagall had explained on that first visit, they had decided to trust their daughter's judgment on what they needed to know and what they were better off not knowing. She was 16, after all, 1 year away from being an adult, legally, in her world. Xerxes was hard to read, but Jean suspected that this was not something he was comfortable to speak about. Normally, he didn't take this long to sort out what he wanted to say. Each family has developed specialized magic over time. A few have magical talents, metamorph magi for instance, and the knowledge of how to control and use them. I have found several accounts of children showing the signs of strong talents in runes and charms being adopted into the family, as it is a speciality of ours. He paused for a moment, further pondering what to say. I know it is hard to comprehend, but the Slytherin family was thought to be extinct. The name had vanished quite some time ago, but the talent of speaking to snakes, Parseltongue, has always been associated with the family. Whoever has it is considered a member of the family. Only those of the family know everything about this gift. Someone having it needs to learn from the family to get the full use of it. I know nothing about the details of what it can achieve, and to ask would be beyond rude. It always has been tradition to give custody over children with a special talent to the family this gift is associated with. He shrugged a little, as if he was unsure what else to say. Tradition is important to you all, isn't it? Jean asked, more rhetorically than anything else. She didn't expect a response. To preserve the knowledge and talents, the traditions have proven to be effective. But maybe it is time to reassess our approach to adoptions. This school is a start to changing our way of treating those born in magical families without access to magic themselves. Maybe it can be a starting point to change the treatment of our children as well. After they had finished their meals and looked at the rest of the houses and spoke with the staff, Xerxes took the Grangers home again. It was a good feeling to be more involved with their daughter's world and maybe help to get magicals to be more open to the rights of children. Someone had to start somewhere. Ooh, it was Saturday. Finally, breakfast had been a lively affair. The older years, third and up, excited for the first Hogsmeade weekend of the school year. The younger students happy that they would have the common rooms all to themselves, the favored spots, normally occupied by the older students, free for them to use. Harry had listened to the plans his friends made. Ron wanted to visit Honeydukes and Zonkos, getting a ton of sweets and dung bombs. Hermione wanted to check out the bookshop, and of course she needed more parchment, as well as ink and quills. She also planned to take her camera along to get more pictures of the village and her friends to show to her parents. Now they were on their way back down from the tower, bundled up in their winter cloaks, scarves, and hats. It was a dreary day, and if they were lucky, it would not start to rain. Harry had told Ron that he would have at least one guard with him several times in the last week, but had not yet found the courage to tell him that Marvolo had decided to accompany Harry himself. So maybe he could go about this a little lopsided. Hermione, what has your uncle decided regarding the security measures? Felt like a clever way to bring the topic up, but whether it would work, he would only get to know once Ron had heard it all. Uncle Xerxes is showing the school to my parents today. Term will start on Monday. They're all so excited. But because of that, he can't come himself. He said that your guardian contemplated to go with you. I guess we could keep you company. Her quick glance in Ron's direction betrayed her worry over the redhead's reaction. He's going to hover around you all day, Harry. Ron asked with a frown. Harry nodded, apprehensive about what would come next, and probably looking like it, if he was to judge by Hermione's concerned look and the even deeper frown forming on Ron's face. Tough luck, man. Can't imagine what it would be like to have Dad or Mum around in Hogsmeade. That had not been what Harry had expected to happen. You know that if you want me to come along, he'll be there too. Harry asked, delicately prodding his friend to realize that Marvolo, the man who had created the diary which had possessed Ginny, would be with them all day. Yeah, Ron made a grimace. I'll just have to ignore him. After a short pause and another grimace, Ron asked, digging in his robe pocket for his mittens, why does he need to come himself? Why not get some guards of some kind? Before Ron could get into naming people he would deem more appropriate guards, Harry made a grimace of his own. Well, when we went to Diagon Alley, Crabbe and Goyle Sr. came along as guards. Ron shuddered overdramatically. You're right. Doesn't sound any better. Now they were surrounded by most of the other Ravenclaws and Gryffindors heading for the village and reached the entrance hall at the same time as many of the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs, coming up from the dungeons. Harry spotted the dark green cloak of his guardian near the tartan robes of Professor McGonagall, who was there to check that all students going out had a signed permission slip. Changing direction and weaving among the others, Harry caught the end of the conversation Marvolo was having with Harry's head of house. If you get the letter to me by the end of next week, everything should work out, Lord Slytherin, the professor said, several slips of parchment held in her hands. I will make sure then to send the letter as soon as possible. Thank you for your time, Professor. Marvolo gave a small bow from the neck before he turned to the three teenagers approaching from the side. Henry, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, I hope you are well and have no objections to me being part of your party for this excursion. Harry was glad that Ron opted to only nod and murmur a return greeting, while Hermione made use of her etiquette training of the summer. We're all very happy for you to escort us to the village today, Lord Slytherin. It's very generous of you to take the time out of your busy schedule to make it possible for us to visit the village at all. A horrified gasp from Ron made Harry spin, looking for an attack or something, only to find Ron staring at him with wide eyes. I totally forgot. When Sirius escaped, the headmaster made you stay in the castle. Anything is better than being stuck in the castle on a Hogsmeade weekend when all the others get to go. That sent both Harry and Hermione laughing as they stepped out of the door and into the unpleasant weather surrounded by other students on their way down to Hogsmeade. Minerva watched sadly as three of her students, three that had caused her much worry over the years, walked laughing out of the castle. She was not sad that they were laughing. No, the fact that they were still able to laugh was a ray of light. That no one had thought to grant Harry Potter time to grieve for his parents on a day all others celebrated, that no one had thought to ask if he might want to visit his parents' graves. That was what made her sad. That it had been Voldemort, she had taken her time calling him by that name. But once she had overcome her reluctance, she never stopped to bring up the topic and suggest Harry visit Godric's Hollow. She was ashamed. Ashamed of herself and the headmaster, and all the others that had chosen to ignore that the day they celebrated the downfall of a Dark Lord was the day a boy had lost his parents. Maybe Albus was wrong, and Tom Marvolo Riddle really was turning over a new leaf. He certainly had done nothing violent, and by all accounts was very supportive of the Ministry and their search for the newest escapees from Azkaban. She banished those thoughts to the back of her mind when a student came up to her with a question about the time they had to be back. Each year there were a few older students that wished to stay longer than dinner time, and each year she had to explain why the rules were as they were. "Oh, what were you speaking about with Professor McGonagall, sir?" Harry asked of Marvolo as they walked along the path meandering down to the train station. Hermione and Ron on his other side were listening intently, pausing their bickering about where to go first. I asked her about the conditions that need to be fulfilled to get a student out of lessons for 1 or 2 days at a time. I regret to inform you that there are only a few viable reasons to ask for such a thing, and invitations to social functions are not among them. Marvolo looked serious, but quickly let the mask fall to wink at Harry, making him smile. Tempting to sound grave, Harry answered with his head held high. I suppose I will survive. Ron spotted Dean and Seamus a little farther towards the village and dragged Hermione over to them. Dean said he wanted to buy ink too. If he fetches some for you, we can spend more time in Honeydukes. And the real reason you asked about Days of F, sir. Harry hissed his question once his friends were far enough away that they wouldn't notice a conversation in Parseltongue. You are getting more perceptive. Marvolo nodded approvingly. I wanted to know because I wanted to offer you the option to be exempt from lessons on Halloween and the day after. The man walking by his side was not looking at Harry, but had his eyes trained on the group of 4 teenagers arguing fiercely a few meters before them. Harry was unsure what to feel. It had never crossed his mind that he might want to have a quiet day on Halloween. For the longest time, he hadn't even known that this was the day his parents had died. If he had a day off from lessons, what would he do? Before he could get deeper into the reasons why he never thought to ask, or why no one ever offered, Marvolo hissed again. Sometime in the next days, your godfather probably will ask you if you want to visit their grave S. It is your decision. If you should not wish to go, you won't have to. And neither will I force you to take the day off if you want to attend classes. Did the man sound unsure? Harry blinked a few times. There still was some time till Halloween. Maybe he would speak with Mrs. Goyle about this. She was always good at simply listening. Lately, Harry had realized that when trying to decide something, it could help just to rant at someone listening to sort out his confusing thoughts. "I'll think about it," Harry managed to say, and they quickened their steps to catch up to Hermione and Ron at the first houses. Harry's two friends were still arguing about where to go first, when Marvolo simply spoke over both of them. "I propose that we go to Gladrag's Wizardwear first. Henry needs to get warmer clothes. If we go there now, it is out of the way, and I will fade into the background." Marvolo smirked at Harry's groan and the following nasty look. Clothes shopping was not something Harry enjoyed. It was better having clothes that actually fit. Thanks to Marvolo, he now had that, but the hassle involved in getting them he could gladly do without. To Harry's immense relief, the time they spent in the stuffy shop of Gladrags was short. His measurements were taken. He actually had grown quite a bit since summer, and he got to choose between several swatches of cloth, all different in material, weave, and color, as well as cuts for different pieces of clothing. Marvolo put in an order for new formal family robes, but after that they left. On their way to the bookshop, Hermione had insisted, and Ron had given in rather quickly. In Harry's opinion, the green-eyed young wizard noticed a slightly pouting look on Ron's face. He wandered over to his friend, while Marvolo kept his hand near his wand, and all of them in his line of vision. "I'm glad that's over," Harry sighed. "I don't look forward to the balls or whatnot I'll have to wear those family robes to." After a short moment of confusion, Ron's expression got sympathetic. "I hate the afternoon tea we have each year around Christmas with Aunt Muriel. Come on, let's hurry. Maybe we can get to Honeyduke's faster if we make Hermione decide faster which books to get." The crisis averted before it could even start. Harry followed Ron at a slow trot. Hermione certainly was eager to get to the bookstore, thinking about the fact that Slytherin tactics more often than not proved to be useful, at least as long as he wasn't caught. As his mind healer said, he just needed to learn what tactic was more promising to resolve a particular problem and act accordingly. Once they were on their way back, Harry walked once more alongside Marvolo, who had an eye on several other teenagers going back at the same time. Ron was over with Seamus, discussing different ways they might manage to get alcoholic beverages into the dorm. Seamus was convinced that there was a way to conjure brandy, or at least transfigure it from water. Ron was not so sure, reciting some stories he had been told by his older brothers. Hermione walked a few paces ahead, talking with Parvati and Lavender about the diversity of hair charms, a field of study she had discovered during the summer. She was more interested in the theory behind the charms and how to adapt them to different types of hair than she was in the beauty application. But that did nothing to disrupt the discussion among the girls, comparing real-life experience with theory from books. "I have wondered why Pettigrew is never mentioned in any of the newspaper articles." Rita Skeeter had real fun writing the most gruesome stories about each and every one of them, but he's not mentioned in any of the articles. I would have thought she would relish dragging that story back up. And Harry had wondered. Most of the time he had avoided the endless speculation, and then had been easily distracted by his lessons and friends. "Well, it is quite simple, really," Marvolo answered, strolling along, seemingly relaxed. "No one knew about him, and I mean not a single one." "They just didn't know they might want to get him out?" Harry asked, surprised at how simple an explanation it was. "Exactly. Why should they know he was even there? Why should they care? The Daily Prophet doesn't deliver to Azkaban." They walked the rest of the way in silence, Marvolo still keeping an eye out for any dangers, and Harry contemplating once again how much his life had changed in just a few short months. How would Christmas this year go? He tried not to hope for too much, or hope at all. Too often in the past, his hopes had been crushed rather harshly. Chapter 44, Truth. Chapter text with another set of adjusted wand movements to the rather long incantation. The young unspeakable tried her new spell on the empty parchment she had written on. When the project idea had been brought forward, she had jumped at the opportunity to create a new spell all the others found not interesting or useful enough to bother with. She watched in rapt attention from under her hood as a pale light began shimmering around the parchment's edges. It shone for a few moments, only for the energy to rise to a few centimeters above the object she was using to test the spell, coalescing into a globe moving like flowing water suspended in the air. The globe was filled and frosted over, creating a sphere surrounding another sphere, slightly smaller. When she had finished her incantation, the witch extended her hand to catch the small, transparent, but shimmering frozen bubble. Her mind kept offering up a memory of her watching a bubble of soap water freezing over in the winter cold, laughing over the wondrous phenomenon, and the much smaller one suspended within. The small bead-like sphere started to glow the moment her fingers touched the bauble. So far everything seemed to work as she had intended. Setting aside the first successfully created touch sphere, a working title in need of improvement, she levitated over another parchment they had used to decide the holiday plans of the department. She herself hadn't so far touched it. After she had finished casting the spell, she had a second bauble sitting on the desk. This one had several different colored beads inside, all floating serenely, not one of them glowing. Tentatively touching the sphere didn't cause any of the beads to light up. So the basic properties seemed to be matching with what had been the goal, but they would need more extensive testing to be sure it worked as planned. Gathering her arithmetic calculations, her research on the proper incantation, there always were possible variants, her sample parchments, and the two spheres. She left the laboratory in search of some of her co-workers. Now that she had a working prototype, it would be easier to find someone to help her testing. They all had fun finding the borders of some new spell, potion, or artifact once it was created. Her mind was already whirling with the possible borders to test. How long would the spheres last? Did the time since someone had touched the object tested have any effect? Was there a maximum on the number of people that could be detected? How large an object could the use? Would touches from other beings register too? There was so much to look into. Maybe she would get input from the auras as well. After all, they had been the department asking for this spell to be developed. She had a rather enjoyable time before her. Ooh, after teaching a spell to the whole Aura division, Marvolo walked at a leisurely pace back to the atrium. It had been a rather amusing experience. Once he had shown them the wand movement and incantation, getting the right pronunciation into their heads had been the hardest part about teaching the spell. They had cast the spell at each other and started asking questions. As he had explained at the Wisengamot session, the spell didn't force an answer, but rather indicated by a glow surrounding the person whether he or she was telling the truth. If an outright lie was told, the glow would turn almost black. Evasion and half-truths would turn the glow darker by a measure relative to the degree of deception. Through their experimenting, by asking one aura about his new girlfriend, and if he had managed to get invited to her room, yet the poor man had blushed a bright crimson. They quickly learned that refusing to answer would not change the glow to a darker shade. Others had been asked equally embarrassing questions, and had managed to answer honestly because the questions had been worded poorly. They had improved rapidly after that. Once Marvolo had been sure they had it down, he had left, leaving the auras to their experimenting, closing the door behind himself on rumbustious laughter. Halfway to the elevators, the wizard walking with a little spring in his step was intercepted by the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones. "May I ask for a moment of your time, Lord Slytherin?" With a small, polite smile Marvolo bowed. It was obvious she still was suspicious of him, and truthfully with good reason, but without proof, but always so proper, following the rules. "What can I do for you, Madame Bones?" It always was good to appear willing to work together with the law enforcement. "I hoped you could confirm or refute some rumors currently making their rounds here at the Ministry." Marvolo was not entirely sure, but it felt like she was doubting something. What it was she had doubts about was unclear, though. Did she doubt the rumors were just rumors, or that they held even a grain of truth? "Here or in your office?" Marvolo asked politely, clearly implying that it might be prudent to move a discussion to a place where they would not be so easily overheard. "My office. If you would please follow me, Lord Slytherin." She turned briskly, not waiting to see if he actually would follow. Marvolo smirked. It was not often that he encountered someone daring to be anything but polite and courteous towards him. Dark looks were aimed at him regularly, but few dared to show their disdain when directly faced with him. In a way, it was refreshing. Marvolo wondered if he would tire of it eventually. Once they had reached the witch's office, Marvolo was offered a seat with a wave of her hand, while she walked around her desk to sit behind it. Thanks to the information you have provided, we were able to close several old missing person cases. There are several rumors circulating. I guess there is no prison hidden away where you know who incarcerated several of those still missing or believed dead. She used the ridiculous moniker with quite a big dose of sarcasm. Really surprised. Where had that rumor come from? Marvolo let the emotion show on his face before he let his mask settle over his features again. That's the first time I have heard that particular rumor. Do you know where it started? Whoever came up with it should get an award for creativity. No, but I was asked repeatedly if there was a chance it was true and promised to ask should I get the opportunity. She placed a quill back on its resting place next to the unadorned inkwell sitting at the top of her working space. Lord Black mentioned that you said something about retrieving his late brother's body from a hiding place that had been prepared sometime during the war. The bluntness of some people never ceased to amaze him, but there was no doubt that Black would talk about their arrangement with the fierce witch. It had been some time since he had promised to get the body out of the lake filled with inferi, and until now he only had fulfilled the part pertaining to his providing information on witches and wizards he had killed himself or had seen killed. If this was Black's attempt to get him to move, it was a surprisingly Slytherin move to make. Marvolo inclined his head to confirm this story. I promised him to try a recovery of Regulus Black's body. That is true. And it is a fact that he probably fell victim to some protections that were set in place, but were never used. He spoke haltingly, always aware that he had to make it seem as if he only reluctantly remembered what he still knew of the life he had led before his body had been destroyed. I'm still trying to find a way to do so without risking my own life in the process. What protections could there be that would be that dangerous, but still allow a body to be found after all these years? She was not one to be fooled easily. It is an underground lake filled with inferi. If he was killed there, his body would rest in the waters alongside all the others. It was almost easy to let a small shiver run over his body when he thought how many more magicals there could be in Britain if he wouldn't have killed so many. He really had done some serious damage to their population. You surely know enough to be in no danger from a protection you have laid down yourself. It would be rather useless if you couldn't reach whatever was protected. She quirked a brow at him, and Marvolo had to smirk. You are right, I still know enough. But I checked. While it is not illegal to know, it is quite illegal to use, teach, or learn the magic needed to control and create inferi. I wonder, is knowing only legal because they didn't want to obliviate the knowledge out of those that learned about it while it was still legal? And he had indeed checked. He needed to keep his public actions strictly legal if he wanted to reach his goals and keep Henry safe. He didn't know for sure, but he would guess he just had stated the most likely reason for this legal oddity. So you only have not proceeded with this, Lord Slytherin, because you can't come up with a legal way to do so safely. Her incredulousness was showing clearly on her face. Marvolo silently agreed with her. It was silly considering everything. But he had to stick to the rules in public, so he did. That is indeed the reason for the delay, Madame Bones. He nodded and folded his hands to rest them on his knee, crossing his legs to sit more comfortably. The grey-haired witch frowned in contemplation. Why don't you apply for a curse-breaker license? It would give you the right to use your knowledge under special circumstances, like this endeavor to dismantle a lake full of inferi. The frown turned into a glare. You lifted that curse Headmaster Dumbledore was suffering from. There was an accusation in her voice. Smiling a little sheepishly, Marvolo changed the way he had arranged his legs. Well, technically, the counter-curse I used is not illegal. It was created together with the curse the headmaster carelessly triggered, and does not fall under any of the stipulations the Ministry enforces in regards to magic that is deemed dark. Marvolo had trouble keeping the sneer from his face, his ruby-red eyes from breaking through the glamour he always wore in public. What Augustus had found so far about what the ministry defined as dark and why was appalling. But Marvolo would have to stay focused and patient. It would be years before he would be able to risk attempting to tackle that special tangle of garbage the ministry had created over the course of many decades, if not centuries. Madam Bones nodded, seemingly easily accepting his word. If I'm informed correctly, I would need several newts before I would be able to apply for a Cursebreaker license. And by the regulations, I only can take a newt a year after I successfully completed the corresponding owl. The witch on the other side of the desk rubbed her forehead tiredly. Another fan of paperwork, it seemed. You are correct. I think there is a way to get a short-term permission. If I remember correctly, it is used by some of those families with really old wards to maintain them. Of course, there is some looking the other way involved regarding the way they got the knowledge to even cast the magic needed. But that's not relevant at the moment. If you want, I can get my assistant to look up what you would need to do to get such a temporary permission. And for increased chances for success, I would recommend hiring an actual curse breaker. That actually was good advice, and maybe the Weasley he had met on the occasion of the rescue of Albus Dumbledore would be good to work with. The man had shown interest and knowledge for the field of exotic magic widely considered dark. Sure, the interest was mainly motivated by the need to dismantle dangerous curses, helping others. But there was some genuine academic interest as well, and if nothing else, could be a starting point for a good working relationship. Always a good idea to have someone who was able to deal with goblins or some interesting conversation. I will consider your advice, Madame Bones. And I would appreciate information on those temporary permissions. They exchanged the customary, empty pleasantries before Marvolo finally made his way out of the ministry and back to his paperwork. Trying to accumulate some money for House Slytherin and maintaining the Potter assets was not easy and did consume quite a lot of his time. On their way to the defense lesson on Monday, the whole of Gryffindor fifth years was jittery with anticipation. The stories told about the new professor had grown over the weekend, making it almost impossible to discern reality from imaginations running wild. Shortly after they had settled into their seats, Professor Slinkard walked into the room and walked over to the teacher's desk right next to the blackboard, leaning back against it. "Welcome, class," the elderly man said with a mild smile, looking them all over. "You had quite the selection of teachers in the past, or so I have gathered. And the last one used a book for all years that I had intended for the use with a much younger audience." He sadly shook his head, maintaining his smile. Curious glances were exchanged between the students, all of them unsure if this was a good sign or not. And all this, when you have important exams to look forward to at the end of the year. So I guess we will have to concentrate on the theory you will need to know for the written exam, and practice those practical parts we can't avoid. I already asked the headmaster to provide some dummies or targets for the unavoidable spell practice. They all exchanged glances again. Unavoidable practice. He certainly didn't sound like casting spells was something he enjoyed teaching, rather avoiding it when possible at all. Not really a promising start. But before I decide what you need to learn so you can pass your exams at the end of this year, you all will fill in this test, so I can get an impression on your level of expertise. Sheets of parchment floated, directed by the professor's wand, from the desk to each of the students. Harry quickly scanned the questions and quickly noticed that the professor probably didn't intend to test their skill with actually casting spells. There were several questions with little yes and no boxes to tick, asking if he had cast the spell named before. Harry snorted at this approach at a test. Anyone could claim to actually have cast a spell before. And even if not one of them lied, these questions did nothing to differentiate between levels of skill. Resigning himself to another terrible teacher for defense against the dark arts, Harry started to fill in the answers to the sometimes really mind-numbing questions. While his quill scratched over the parchment, he thought he could hear Hermione's unhappy grumbling. She really was invested in doing well in the OWL exams, and the prospect of maybe getting a competent teacher for this important year had her hoping, despite their experience until now. Only half of the lesson time was over when they had finished filling in their assessment tests. Summoning the parchments back to himself, the professor sat down on his desk looking over his class. "Once I have a better understanding of what you still need to learn for your owls, I will present you with a lesson plan, hopefully able to make you all capable of passing the exams. Until then, I want you to tell me what can cause conflict, what different types of conflicts you know of, and what way you would try to resolve conflict without resorting to violence. Well, who wants to go first? There followed a largely philosophical lesson, which caused so much confusion, some disinterested students doodling on their parchment, and a lively debate between the professor and only a few, mostly female, students. They all were relieved once the bell sounded, and they could leave. Ooh, that evening in the common room, Hermione took a last look at the chapter about study groups and school clubs. She had hoped the new professor would teach a reasonable syllabus, but judging by the questions he had asked and the way he had talked, she concluded that they would get a good grasp on the theory, but it was questionable whether they would be able to get much practical experience. Harry sat near the fireplace opposite from Ron and surrounded by the whole Quidditch team. It looked like they were planning more training sessions and strategy. Stealing her resolve, the bushy-haired witch, she had noticed that using charms to tame her hair each morning made it incredibly frizzy with time. So she had started to alternate between different spells and days she wouldn't use any at all, took her notes, and walked over to her two friends. "Harry, do you have a moment?" she asked him, drawing all attention from the group to her immediately. "Sure," the green-eyed teenager answered easily, shifting his foot from being tucked under his other knee to the floor as if he planned to stand. "What do you want to talk about?" Ron demanded to know, only to get cuffed over his head by one of the twins. "Don't be rude, Ronnikins. It might be something private." The twin wiggled his eyebrows suggestively, causing Hermione to blush furiously. To counter the rumors that would spread if she was to go off with her friend, Hermione huffed and sat down on a big pillow placed on the ground. "Nothing private. I guess you might have use of it too." Now they were starting to gather an audience, something Hermione had wished she could avoid. Harry was so skittish about attention being directed at him, and he likely would have a problem with her proposition anyway. "I think you'll agree with me that Professor Slinkard will not really teach us the practical side of defense." Agreeing nods and murmurs all around followed this simple declaration. "We might or might not get all the theory we need for the owls and newts this year, but practically we are at a huge disadvantage. Almost none of our teachers have been able to teach this aspect." More nods and curious expressions. "I think we need someone else to teach us. Someone with experience in learning without a teacher's guidance, instinct about what can help in a given situation, and imagination to apply spells creatively." "You want to start a study group?" Angelina asked, clearly intrigued. She was one of the few students who had made it into Newt-level defense. The steady stream of different professors year after year had made it rather hard to get a good grasp on the material. And besides that, only a few students were dedicated enough to the subject to endure the constantly changing teachers any further after the owls were finished, and the students could drop all the subjects they no longer wanted to take. In a way, to really learn and offer the opportunity to as many as possible, we likely would have to form a club. I read up on the requirements. We need a student heading the club and a professor as a sort of sponsor. I thought we might ask Professor Flitwick to be our sponsor. He was a dueling champion before he started to teach, so I guess he might be interested. It was obvious that the other Gryffindors were interested, only Harry looked slightly apprehensive. He had become much more perceptive since the summer. "And who are you thinking about setting in charge of the whole thing?" Harry asked rather pointedly, tucking his foot back onto his seat under his other leg. Hermione smiled ruefully. He had caught on. "I had hoped that you would take the lead." Holding up her hand, Hermione stopped the rant he was about to start on. "The way you learned the spells last year, the fact that you've had the best marks in defense in each year we had a remotely competent teacher, that you can cast the Patronus charm, I think you're the best for the job, Harry. I truly do." Her friend still looked skeptical. "You did most of the research for those spells last year. You're wonderful at explaining, much better than I ever could. Why don't you take the lead on that one?" Waving her hand at the people surrounding them, indicating their doubtful faces, Hermione answered her friend's claim. "If it were a group to learn about theory, I would be a credible choice, but we want to learn practical application. And as you see, most don't think I'm all that capable at practical defense." Before she could continue to list her arguments, it wasn't a really long list, but she had gathered quite a few more, Harry interrupted her again. But that's incredibly unfair. You and Ron have been there for almost all of my adventures. You have really good marks in defense as well. You're as good, if not a better choice. Hermione knew that stubborn look on her friend's face. It was the same he had sported when he had gotten a broom from an unknown benefactor for Christmas of their 3rd year. She had to find something to convince him, and rather fast, before he got it in his head to insist on her heading the club. You remember that devil's snare 1st year. I couldn't remember that I could light fire with my wand. I tend to freeze in a situation. I have to think fast, always trying to see all possible solutions, and waiting which is the best is not so good an approach in a situation with limited time before there is no more time to decide. Ron rolled his eyes and interjected, "Why don't you share the post? Hermione can manage all the stuff there surely is, and do the research. And Harry will pull the people in. Being famous will help to find people we can practice with and on." That got a laugh out of many Gryffindors. It always was a struggle to find someone to practice the hexes they sometimes learned on. Being a willing target for a stinging hex, for instance, was not a favored pastime. Harry nodded slowly, giving Hermione hope that they could make this work. "I can't really see why you would have me as a teacher, but okay. As long as we don't only offer it to the Gryffindors I'm in, with Hermione as the other leader." Ron pulled a face. "But no Slytherins. I hate it when we have classes together with them. Can't we just keep them out?" The redhead almost whined, earning himself another slap over the head from one of his brothers. "No, the club will be open to all," Harry insisted, just as Hermione explained. "Official clubs can't exclude a whole house. They can state an age limit, though." They spoke a while longer about Hermione's idea, collecting ideas for spells they wanted to learn, guessing who might want to attend, when the best time would be, and where to meet. Harry and Hermione agreed to write up the club idea in the form of a proposal by the end of the week, so they could ask Professor Flitwick soon. There was only so much time they had for owl preparation, and Hermione wasn't willing to waste more of that precious resource on ranting about incompetent teachers. The witch later watched her dazed friend walk up the staircase to the boys' dorms together with Ron. She was sure he would make a wonderful teacher. The way he had asked clarifying questions to some of the spells they had him learn last year indicated that he had an almost instinctual grasp for defensive and offensive magic. It wasn't really a wonder he sometimes had trouble with the theory. Ooh, after lessons, but before dinner on Tuesday, the circular office of the headmaster of Hogwarts filled rapidly with people. The two Aurors still working on the attack on the Quidditch pitch, Proudfoot and Savage, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, 4 students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and 4 parents were all in the room. On first glance, the most unusual thing was the portraits on the walls. Deviating from their normal routine, all former headmasters were awake and listening attentively. The atmosphere was tense. Albus was worried. Until now, he always had managed to shield those students who were a little too boisterous in their exploration of the world, had been able to deflect the direst consequences heaped all too easily on the young for understandable errors. Most of the time, Gryffindors were the only students courageous enough to follow their desires and venture where others dared not tread. A trait to be encouraged and not curtailed, at least in Albus' opinion. He carefully studied the diverse group gathered before his desk. Cormac McLaggen tried to look unaffected, but clearly was not. His father looked put out and impatient. The two Aurors were full of anticipation. Minerva seemed to be irritated. She tended to not agree with his wish to shield children from too harsh punishments. Phileas had his hands clasped behind his back, standing as tall as he could manage in support of the only Ravenclaw student currently present. Mr. Belby, the father of that lone Ravenclaw, looked quite grim, the boy stoic. Taking the nervous fidgeting of Mr. Summers and Mr. Parker into account, it seemed as if the Aurors truly had managed to find the students who had been the ones behind that ill-thought-out prank. "I believe we should not dawdle." Albus took charge of the situation. They were in his office, in his school, and therefore it was only natural that he take the lead, so that we all will be on time for an excellent meal in the great hall. A smile graced his wrinkled face. "All right, headmaster," Aura Proudfoot said in a rather curt tone, turning so he had all 4 students and their respective parent in view. "I have here The man held up a scroll of parchment with a ribbon and seal marking it as an official order from the ministry for all to see. The written permission to interrogate the students Marcus Belby, Cormac McLagan, John Parker, and Jonas Summers pertaining to the attack on Air Slytherin earlier in September. Albus was almost certain he could see a happy glimmer in the wizard's eyes as he placed the scroll back into a pocket in his red robes. We will use a spell indicating the truth of what is spoken, rather than veritaserum. There are no adverse effects known for this spell. Who wants to go first? Before Albus could come up with something to say, he still hoped to get the four boys out of the bigger trouble. Loss of house points, or a month of detentions, should be enough to help them find their way back to the path keeping them in the light. Mr. McLagan huffed with a rapidly reddening face. Not holding on to his anger, the portly wizard started to rant. I find this whole situation preposterous. What evidence do you even have to demand answers from my son? I will not give consent for my son to be interrogated under an untested spell. By the end of his tirade, the ministry official, Albus, was not entirely sure which department the man worked in, but knew he held an important position, was out of breath, and sweat was dropping down the side of his face. Well, there are 3 other students who we can ask our questions first. Naturally, the one being the most cooperative can gain some benefits should our suspicions prove true, Savage said nonchalantly, giving a half-smile and turning to the other 2 Gryffindors and the one Ravenclaw with the blue and bronze tie. Blessedly, they all stayed silent. If they only stuck to their story, Albus should be able to diffuse the attention and find a way to get the investigation dropped. With Harry in Tom's hands, Albus had to find another way to rescue their society from the Dark Lord. Maybe those brave lads and their dislike for dark magic and wizards could be those carrying on this noble goal. So, Mr. Parker, Mr. Summers, Mr. Belby, still convinced it's a good idea to continue lying. If no one volunteers, we will pick one of you to start with. There is no need to worry over the spell. We all had it cast on us earlier this week. It causes neither pain nor discomfort and doesn't force answers, so it is completely safe. With dismay, the old headmaster noticed covert glances being exchanged between Mr. Belby and his father. It was most likely that the odd Ravenclaw in this group would betray his friends in an attempt to get himself out of trouble, that the supposedly so intelligent could be so oblivious to the one simple truth that working together with your allies would serve you best. It was a conundrum. I agree to being the first to answer your questions under the truth spell, Aura Proudfoot, the younger Mr. Belby said, stepping a little away from his head of house, who looked proud if sad, and his father. His voice wavered at first, but then got firmer toward the end of his declaration. Very well. I will cast the spell, the Aura said, getting out his wand, casting a spell with a complex wand movement and strange-sounding incantation. A low glow surrounded Mr. Belby, who looked curiously down at his own hands. Phileas' eyes were wide with curiosity, but appropriate to the grave situation, the part goblin reigned in his need for knowledge. With growing trepidation, Albus watched ruin unfold. Where were you, Mr. Belby, on the evening during the time several persons attacked Mr. Henry Slytherin Potter on the Quidditch pitch of this school? The question was short and to the point. Albus started to plan a way to get the punishment to be lowered. It wouldn't be right to send the boys to Azkaban over a prank. Marcus took a deep breath and then started to talk in a bland, monotone manner. I was down at the Quidditch pitch. We all went down there to cheer Cormac on. He wanted a place on the Gryffindor team as keeper, and the captain wanted to decide between Weasley, the younger, not the twins, but Ronald and Cormac that day. Cormac didn't get the place. He was angry. We tried to get his mind off of the fact he had lost to Weasley. When we made our way back to the castle some time after the team practice, we noticed that someone was still flying. The glow remained steady around the boy's body the whole time, neither changing intensity nor color. And there again, a friend betraying his comrades. Sad that it was a theme repeating itself so often. Who all was part of the we you speak about? Aura Savage asked, totally unconcerned by the venomous glare the young McLagan sent his friend from the House of the Raven. Mr. Belby silently fidgeted, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. The glow stayed the same. Cormac was there, and I was there. The boy hesitated, and the glow got a darker tint to it. You said, and I quote, we all went down there to cheer Cormac on. Sounds to me that you were at least with two others besides your friend Cormac, Proudfoot prompted not unkindly. Jonas, John, and me, and Cormac, we were down there. When Cormac spotted Potter, he said he wanted to take him down a peg. He said I should keep a lookout. I heard heavy things fall down, found the others on the ground. We didn't wait around after I revived them. That's the truth. The boy sounded like the child he still was, petulant, unhappy about what was happening, his eyes firmly on the spot of carpet right before his feet. Lies. Mr. McLagan shouted from across the room, causing more than one portrait to jump in surprise by the sudden increase in volume. Not one word of all that nonsense is true at all. That actually is not true, Mr. McLagan. What we just heard is the truth as Mr. Belby knows it. The steady glow is proof of that, Ora Proudfoot stated with calm authority, silencing the enraged wizard easily. Albus rose to his feet when the Aura turned to face him, mind whirling on his search for some way out of this mess. Sometimes he wished teenagers would think a little more than they usually did. I formally request that these 4 students be suspended from lessons so we can get the remaining investigation done as quickly as possible. The young wizards will be placed under house arrest with their parents until the time they are either cleared or arrested. Setting his face into his most grandfatherly benevolent mask, Albus tried a disarming smile. I hardly think that such drastic measures are necessary. If they stay here at the castle, they will be quite safe, and their education won't be interrupted. After all, this whole affair was blown out of proportion. He spread his hands out in a way that communicated the helplessness they all suffered in the face of ministry procedures and bureaucracy. While Mr. McLagan nodded frantically, the students looked either stony or desperate. Minerva and Phileas had both pressed their lips into thin lines, sporting a similarity Albus hadn't spotted before today. His focus, however, lay on the 2 auras who didn't agree with him. Neither of us is responsible for the decision whether this matter was exaggerated or not. If you will not suspend the students and send them home with their parents, who will sign a statement declaring they acknowledge their responsibility to keep their children home and under constant supervision, we will arrest them now under suspicion of attempted murder. There is no other way at this point in time. Albus cast a silent, wandless legilimency probe. He had mastered this special, useful trick a few decades back by now, to skim Aura Proudfoot's surface thoughts. Maybe he would get a pointer on how to reach his short-time goal, keeping the boys in Hogwarts this way. He was deeply disappointed when he encountered Sala de Clemency's shields just behind those steely eyes. Ignoring a devastated Mrs. Parker's sobbing, Albus had to admit defeat for the moment and averted his eyes to focus on Minerva and Phileas. Escort the students to their dormitories so they can pack their possessions. Please, Minerva, Phileas. Both heads of house nodded and started to usher their students and their parents out of the circular office. Thank you for your cooperation, headmaster. Both auras gave him curt short bows from the neck before they left, and the door closed behind them. Once Albus was alone again, he sank back into his chair, rubbing his eyes behind his spectacles. What to do, now that the auras had some proof maybe he should instead work on creating tension between Harry and Tom. If he got Harry to run away from his guardian, he might be able to cast doubt on Tom's suitability to raise a child. Normally it would not do much, but in the case of the boy who lived, it might be enough. The moment Albus closed the door behind himself on his way down to the Great Hall, a lively discussion erupted behind him in his office between the portraits. As soon as he set a foot back into his office, he was likely to get an earful of unwanted advice from all the former headmasters and headmistresses. With a sigh, the current headmaster of Hogwarts started on his way down to dinner. Uo, with a slight humph Harry, sat down his heavy book bag next to his feet under the table. He had just returned from a study session with his Slytherin friends, and Hermione, down in one empty classroom on the first floor. Madame Pince frowned upon spellcasting in her domain, so to practice for transfiguration they had to meet elsewhere. Not for the first time since he had started to associate more with students from other houses, Harry wondered why there was no inter-house common room of some kind. They had run late, so both he and Hermione had decided not to run up to the tower to stow away their bags, but to go to the Great Hall. The Slytherins, Theo, Draco, Daphne, and both Grab and Goyle had opted to go down to the dungeons before going to dinner. Harry tried to be confident they did so because their way was shorter, and not because they didn't want to walk in with two Gryffindors. Ron's arrival from his special chaser keeper training session interrupted Harry's self-doubts. The redhead let himself fall into the seat next to Harry. Training went really well. Next training is Friday, with the whole team again. They all settled down, while the other students and their professors trickled in through the door, eager to start on the meal after a long day studying or teaching. The food appeared before the headmaster, while people were still coming in. Only on the few big feasts did the food only appear after the headmaster had called for it. Ron instantly started to fill his plate with chicken parts, beans, and potatoes. I wanted to ask if you have time tomorrow for some drills on the pitch. I don't want to let Angelina down. After all, she chose me over McLagan. After that, Ron concentrated on his food, seemingly having worked up an appetite from flying in the cold weather. Harry had just started filling his own plate with various vegetables, a big helping of potatoes, and one sausage, when the headmaster made an appearance, and instead of sitting down, stayed standing behind the head table, waiting. One by one, the students fell silent, the usual murmur fading into an uneasy silence. Harry and his fellow Gryffindors concentrated on the headmaster, some continuing to eat. I have the sad responsibility to inform you all that 4 students have been suspended for the duration of an Auror investigation and will be now returning to their homes. Because you would know their names by morning anyway, I will give them to you now. The headmaster made a pause, and Harry felt his heart racing. There was no other Auror investigation he knew of beside the one trying to find who had attacked him. Had they really found those that had almost killed him? Mr. Belby from Ravenclaw, Mr. Summers, Mr. McLagan, and Mr. Parker from Gryffindor will be suspended until the investigation is closed. There is no reason not to write to your friends. I'm sure the whole matter will be cleared up in no time. A wave of the headmaster's hand sent the hall into turmoil as the student body started to discuss the minimalistic announcement. Are they the ones that attacked Harry? Ron's question was the last Harry heard clearly before his head was filled with questions of his own, feeling strangely light. Professor Dumbledore had not said what the investigation was about, but it was highly unlikely to be one no one at the school knew about. Such news always made it through the whole school before a day was out. So was it over now? Would he be safe again? Well, at least safer than he had been while his attackers had been free to roam. But no, Harry stopped himself from jumping to conclusions. The 4 only were suspended during the ongoing investigation. Nothing was safe or finished yet. There always were ways around rules and laws that so many Death Eaters had walked free. Most of them had their money to thank for that. In a system so prone to favoritism, blackmail, and bribes, nothing was quite as clear-cut as things should be in court. That much Harry had learned during his life, and his lessons this summer had only confirmed what he already knew. A nudge to his chin dragged him back to the present. Hermione gave him a pointed glare, nodding her head in Ron's direction, who was rambling on at Harry's side. Can't believe that 3 of those ruffians are Gryffindors, attacking one of our own. Cowardly, casting stunners at someone flying. I know at least one of them had to be a Gryffindor, otherwise they never would have managed some of those pranks. The sad, forlorn look on his friend's face made Harry reach out and pat him on the arm. Yeah, it's hard to understand. But remember, Wormtail was a Gryffindor too, so whatever house someone is sorted into, it's not really an indication, is it? Harry didn't really believe that it was as impossible as Ron seemed to think it was. After they had learned that he was a Parselmouth, all of Gryffindor had turned against him. The widely believed stereotypic images of the 4 Hogwarts houses just didn't line up with what Harry had learned so far in his time here. Not all Slytherins seemed to be cunning or ambitious, or at least some of them were good at hiding it. Crabbe and Goyle came to mind, and neither were they all cowards and backstabbers, likely to poison your food. And Gryffindors. Not all of them were brave, or did only the right thing. If his own experience with the sorting hat was any indication, individual wishes, for instance, not embarrassing one's family, could influence the placement of students greatly. Relying on those superstitions could prove to be a real problem. But sadly, Harry was almost certain that he wouldn't be able to explain his doubts to his first friend just now or any time soon. Ron might be growing up, but he seemed to be taking a leisurely pace in doing so. Resolved to make the best of his would-be assassins being gone, Harry resumed eating. Maybe they would have the time to let Ron grow more mature and would be able to remain friends despite all the odds against them. Still curious if there was more to know about the Aura investigation, Harry decided he would call Marvolo on the mirror right after going up to the tower after dinner. Man certainly would know more, and was likely to answer questions Harry would ask. Uwu appearing in a clearing in the middle of an autumn-colored forest, Marvolo cast a few detection spells and let his gaze roam. He wouldn't put it past the werewolf to try an ambush or something else ridiculous. After all, he had placed the man's request for a meeting at the bottom of his priority list. Barty had informed him quite early on that Fenrir Greyback had sent a short note more or less demanding a meeting. Unsure of what to do with the man, anticipating his wish for more violence, and acting as a tool for intimidation, Marvolo simply had ordered Barty to answer with a decline, as there was no time at that particular moment. Now, after he had his escaped followers around, Marvolo had even less time, but had been made aware that leaving the man on his own might lead to problems further down the road. If the werewolf were to act on his own, disaster could strike, undoing all the work he had done on getting better laws for the majority of the werewolf population. Marvolo had selected this out-of-the-way clearing because it was one he had used before. The last time, if he remembered correctly, had been for an initiation ceremony roughly a year before he had gone after the Potters. Selecting a log placed conveniently in the middle, the wizard in one of his heavier dark cloaks cast a cushioning charm at it before he sat down. Why should he sit uncomfortably when magic was at his disposal? Listening to the wards and alerts he had placed here just this morning, Marvolo prepared to wait, and he had to wait. When the sound of apparition finally heralded the arrival of the man, he had trouble calling this particular werewolf a wizard, who had asked for this meeting. Marvolo had had enough of listening to the animals of the woods and their sounds. "So you finally have found time, Lord Slytherin," sneered the werewolf, even as he made a low and exaggerated bow towards the wizard sitting on his log, as if on a throne. The man had found some backbone, or he simply had forgotten that the Dark Lord was much more powerful and skilled. A brow rising in a mocking gesture, Marvolo stayed silent, sitting regally, one hand caressing his trustworthy wand. "You are back again, and I wanted to offer mine and my pack services. But considering you seem to be into domesticating what should be wild and free, I shouldn't wonder you made me wait." An ugly sneer exposed the pointed fangs Fenrir had created out of his teeth. "I have been busy," Marvolo replied neutrally. If he was correct, Fenrir would cause problems in the near future. The wolf's tendencies for violence, and his goal to create so many werewolves that they could exterminate the normal wizards and witches, seemed to have stayed the same. Fenrir snarled, slashing his clawed hands, or exceptionally badly kept fingernails. From this distance it was hard to say, through the air. "You once secured my services by offering me people to bite. Said you would remove the restrictions the ministry had put on us. You are an oath breaker." That last was almost barked, and then the man lunged forwards, colliding with a shield ward that flared brightly on contact. Watching with clinical disinterest as the now furious but cowed werewolf was flung back onto the leaf-covered forest ground where he cowered and cradled his right arm, Marvolo slowly stood. "I respect you as the leader of your pack, Fenrir, but make no mistake. I made an error trying to reach my goals by resorting to violence. Now that I'm sane once more, I chose another way. I honor my promise to work to get rid of the laws restricting werewolves. I know that's not what you had in mind, but I feel it is the best course of action. From now on, neither I nor any of mine will support your violent movement. Let this be a warning to you. Leave me and mine alone, and we will let you be. Attack us, and we will react with equal force." Once he had said it, he knew it was true. Giving werewolves a way to live in accordance with the law, giving them another prospect besides falling in with a pack leader like Greyback, was the best he could do for their community. The best for their community. Was it possible? Hot and cold shivers ran down Marvolo's back. Was it possible that the vow he had made the day he had adopted Henry, the day he had claimed his birthright as Lord Slytherin, was influencing his decisions? It would explain a lot. His willingness to help the headmaster of Hogwarts, the ease with which he had given up information about Killed and vanished members of their community, that he was even now planning to risk his own life, or rather his current body, to retrieve the bodies of those he had turned into in Ferry, and at the same time getting rid of a possible big problem for the future. He blinked slowly, only now registering that the wolf had used his distracted state of mind to make a run for it. Marvolo sighed. He had delivered his warning, now it was up to Fenrir to act on it. Knowing the man, Marvolo suspected that he would stage an attack of some kind, either trying to slander his name and public face, or attacking someone near to him to make him suffer. Whatever. In the end, Marvolo had no way to make the man act the way he wanted him to, not without risking discovery and possible repercussions. It would be many years before he could risk going against the laws in a way that was outside his Death Eaters and his heavily warded headquarters. Lifting all the spells he had set around the clearing, Marvolo prepared to leave. It was cold, and even with his warming charms, he now longed for a nice cup of sweet tea in front of the fire, a good book at hand. With a last look around, he apparated back to his study in the old house, given as a dowry to Doria Black. He had not even found the time to shed his cloak when a big explosion rocked the house. What by all the ghosts of Hogwarts was going on here? Getting his wand out of its holster, Marvolo rushed out of his office, looking for the source of the riot while feeling for the wards. Had Dumbledore managed to find them? Had they been betrayed? That thought was quickly forgotten when he heard Bellatrix screech at the top of her lungs. So there had been no breach, only unrest in the ranks. Adapting a more decisive stance, he had taken a more stealthy pose before Marvolo walked around the corner and onto the scene of a marital disagreement. Bellatrix stood in a near crouch, wand raised, facing off her husband, a snarl on her face, still surrounded by her wild hair. "I will not allow you to go after my family's heiress, Bella. You can screech all you want, but we will not harm the girl," Rodolphus growled, taking an equally versatile dueling stance. Tiredly closing his eyes, Marvolo pinched the bridge of his nose. Bella really promised to be a problem. More than once already he had thought about actually giving her up. But every time his thoughts went that way, his stomach would get queasy. His guess was that it had something to do with the mark he had placed on her. Casting a quick stunner to the witch, catching her by surprise, dropping her to the ground, Marvolo stepped more into the room, taking all the damage in. "Take your wife to her room, Rodolphus. Make sure she doesn't get her hands on a wand again." He dismissed the man who looked annoyed with his wife as well. Was there a way to reform her? Or would he be forced to either imprison her himself or give her up, even kill her? Abandoning that line of thought, Marvolo walked back to his study, calling for his house elf to make him a nice cup of chamomile tea. Then the mirror in his pocket started to vibrate. Henry was calling. Their almost daily short chats were really a nice thing he was looking forward to. Accepting the call from his son, Marvolo sat down in his favorite armchair, lighting the fire in the fireplace with a well-aimed incendio. "Hello, Henry. How was your day?" Chapter 45. Unexpected. Chapter text. Harry sat at his desk up in his room, holding the little mirror Marvolo had created for him. The normally reflective surface showed Marvolo's face at the moment. The man had greeted Harry with an almost cheerful, "Hello, Henry. How was your day?" So Harry started with the most notable news of the day. As their talks over the mirror were usually short, he kept to short tales of lessons and school-related activities. The Aurors have found enough evidence connected to the attack that 4 students were suspended and sent home. Cormac McLagan and 2 of his Gryffindor friends, Summers and Parker, and 1 Ravenclaw from his year, Belby. I feel much lighter now. It's quite silly, isn't it? And he did feel kind of silly. They hadn't done anything dangerous since he had gotten his own room, and maybe even had scared themselves with what they had done. It was unlikely, but as Harry didn't know for sure, he gave them the benefit of the doubt, or tried to. McLagan had been a right ass from the beginning of the year. "So our suspicions were correct," an introspective-sounding Marvolo said at the other end. Harry blinked, feeling the blood drain from his face. Marvolo had known. "Henry." Now the man sounded concerned, and red eyes were searching Harry's face. "What is wrong?" Trying to calm his racing heart and to look unconcerned, Harry answered with a little shrug. "Nothing." Harry could almost see the wheels turning behind those red eyes, and wondered when the man who had adopted him and seemed to care had started to be so easy to read. "Don't lie, Henry. The admonishment came almost immediately, but the wizard still sounded distracted. Then his gaze sharpened again. I did something wrong, didn't I? But what? Henry, I'm new to this part. Guardian thing, if you don't tell me what I did wrong, I can't change it. Now Harry was truly puzzled. He couldn't remember any adult admitting to errors like this. Almost the moment it did happen, and without any excuses. He wanted to stay angry at Marvolo for keeping something from him that did directly concerned him, but he felt his anger slipping away from him. Despite the dissipating anger, the resentment was clear in his voice as Harry finally answered. You knew who had attacked me. And you didn't tell me. Why? After a few slow blinks, probably thinking about what Harry had just told him, Marvolo took a few moments before he frowned and made a face. I acted like Dumbledore. He mock shuddered. I'm sorry, Henry. He sounded like he meant it, but Harry was still miffed about the fact Marvolo had withheld information as all adults did, or so it felt at least. Severus reviewed his memory of the morning when that potion was put into your goblet. He identified a few likely suspects, but it was nothing that would hold up in an investigation. So, I decided to not act on the information, Marvolo finally explained, still searching Harry's face through the mirror. Considering what acting on the information might have entailed, torture was the first to come to mind. Harry was a tad relieved the other had done nothing. But the fact the four had been suspended didn't mean they would be gone from the school for good. Well, the Auras have managed to find something substantial enough, but I'm not sure it will work out. What he knew of the workings of the ministry, it was all too likely that at least one would manage to worm his way out of consequences. McLaggen had mentioned, once or twice, that his father was a big number in the ministry. I will make sure that the procedure will be followed closely, even if I have to bribe someone to get it done. This statement made Harry laugh, bracing himself against the edge of his desk. It was too funny, in a sad way, bribing someone to ensure that proper legal procedure was followed. Abandoning that line of thought, it was not likely to go anywhere. Harry changed the topic. We had our first lesson with Professor Slinkard today. He's not as bad as Umbridge, but it seems like he really has something against practical defense. Hermione thinks we should start a sort of defense club. Marvolo allowed the shift in topic, and Harry was glad about it. He would have to think a little about the fact that Marvolo had not told him about the suspects Professor Snape had found, so it was better to stop talking about it for the moment. A club sounds like a reasonable idea. If you need one of the professors to agree to help, I can make sure Professor Snape will hold no objections. Shaking his head, Harry started to explain their plan, or rather Hermione's plan of action. Just before they would say their goodbye for the day, Marvolo started on another topic. Quite recently, it was brought to my attention that Fenrir Greyback might try to target you, Henry. He's all for a werewolves rule kind of society, planning to annihilate all human wizards and witches, either by infecting or killing them. My approach to integrate those affected by lycanthropy into society is something he can't condone, as he is known to target the family and friends of those he wants to harm. Be careful and warn your friends and allies. Harry nodded, more annoyed than surprised that there was another person out there willing to hurt him. I will warn everyone. Will this limit my ability to go to Hogsmeade? No, but I will stress again that I don't want you to be wandering the grounds after dark, and never set a foot into the Forbidden Forest if you want to fly on your broom at all next summer. Yes, sir, Harry answered. He really didn't fancy a stroll through the Forbidden Forest. Meeting the acromantula back when he had been a second year had cured him of any desire to go in there on his own, or even with friends. Going in there, knowing that a werewolf might be hunting him, would be utter madness. After they had ended their call, Harry placed the mirror in the one small drawer in his desk that he had reserved for the two communication devices, and got out the one linked to the mirror in possession of Padfoot. Flopping down gracelessly on his bed, green eyes stared up to the canopy over the bed. So Marvolo had withheld information that directly related to him. Names of the suspects behind the attacks he had been subjected to. Even if he might have been able to deduce the names by himself, McLaggen had been rather hostile, and his friends always did what he did. But that was not the point. Marvolo had done something wrong, not counting everything the man had done while he still had been Voldemort. If Harry started to count that, he would be back where he had been at the start of the summer holidays, doubting everything, being miserable and constantly confused. Not a state of mind Harry appreciated. Neither of them could change the past, but it had looked like Marvolo tried to make a better future. Well, he had realized he had made an error and asked Harry for help to understand what he had done wrong, and then he had shared information again. It might have been something Harry needed to know for his safety, but Marvolo could simply have said stay indoors, as the grown-ups had done when they had thought Sirius Black had broken out of Azkaban to hunt down Harry. Rubbing his hand across his brow, Harry frowned. It really was complicated, but as Mrs. Goyle liked to point out, humans were not perfect. Everyone was bound to make errors. The important thing was how they acted when they realized they had made an error. All in all, Harry thought Marvolo had reacted okay. There were no other words he could think of to describe his thoughts on this. He probably would have to wait and see how Marvolo's information sharing would develop. This had been the first slip-up Harry knew of, and there he stopped himself. He would not descend into that pitfall. Sitting back up, Harry grabbed the mirror Sirius had given him, scooting back to sit against the headboard. Speaking with his godfather certainly would cheer him up. Ooh, I don't think this is a good idea, Marvolo, Xerxes said from his seat by the fire, sipping from his tea, watching as his friend and lord prepared himself for the day's plans. Which part exactly, Xerxes? Was the amused question asked in return. The Dark Lord in hiding grabbed a vest of enchanted leather and slipped it on over his sturdy but elegant linen shirt. Oh, I'm not sure, Xerxes drawled, amused despite himself. The fact you will show a place created entirely by dark magic, by your hand, to the aura department, or maybe that you plan to eliminate an army of Inferi, if you would stop at destroying them. But no, you have to recover the bodies. I never would have thought that Lord Slytherin would someday take unnecessary risks. And he really had problems comprehending why his lord was undertaking this endeavor. It was overly risky. The Auras might find something that would break the story their lord was telling, exposing his duplicity and deceit to the public. Additionally, there was the real risk of bodily harm. Destroying Inferi was hard enough, but to reclaim the bodies, it felt like utter madness. The grey-haired wizard was taken by surprise when his younger-looking friend just chuckled at this, slipping into a relatively short, form-fitting leather robe. Well, it gave me the ability to retrieve something I left behind, the ancestral home of the Black family in London. It will garner some goodwill with the ministry and the broader public. So I would say it is a pretty decent move to solidify my stand within society. Finished with closing the silver buckles on his robes, Marvolo straightened and threw a smirk in his friend's direction. That I get to practice dark magic in front of ministry personnel, and they will thank me for it, just adds this little edge to the whole situation. You know. Oh yes, Xerxes could see the appeal to this scenario, and it was perfectly fitting for Marvolo to use this to fulfill his own desire to rub his skill and knowledge into the faces of the light wizards, while still maintaining the image of perfect, nice, and friendly Lord Slytherin. Just be careful, Marvolo. What else could Xerxes say? His lord would do as he wished, nothing an old school friend, Xerxes still wasn't sure if Marvolo had had any true friends as a child, could say would deter him from it. I will be. A much more solemn-looking Marvolo turned to look at Xerxes, finally attired befitting the planned activities for the day. I already have taken a few precautions. Don't fear if this body should come to harm. Most of the precautions that kept me from dying back then are still in place. But be prepared to take over duties as regent for Henry and the Slytherin lordship. I will certainly return if this body is killed, but I will endeavor to avoid the need for such an action. Xerxes was inclined to believe his lord, but didn't manage to say anything as he still tried to process the announcement so casually made just moments before. The Dark Lord gave his follower a knowing smirk. It is likely that Lord Black will gain custody should I once again vanish. Should this happen, I will contact you as soon as possible. There are instructions in my desk in the study at headquarters. I trust you will only search for it if it proves necessary. Still dumbfounded, Xerxes nodded in confirmation, his unbound hair swinging with the motion. An old clock chimed somewhere in the house. I should leave now, or I will be late, the younger of them said, picking up a small satchel from the chair it had been resting on, moving to leave the dressing room they had occupied at Lestrange Manor. Xerxes hurried to stand and follow, to show his lord out, as was proper by all standards of society. He really hoped that there would be no need for him to go looking for those instructions, even if he now was curious beyond belief over what those instructions might contain. They all had speculated about what means had been used to return their lord to them. It never had been spelled out what the ritual had been, or how he had even stayed in this plane when his body had been destroyed. Pettigrew had been handed over to the ministry relatively quickly, and to approach Snape for what he might know, because of his involvement with returning their lord to a human body, was useless. If there ever had been a man able to keep a secret, it was Severus Snape. Xerxes still remembered the thin youth the man once had been. Who would have ever thought he would become such an exceptional potions master? This only went to prove that there was no telling what a person could accomplish by taking a look at their parents and upbringing. After his lord had vanished with a flash of green flames, Xerxes made his way to his study. There was paperwork to tackle, custody of a few children to transfer, appointments with the goblins to negotiate. They seemed to be unsure how to react to the sudden increase in demand for ancestry tests. The newly appointed headmaster wondered if they were stalling, because the potion needed to prepare the parchment was time-consuming to brew, or maybe the goblin parts used were not readily available. Something like goblin hearts, certainly, would limit their willingness to brew more of it on short notice. Banishing these thoughts, Xerxes sat down behind his desk, asked the elves for some tea, and started to work. Uwo Marvolo stepped out of the flue directly into the Aura office. He had been allowed to use it this one time, and was glad he hadn't had to walk all the way from the entrance up to here. His first look fell on the group already assembled and waiting for him. Bill Weasley was there, as were Madame Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour, and a few more Auras. Marvolo was curious if they all intended to accompany him, or if they just had come to see them off. There was another Cursebreaker clad in reinforced protective clothing, as was Bill Weasley, and two unspeakables in their distinctive robes. The lively conversations came to a halt as soon as his presence was noticed. "It looks like I'm the last one. I'm not late, am I?" Marvolo asked, looking from one to the other, checking who was there and what the mood was in the group. It seemed to be mostly good, the atmosphere sated with curiosity. "You aren't late, Lord Slytherin," Scrimgeour said, his expression sour. "The others were already here to begin with. There have been a few changes to the expedition team at the last moment, and you need to provide a way to get us all to the place we want to rid of dark magic." Marvolo didn't try to keep his brow down at that. Up till now, the man hadn't given the impression that he had any big reservations about Marvolo and his actions after he had been declared a new person. It always had seemed like the man was a stickler for the rules and had aspirations for higher positions. Maybe the wizard saw the change Marvolo had brought to the ministry, challenging his possible avenues to higher ranks. "I could apparate someone licensed to create portkeys by side-along apparation to near the place. It would take a little time, but this way a portkey could be created to take the members of the expedition to the site quickly. It would be faster than apparating each one separately." Marvolo suggested, fully aware that there was a bunch of bureaucratic regulations around the creation of portkeys. He had wanted to plan for a little longer to sort all these little problems out before they actually went to clear out all the inferi. But the Aura department had pushed the matter. "You clearly know the place we would travel to. And I'm fairly sure that you know how to create a portkey yourself, Lord Slytherin," the taller of the two unspeakables stated in a slightly sarcastic tone, not asking outright why they should go to all the trouble when there was a much faster and easier method to reach their goal. Suppressing a smirk, instead aiming for a modest expression, Marvolo nodded in confirmation. "I certainly possess the knowledge to create portkeys, but I don't have the license needed. Nor have I memories of passing the necessary steps and exams to get one. Back before his first body had been destroyed, he never had bothered with getting such licenses. Why should he have? The licenses were mostly a way to make money, as they were really costly, and were used as a way to restrict and monitor magic deemed too dangerous or too easily abused to be freely accessible to the public. But considering what could happen if a portkey transported its passengers into something solid or deposited them 100 meters above ground, it really was common sense to only use portkeys created by those who knew what they were doing. Not that a ministry license was all that much reassurance. More than once there had been instances of examiners taking bribes to grant licenses to someone not making reliable portkeys. Marvolo certainly preferred to use those he had created himself. Madame Bones snorted and shook her head. Yes, yes, we all see that you are trying to follow the law this time around, Lord Slytherin. There was a chuckle from somewhere in the group. Marvolo thought it might have been one of the unspeakables. But we will not get to the cave if we try to follow the protocol too closely. So, is everyone comfortable with taking a portkey created by Lord Slytherin? She asked of those present, and got more or less neutral nods as an answer. Go ahead, Lord Slytherin. I accept your offer to help us get this endeavor on the road, and finished in a reasonable time. Giving a shallow bow, Marvolo had to concede that Madame Bones knew how to make the convoluted ministry move to reach a goal. If someone could provide me with a length of rope, I would be happy to comply with this request. In short order, the required length of rope was provided, and glowed in the deep blue indicating the spell had worked, and created a portkey. All members of the expedition took hold of the rope, and Marvolo activated the portkey, whirling them all away towards the coast and their destination. Ooh-oh, they all landed, more or less gracefully, on an empty stretch of land with a nice view of the sea. Wind was blowing, smelling of salt, fish, and algae, the cries of seagulls filling the air. Bill looked around, wondering where there could be a cave around here. When the last of the wizards, there wasn't a single witch in their team, as Madame Bones had declared herself too old to take part in such a dangerous plan. Had got back to his feet, they started to follow Lord Slytherin over the short grass blown every which way by the stiff breeze. As his robes were designed to protect him from dangerous magic, and not the effects of the elements, Bill was glad when they came to a narrow gill asterisk with a steep catwalk at the side, giving them shelter from the cold, biting wind. Following one after the other, they descended until they came to a small platform almost at sea level, frequently set under water by the incoming waves. We can swim through this opening, or conjure a boat to row. Maybe that would be difficult. We are a rather large group, Lord Slytherin said, pointing at a small hole in the cliff, almost invisible due to the rough waves constantly crashing against the stone. Or we could walk along the edge, if you give me a little time to dispel the protections placed so the walkway can't be discovered. They all opted to wait a moment, getting wet feet, only in a few cases probably. Both he and his colleague had cast an impermeable charm at their boots in anticipation of all the water they would encounter was preferable to having to swim in this weather. Bill watched, concentrating on every move Lord Slytherin made, assessing the man's skill with what he was doing. When he had watched him counter the curse on the headmaster's hand, he had gotten the feeling that the wizard had a vast well of knowledge at his disposal, and what he was seeing now only confirmed this. He was really curious what they would get to see once they were inside this cave they had been briefed about. The trip along the wall felt longer than it was. The spray constantly threatened to soak them, while the wind tried to sweep them into the sea. They all took a moment to catch their breath once they reached the inside of the cave, or more likely an antechamber, as there was no lake in sight, casting drying and warming charms on their clothes. Once Lord Slytherin had confirmed that there was nothing dangerous they could trigger here with casting magic of any kind. The cave is behind this wall, Lord Slytherin said, gesturing at a wall looking no different than the others. The Aurors stepped back, letting Bill and the other Cursebreaker step up and check the wall. In short time, they had spotted the rather crude spell on it, hiding a doorway that would activate once some blood of a human was smeared on it. Not a really complicated or sophisticated protection, sneered the older Cursebreaker, whom Bill had never really liked. The man tended to make crude jokes and belittle the apprentices, not a trait he liked in someone he had to work with. But this had been a volunteers-only mission, and beside them, there had been no others crazy enough to volunteer. Well, Lord Slytherin drawled, no one ever said paranoia added to any aesthetic sense. I think the location alone is not easy to find or access. He got out a small dagger which used to make a small cut on his left palm, pressing his hand and the blood on it to the wall. Without further comment, the wizard with the shady past stepped through the opening archway into the cave beyond. The others followed, getting out their wands in preparation for what lay hidden here. There was no real lighting, only a low green glow from somewhere in the middle of a fairly big, dark lake. Don't step in the water. Be aware that there is no way for a witch or wizard to apparate in this place, nor to use a portkey to leave. If you should reach the center of the lake, there is a small island there. Should the basin on this island still have some potion in it, don't drink it. It will make you suffer and forget every safety measure you might normally take. Just leave it be. Any other questions? Lord Slytherin's instructions were curt, spoken with some force and a chill in his voice that made it clear he was not happy. Bill looked over the lake and wondered how many inferi there were, and how many more could find a place under the surface as smooth as glass. When he cast the standard detection spell for inferi, he had had to look that one up in preparation for this trip. His mouth fell open, and he only dimly registered the shocked exclamations from the others. There was no need to speculate how many inferi might fit into the lake before it was full. It was already filled to its maximum capacity. Now the grim look on Lord Slytherin's face took on a whole new meaning. Bill looked at the man in his expensive protective clothing and wondered how it must be to know that he had done this, that he had killed this many people and trapped them here as animated dead bodies, forced to do his bidding, leaving many families not knowing what had become of their loved ones. With few words, they coordinated their plan on how to go about this mission and started to set up their equipment. Time to get these bodies out of here. Uo, watching the unspeakables getting some body bags out of their charmed satchel to store and transport the bodies, Marvolo scowled to mask his anticipation for the spells he would have to cast soon. There were a great many bodies in that lake, and they probably would have to come here more than once to clear the entire lake. A little bemused, Marvolo pondered about how the quest to get one body back for a bargain with Black had turned into dismantling the entire trap he had built here. But considering his fairly recent revelation, it might not be so unexplainable. If the Muggles were to find this place, magic and their whole society would be at risk of discovery. And what he had read about the past, together with his own experiences, had him convinced that it was truly in their best interest to stay hidden. Funny how such a seemingly inconsequential oath could influence one's behavior. But as long as this nudging towards actions benefiting the community was compatible with his own goals, it was not something he would fight against. Not that he was optimistic that fighting the compulsion was even possible. With some luck, the best for the community, in his opinion, would continue to align with his plans. Besides having planned to reach a position of power, he had always wanted to improve their society to something better, based on his outlook, of course. Lord Slytherin, the taller of the unspeakables, spoke to gain his attention. We have prepared everything, and now will require your assistance. Getting his almost white wand out of its holster, Marvolo stepped to the lake's shore, preparing for the spell to call forth the inferi one after the other. Now the amusing part of the day was about to start. He would call the inferi with a spell classified as dark, passing them over to the curse breakers to subdue, only for the unspeakables to identify and store the bodies. The auras were there to observe and guard their backs. Marvolo was unhappy that he had not managed to get at least one of his own auras on this mission, but Scrimgeour had insisted on attending himself and had brought his own hand-picked aura, one who was neither part of the Order, as far as he knew, nor one of his. The next hour passed in a steady stream of magic cast by them all. Marvolo held his spell at a steady pace, timing it that the others had enough time to do their part before the next Inferius stepped up to them. All the faces he could see when one of the others occasionally came into his line of sight were grim. From time to time, one of the unspeakables would call out the name of a person they could identify, and Marvolo felt a little bit lighter, even as he was quite exhilarated with the liberal use of powerful magic, as the name of Regulus Black was called. So the original reason to do all this was fulfilled. Lord Black would be able to bury his brother. After they had retrieved around 50 bodies, one of the unspeakables called for a break. Marvolo used the moment to stretch his legs a little and check the work of the others. It would be really unfortunate if one of the inferi were to get out of its bag and run around the ministry. It might be amusing to imagine, but it would be counterproductive. As he was sauntering over to the edge of the lake, along the line of inferi stored in dark blue bags, the sound of ripping fabric made him spin in place. He saw one of the inferi manage to get out of his temporary prison, extending its claw-like hands towards the red-headed wizard standing near the place, his back turned. his wand waving through the pattern of a general detection and examination charm. Without really thinking about his actions, Marvolo propelled himself into the air with a spell for unsupported flight he had developed once for intimidation purposes. Several yells alerted the Weasley man to the dangerous situation he was in, making him turn the moment before Marvolo managed to reach him and shove him out of the way of danger, grabbing the Inferius while flying by. Marvolo had a vague plan of dropping the Inferius into the lake and making his way back to the shore, but he had forgotten about an important part of his protections. It was impossible to cross the lake by any other means than the boat he had provided to do so. An attempt to fly over the lake by broom, for instance, would end just as his own flying ended, by falling into the lake. While the claws of the dead body he held with one hand left deep gashes on his arms after they had shredded his robes and the shirt, Marvolo contemplated that he was lucky he still was relatively near to the others, and glad that he had left Xerxes with clear instructions. Then he came into contact with the water's surface, as hard as any floor falling from this height, and with that much force, getting the wind knocked out of him, submerging and instantly assaulted by the dead wading under the water to do exactly this. Fighting to remain calm, to cast the needed spells to control them without his wand in hand, and without uttering a word, Marvolo felt more and more claws break through his clothes, opening wounds, making him bleed. He felt his strength leaving him as his body started to demand air, but he was held down and dragged deeper by the undead he himself had created. Oh, the irony. Totally disorientated, Marvolo finally lost consciousness, sinking deeper into the water. Minerva hurried to keep up with her student as he almost raced through the corridors of St. Mungo's. She frowned, not about the young man so eager to meet his guardian, but about Albus. She was fairly certain that her old friend would have sent almost every Gryffindor to see an injured parent without a moment's hesitation. But in this instance, he had almost seemed determined to keep the boy from the hospital whatever the cost. Now that she finally had managed to force the headmaster to follow his own rules and policies, family always had been important to him. She was accompanying Mr. Slytherin to visit his adoptive parent in hospital. She was unsure what she should feel about the apparent relationship developing between the man that had been you-know-who and the son of two of her favorite students. Was she happy that Harry had found family? Or should she be worried that the dark wizard would influence the still so innocent boy onto a dangerous path? She decided that it was not at all important what she thought the moment she managed to catch up to the boy in the private room the receptionist had sent them to. Harry was hanging over the bed, his arms wrapped around the man lying in it and looking bewildered, looking as if he were hanging on for dear life. Who was she to judge what was right and wrong here? Harry didn't care one bit what others might think about him. What they might think about Harry Potter, the boy who lived, hugging Lord Slytherin. He didn't even care what he would feel later. Probably guilt for fearing for the safety of his parents' murderer. The man still plotting to gain power, going against the ministry, hiding escapees, still torturing and killing. Earlier today, during a lecture, Harry had suddenly felt intense panic and fear, only for these emotions to be cut off suddenly. Until Professor McGonagall had come to inform him that his guardian had been injured during a task he had undertaken for the Auror office and was in St. Mungo's, Harry had felt like he was sitting in a heated cauldron. He was unable to sit still or concentrate on anything. He had known that Marvolo had planned to go to the cave and get rid of all the Inferi lying in wait there. The older wizard had been certain he would be able to handle everything that might happen there, and Harry had been inclined to believe him. Clutching the man in his arms even harder, Harry now knew how foolish that had been. There never was a way to be certain. "Ouch, Henry, please. You are squeezing too hard," the strangled voice of the wizard Harry had been so worried about said, patting the teen's back awkwardly with one of his heavily bandaged hands. Dropping his arms instantly, Harry stepped back, looking a little sheepish. "Sorry, sir," he mumbled, letting his green gaze wander over the other's body. His arms and hands were bandaged, and Harry could see a bandage peeking out under the only half-closed sleeping shirt Marvolo was wearing. The wizard was overly pale as well, almost as pale as Professor Snape usually was. "It's all right, Henry," Marvolo said with a small smile in his eyes. "A hug like that is nicer than I had thought it would be." Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Sure, he had known that Marvolo hadn't had a happy childhood and that he had no real friends or family after that, but he never had made the connection that the wizard had never been hugged before. "Are you terribly hurt, sir?" Harry really wanted to know how bad it was. He was disturbed to know that he seemed to care, to really care, about Marvolo Slytherin, the man that had been Voldemort, until he had decided to no longer use the name. He knew what he would like to speak about at his next appointment with Mrs. Goyle. "Nothing that will not heal with time." Marvolo dismissed the question, but flinched as he waved his hand. "In fact, the healers here have agreed to let me go home as long as I have a competent healer there to care for me. I already contacted Healer Greengrass, who will be up to the task, I'm sure." "That's good." At least it sounded like it was something good. "But what did happen, sir?" Marvolo patted the bed at his side, inviting Harry to sit down, again startling the teenager with such a normal action, before he started to tell what had happened to bring him to this state. Neither wizard noticed the Transfiguration professor leaving the room, closing the door softly behind her. Minerva stared at the wall opposite the door she just had closed. Deep in thought, she didn't notice the oldest Weasley boy walking up to her and almost jumped out of her boots as he addressed her. "Professor McGonagall, you brought Harry to see Lord Slytherin." Holding her left hand to her heart, Minerva nodded, catching her breath. "I did, Mr. Weasley. And I will take him back to school after he has talked to his guardian." She was not about to explain more than that. It would be highly unprofessional. She was a little startled to see the solemn nod from the former head boy. "That's just as well, I suppose. He can use the distraction of being with his friends after such a shock, I'm sure. Never would have thought that Lord Slytherin would risk his own skin to save anyone. So that's what happened." Minerva couldn't stop herself from asking, still sounding professional, and not like one of those gossiping witches or wizards, always after the latest scandal in one of the old families. She was curious what exactly had happened, and was sure that no report she could probably later read in the Prophet would get near the truth. "Yeah, he got me out of a tight spot. Do you know what we were doing today?" Minerva negated this with a small shake of her head, prompting the younger wizard to tell her the whole story with big gestures and excited words. By the time Minerva had brought Mr. Slytherin back to the Gryffindor common room, she was certain that Albus had lost his grasp on reality concerning everything connected to Lord Slytherin. She would have to see if other areas of his duties were affected by this. If he was going senile, she had to make sure no students would come to harm. And there he was, again surrounded by his adoring fans. But he wasn't a proper Gryffindor, adopted by you-know-who, speaking with snakes, the real and the human ones. If he were a proper Gryffindor, he would have run away, would have stopped speaking with snakes, those with legs and those without. But no, he kept his dark ways, and also made sure his friend got on the team and not Cormac, who certainly was a much better flyer than this Weasley. She glanced up from her book of simple prank spells she tried to read, looking over to the group of fifth years sitting around Slytherin. She always said it with disgust, even in her head, listening to his story of some supposedly epic adventure some people had had today. If she only could manage to make him slip in his acting, then everyone would see him for the slimy snake he truly was, and her Cormac could come back to school to be with her. Idly flipping a few pages, she came across one spell and its big flashing warning box. Well, this one had potential. If she set it up at the right time, she was likely to get her target. She kept on plotting while Harry, the most deceptive student in the whole of Hogwarts, acted for the stupid so they would keep following him. This would not go on much longer because she had a plan. Diles watched sadly from her canvas as the current headmaster of Hogwarts paced around the office, muttering to himself. She remembered like it had been yesterday when the young man had come to this office for the first time. He had been made head boy and was getting instructions from the headmaster of the time. He had been such an eager teenager, eager to learn all magic he could, eager to prove himself. Diles had always thought he was a tad hostile towards muggles, but it was not an uncommon sentiment then, and he didn't seem like a person inclined towards violence. Of course the community of former headmasters and headmistresses from the time the magical portrait had been invented onwards, had heard of him before. Professors had been in the office talking about the bright student Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, debating if they should offer him additional tutoring or let him skip a year. There were many rumors the portraits overheard during the day and discussed once all the humans had gone to sleep. They had formed a habit of betting on possible outcomes of the lives of the students they got to see and hear more of. And they almost all had agreed that Mr. Dumbledore probably would become Minister of Magic one day. Looking back, it was obvious that they had been oblivious to much that was going on in the boy's life. The Sorting Hat had a habit of telling them all about the first years he had sorted, so they all knew that the younger brother of Albus Dumbledore, Aberforth, had come to Hogwarts as well. But they never heard of him beside that. He was an average student, like most of the children. As they were hooked up to the school in a way she didn't comprehend, they all knew the names of all children eligible to attend Hogwarts the moment they were born somewhere on the British Islands, even if they were unable to talk about them, if not directly asked about one of them. So they knew there had been a girl by the name of Dumbledore who should have come to the school, but never did. When Albus returned as the teacher for Transfiguration, he had lost most of the brightness so evident in the younger man he had been. The discussion, a few years later, when the headmaster had wanted him to become head of house for Gryffindor, led to a long discussion later in the night over what had happened to make the young man so weary of positions of power, when he had been so eager for influence shortly before graduation. The Albus Dumbledore of the present had sat down in his chair, sipping on a cup of tea, looking tired and weary. They all had witnessed how the man had been scheming and plotting and watched all his plans crumbling under his hands. If she didn't know the reasons for his struggles, she might have been tempted to think him an evil man. At first they had got to see a pleasant teacher with a penchant for those students a little laid back, not striving for powerful positions, but following their dreams of traveling the world, playing Quidditch, and getting involved in arts. They had seen him struggling to avoid positions of power, long discussions, until he consented to become deputy headmaster under Dippet. Then Tom Riddle had come to the school, setting the Sorting Hat to reminiscing over times long past now that a descendant of Slytherin had found his way into the school. The enchanted nuisance, he tended to rub it in their faces that he was older than all of them, had met descendants from almost all the founders' families over time, bemoaning that he was forbidden to share what he found in their heads with the children, and therefore was forced to let the lines be hidden for so very long. The fact Albus Dumbledore resented those that sought out power was becoming clearer and clearer with time. That he suspected the young boy Mr. Riddle of evil was clear. Sadly, the headmaster, Dippet, never asked them about what they knew about those attacks, or why some students always came to ask if they could stay. It was not only Tom Riddle who didn't want to return to the Muggle world during a war. Dylies wished she could tell Albus that his struggle with power was not shared by all. That seeking out influence was not a mark of evil like he seemed to believe. Not everyone sought power to do bad things. It had been one night, after Albus had become headmaster, the 5th or so anniversary of the famous duel between Albus and the wizard named Grindelwald, that they finally learned the background of all those seemingly random actions to keep power out of the hands of those reaching for it the most. They had learned of Ariana, the girl who had never made it to Hogwarts, Gellert Grindelwald, and a summer romance, the guilt convincing that brilliant young man that he could not be trusted with power, that there rarely ever was one who could wield it and do good. The sudden change from academical interest in all fields of magic as a student to banishing all that could be deemed dangerous, and was named Dark in current times as a professor. The death of his little sister over a disagreement between brothers over a lover, and the grand plans of two young men. It did explain the automatic suspicion Albus had held for those using power consciously, and his favoritism towards those that didn't seem to hold any regard for their social rules, boundaries, and structures, or lost themselves in topics never leading to political influence. It looked like Albus was finally on his way to losing everything, because he refused to acknowledge that it was possible for there to be something other than love between parents or guardians and the children in their care. Sending Tom Riddle back into a war-ridden city into the care of an alcoholic woman had been an error. Sending Severus Snape back into a house with a drunkard father doing nothing to curtail his favorite group of careless bullies from tormenting a boy their age. Sending Harry Potter back to muggles afraid of magic, maybe. He was finally losing his grip on reality. Their various attempts to make him see, to make him realize that he pushed those sorted into Slytherin into their actions against him because they saw no other way, had not worked, and they were unable to tell him about their knowledge, bound to never tell what they learned about the students to anyone. Only the headmaster could get some of the information, should he ever ask. But Albus never had done, and probably never would. He sent them to spy and send word, never asking for their advice or further knowledge. In fact, he seemed rather miffed every time one of them offered advice out of their own volition. "Oh, Albus, I wish you would talk with someone about your troubles." She feared it was already too late. She could only hope he would not cause any more damage until he was removed from his position. Ooh, ooh, when the flu in the staff room at Hogwarts had flared, Severus had listened with mounting horror to the short message the Auror had relayed to the head of Gryffindor, because the guardian of a Gryffindor student had been almost fatally injured, and the boy should get the opportunity to visit with the man. Severus had not known what his lord had planned for that day, but as soon as Minerva was gone and their meeting postponed, Severus went to his quarters to ask Lucius about this, or inform him as the case might be. Now that he knew his lord would be fine in just a few days' time, Severus had continued with his plans he had made days before. So now he was standing in a small, tastefully decorated jeweler's shop workshop combination, inspecting various rings. The bell over the door chimed a silly little melody as the door opened to admit another customer. "Call for me when you found what you're looking for, Master Snape," the jeweler said, turning to go over to the door, pleasantly greeting the newly arrived patron. Glad that the hovering presence was gone, Severus concentrated on the different bands of metal in the small tray of black velvet. To reduce the mass of rings he had to choose from, Lucius' recommendation about the large variety to choose from here had been accurate. Severus had named his most important criterion to the artisan, a smooth surface. So there were no flashy stones protruding from the rings or intricate designs that could catch on anything. But there still were too many different ones. Gold, silver, platinum, electrum, iron, copper, rose gold, with and without small gems embedded, alone or combined. He would have to add a few criteria to narrow down the possibilities further. Sanya worked with potions ingredients, would likely work alongside him once they were married, and if she didn't want to have to take the ring off every day, as he guessed would be the case, the material was as important as the practical form. So silver was out, as were all gold variants, too soft for constant wear and used in potions because of their properties. Sorting the rings to exclude all those containing silver and or gold, Severus contemplated the different metals there were, and which of those were not used in any potions, or at least not any of the common ones. Titanium. Yes, titanium should work just fine. There were several titanium rings on the tray, some even treated in such a way that they displayed a different color than the silver sheen most of them had. One in particular caught Severus' attention. It seemed like several strands of metal had been woven around each other, taking on the appearance of vines or roots winding around each other. Two small diamonds had been set into the vines, twinkling up at him. And still the surface was smooth as glass. The visible structure was not evident to his touch, and there was no magic inside the ring. It was beautiful, practical for someone working with potions, and something unusual. He had found the ring he would get for his Sanya. "I have found what I have been searching for," the potions master called out to the owner of the shop, moving his chosen ring off to the side, before he looked up over to where the man was standing. As soon as he saw the other customer, Severus started to swear in his head. Doge was standing there with an old dented pocket watch in his hand, probably to get it repaired, and looked shocked to see Severus Snape there buying a ring too small to fit on Severus' own hand. So he clearly was buying the ring for someone else. And jewelry this expensive was not something one would get for just anyone. Hastily finishing his purchase, Severus left the shop as fast as he could manage. He probably should give the ring to Sanya this evening and ask her if she was willing to be openly associated with him from now on. If she was not, he would have to find something to tell the headmaster. If she was, on the other hand, He would be only too happy to tell the old meddler that he had found a woman he loved, a woman he would marry and have a family with. That probably would send the old headmaster into confusion. After all, he was still convinced that Severus was so burdened down with guilt that he could not see himself in a relationship with anyone. That had been accurate a few months ago, but no longer. With a smirk, Severus walked down the street, his robes billowing behind him, searching for a place he could apparate from so he could visit with Sanya and her father, before Doge had time to go to the headmaster and inform him of what he had seen this evening. Chapter 46, Denial. Chapter text: he had died, or he would have, if he had had no Horcrux tying him, or rather his soul, to the mortal plane. After drowning, not at all a pleasant way to die, he found himself floating without a body again. And even now, looking back on what he had seen, he was unsure of why this all had happened. Unsure why he had risked so much without a moment of hesitation or thought, and unsure why the others had risked so much in return to rescue him. Because while he floated near the water and the shore, he watched 6 wizards work together to retrieve his body. Someone had conjured or transfigured walls of some kind, enclosing a stretch of the lake slowly being emptied of water by some clever spellwork of one of the unspeakables. The auras had been using fire spells and charms. Marvolo hadn't been able to make out which specifically, to keep the Inferi at bay, allowing the 2 cursebreakers to wade through the water, searching for the body that had been dragged under by the undead. Through the haze, Marvolo had watched as Weasley and the other one had found his badly mangled body and had carried it to the shore. Luckily, he had remembered the one account he had read, detailing the mechanics of returning to the body if it wasn't destroyed upon the death that severed the connection between body and soul. So he hovered near, keeping close watch so he could return into the body once he would not instantly be expelled again. He had watched as the head aura used basic battlefield healing charms to stem the bleeding and vanish the water from his lungs. As they started to use a spell used to restart a heart, Marvolo used his experience with possessing small animals. He never would have thought he would have to do this again, to return to his own body. He had felt the pain from all the wounds on his arms, torso, and legs, and gasped for breath, only to pass out a moment later. When he had regained consciousness the next time, he had been in a brightly lit room surrounded by people he didn't know. Some female-sounding voice had tried to calm him down. A potion had been pressed to his mouth, and he had drunk, much too confused and out of it to do anything else. When he finally had woken again, he had been in the room he now still was in. Yesterday evening the healers had insisted that he stay the night for observation. As Malcolm had agreed, Marvolo had to surrender to their demands. The only concession he could get out of those demanding he rest and take his potions was that someone of his choosing would guard his door. Before he could spend more time trying to analyze the happenings of the day before, he needed to know why he had just jumped to help someone not connected to him, or eat more of his breakfast sitting on the tray over his lap. There was a knock at the door. "Come in," Marvolo called out, settling back into the small mound of fluffy white pillows a Mediwitch had stuffed there so he could eat his breakfast. Crabbe Sr. opened the door and looked in without entering the room. "There is a Mr. Bill Weasley come to visit you, Lord Slytherin," the wizard announced. It was fortunate that the man worked regularly as a guard, as it was not at all odd for Marvolo to hire him to guard him here in the hospital. "Let him in," the Dark Lord ordered, giving up on his porridge that was cold by now anyway. He had no real appetite, as his wand was missing, and he still felt uneasy about his actions. He wasn't used to acting without a plan or risking himself to help another. The last time he had been in any mortal danger, he had been on his own, and when he had sent his people on missions, he hadn't been there to come upon a situation where he might have had to offer help of any kind. "Lord Slytherin, it is good to see you awake," William Weasley said, as the door to the small private room was closed behind him. The red-headed wizard seemed nervous, and his robes looked like they had been stored in a wardrobe for some time and only were taken out for special occasions. "It is good to be awake," Marvolo answered, shifting his weight a little as the last pain potion he had taken started to fade. "It seems like my attempt at a rescue was partially successful." "Partially?" Blue Eyes looked a little bewildered at the wizard in the bed. "Well, if I had been truly successful, I wouldn't have almost died." That entirely dryly delivered statement startled a small, nervous chuckle out of the curse breaker. Well, I came here to thank you for preventing that inferius from attacking me, and to return this to you. A slender wand from a light wood was drawn from one of the robe pockets. I found it on the ground near the lake, and thought you would want it back. With a slightly trembling hand, unable to prevent this show of weakness in his current state of health, Marvolo accepted his wand back, feeling a large boulder falling from his heart as the warmth of his wand returned to him traveled up his arm. If he were superstitious, he would have thought his wand would always return to him, whatever would happen. But of course that was silly. That Pettigrew had been the first on the scene and had taken the wand away with him that night back in 81 had been pure luck. He would have to be a lot more cautious to avoid tempting that luck any further in the future. You are the first of the expedition team I have seen since yesterday. Can you tell me what happened after I plunged into the lake? Of course, he had seen most of the retrieval of his body, but he didn't see what happened after that, and as he could not risk evoking any suspicions, there was no way but to ask. And so Bill Weasley started to tell what they had done to battle the Inferi, destroying over 3 dozen of them in the process, locating Marvolo and stabilizing him. The two unspeakables were skeptical that you would remain stable, Lord Slytherin, while we transported you out of the cave. It is quite the journey, after all. But Aura Scrimgeour thought to try something, because you only warned us that humans were unable to apparate. He was able to call his house, Elf, and got you to St. Mungo's pretty quickly. The young wizard concluded his report. It seems it was to my advantage that the wizard placing the wards around the cave was ignorant about the abilities of other magical beings. Marvolo huffed and carefully encased his wand in one heavily bandaged hand, tucking it in near his body. He wondered why Regulus had not instructed his elf to take him back as well. Maybe he had not thought his plan all the way through, or he had feared that the elf would not be able to get them both out of the trap. Either way, if he hadn't made that grievous error back then, he would not have survived the last day. Or maybe it wouldn't have been necessary at all, because the locket wouldn't have been stolen. Slowly blinking, Marvolo resurfaced from his thoughts, looking at an uneasily shifting red-headed wizard, decidedly pale under his freckles. With a deep breath, Marvolo gave the man who had helped to retrieve his body a shaky smile. It seems that the healers are right to caution me to take it easy for a while. Thank you for returning my wand, and thanks for helping in my rescue, Mr. Weasley. I'm sure we will see each other again. It was as polite a dismissal as he could manage in his current state, and the other understood it perfectly. With a few courtesies and polite words, the curse-breaker took his leave, leaving the other wizard to his thoughts. It seemed that he had won a few points with the Weasley for the risk he had taken trying to rescue him. If this was reported accurately in the Prophet, or even with a more positive outlook, he stood to gain quite a bit of public acceptance. If he was inclined to lie to himself, he could try to cover up his unprecedented bout of bravery as an attempt to garner goodwill. But this was just a possible good side effect, because nothing of this had been planned. Settling back into his pillows, Marvolo idly wondered if Henry's dumb luck was rubbing off on him. Considering how many times it had served Henry to get out of a tight spot, it might not be such a hardship. If it didn't come with constantly getting into danger in the first place, that was. Ooh, it was silent in the homey kitchen at the Burrow. With the younger kids in school and the 3 eldest at work, and with their own apartments, there was no one around to make a ruckus. Both Marley and Arthur sat at the table, which was scorched and scratched by years of living with the twins in the house, sipping at cups of tea. Arthur watched his wife, trying to assess her reaction to the news they had gotten yesterday and just now at the latest order meeting. The news they had heard had sparked a lively discussion. One might be tempted to call it a shouting match. The order was split into 2 not necessarily equal parts. After they all had heard about the excursion to the lake by the sea that Lord Slytherin and several ministry employees had undertaken the other day, the discussion had started. Marley had been furious, as she had realized that her son hadn't told them beforehand that he would be one of the 2 curse breakers working on this assignment. Silently, Arthur had to agree that this probably had been the wise thing to do. Marley tended to be overprotective of her children, even now that they were grown and living on their own. Albus and Alastair had been adamant that Lord Slytherin had only survived that fall into the lake because he had Horcruxes still. Bill and Tonks were of the opinion that a you-know-who, as he had been during the last war, never would have attempted the rescue Lord Slytherin had. Bill had repeated more than once that there had been no time to think, plan, or weigh the consequences. His eldest maintained the point that this rescue was the result of a compassionate human acting on instinct. After that, the meeting had dissolved into shouting, accusations, and recriminations. Arthur was pretty sure that both Dumbledore and Bill were right. Lord Slytherin had acted out of instinct when he had rescued Arthur's eldest son, and he only had survived because currently he was unable to die. I don't know what to think, Marley said, confusion evident on her face. The man did all those awful things. He killed my brothers. But now he rescued my son. Why is this all getting so complicated? She sighed and refilled her cup. Arthur drained his own tea and sat the cup down on the chipped saucer. I think it is pretty clear that he is no longer the man he was before, that is. His actions paint an obvious picture. He's trying to undo some of the damage. Sure, it's impossible to undo everything that happened, but by all accounts, and all the rumors, he has already done quite a bit to aid the ministry. He even gave up safe houses and other hideouts where the escapees might have hidden. The balding wizard sighed again, registering the stubborn set to his lovely wife's jaw. I don't trust him, she huffed, and then busied herself with cleaning up the kitchen for the second time that morning. Whenever Marley had to think about something complicated, she tended to clean, cook, or bake. It was a way to keep her hands busy and her head clear while pondering complicated matters. He could understand her perfectly. That Lord Slytherin had custody of Harry had been a blow, but Marley had been attempting to let the past rest, for Harry's sake, if nothing else. When Albus had told them that the man had created something that prevented him from dying, killing people to do so, Marley had exploded, splitting a soul. There was no way such a man could redeem himself. And now their son had expressed his wish to learn from Lord Slytherin, as the man had such a unique outlook on the magic Bill encountered during his work from day to day. Arthur understood the fascination. He felt the same whenever he had met Hermione's parents. To speak to Muggles about their life, he couldn't pass up the opportunity, but feared the implications. Sending his cup over to the sink with a wave of his wand, Arthur stood. I think I should make my way to the ministry. There is a stack of parchment waiting for me on my desk and several reports to write. The vanishing keys have made a reappearance. Nothing really sinister, but the paperwork stays the same. Taking his cloak down from the peg by the door, Arthur gave his wife a kiss and a reassuring smile. I'll probably be home late. Her only response was a weak smile and a nod. Arthur walked out the door and through the garden. Hopefully Lord Slytherin really had regained a conscience and would choose another way. They all would suffer if the man should return to his old ways. Later on Thursday, Marvolo sat on a lounge, resting against several soft cushions, his legs stretched out before him, covered by a dark green woolen blanket. He had a quill spell to be linked to an inkwell standing over on the side table, and a parchment to take notes on. Healer Malcolm Greengrass had insisted Marvolo rest today, not doing anything physically straining, so he had decided to make notes about his newest discoveries about the mechanics and workings of Horcruxes. It wasn't something he would have willingly experimented with, but now that he had experienced it, there was little point in not using the knowledge he had gained for his book. He had asked Malcolm for an assessment of Bella's state of mind, only to get a reluctant answer with many pauses and relativizations. All in all, it was clear that Malcolm didn't see himself as an expert in mind healing and was therefore understandably reluctant to make any commitments when displeasing his lord might result in a harsh punishment. Letting the man return home, Marvolo returned to his pondering about what to do. The gist of what Malcolm had been willing to say was that Bella would need some serious help to be able to function on her own once more. She tended to forget she needed to eat and sleep, was always out to quarrel with someone, aggressively searching for confrontation, eager to please her lord, but unable to grasp that his goals and methods had changed. After her last display, she had kept pushing, even though she hadn't had a wand to cast any spells. Only after Marvolo totally lost his temper and cast a Crucio at her did she quiet down. All the way to her room, escorted by her husband, she had been mumbling, thanking her lord for his mercy. Marvolo had felt decidedly sick, Another new experience he could have done without. But the way she had reacted was just not what he would expect from someone who just had suffered from the pain curse. Begging, remorse, some outlandish promises, he expected all of that and more. But something like thanks, glowing eyes like a repeat would be welcome. No, he wasn't comfortable with that. He distantly remembered that her behavior had amused him in the past, and had trouble comprehending his own perspective on the world back then. The only expert on the human mind he knew was the mind healer he had found for Henry. So he had called Goyle to get his aunt here, as he himself was not up to traveling anywhere for this day at least. He had managed to get a rough draft of the chapter pertaining to the regaining of a body, when his house, elf announced the arrival of Goyle and his aunt. "Let them in," Marvolo commanded, and swished his wand to send his work over to a warded cabinet. He wouldn't take the chance of someone discovering his means of survival beyond those that already knew. "Healer Goyle, come in and take a seat," Marvolo greeted the female squib, levitating a chair over for her to sit at a comfortable distance from his own place for a longer conversation. "Lord Slytherin, what happened to you, if you don't mind me asking?" The older woman said, sitting in the chair once it stood again firmly on its four legs, smoothing her knee-length skirt down as she did so. "I had an unfortunate encounter with a few in Ferry, but that is not really the reason I asked you to come here, Mrs. Goyle," Marvolo answered, amused by her blunt question. "As you know, I will not discuss anything from the talks I have with your son, sir." Now there was a hint of steel in her voice and eyes. "Lest there is anything I should be concerned about, I will not ask you to," Marvolo said with a small shake of his head. He was reasonably sure he wouldn't really want to know what they were talking about. "No, I have a question to ask you, as you, Mrs. Goyle, are the only mind healer I know." Folding her hands in her lap, she relaxed against the back of her chair, exuding a professional air. "I'm willing to listen, but I can't promise that I will know an answer, or that you will like it, Lord Slytherin." Marvolo chuckled at that. It was surprisingly funny to encounter people willing to stand up to him, even knowing that he still was the Dark Lord and a dangerous wizard, if he chose to be. "A hypothetical situation," Marvolo started, selecting his words with care. "If I knew an individual exhibiting behavior indicating an unstable state of mind, would you be willing to speak with them and assess their mental health?" He watched her think as he took the potions appearing before him on his small lap tray, courtesy of the elves, scheduled by his own healer. To get better, he needed to follow the healer's orders. "Purely hypothetical, I would of course speak with someone in need of help, but depending on who that person is, I might feel obligated to inform certain authorities without a patient-doctor relationship to allow me the right to refuse to speak about my patient's health with just anyone." So she had caught on rather quickly, but that was no real surprise. After all, she had studied a complex field of healing and was doing well in her chosen profession. "So you would require a contract equal to that you have for my son to be safe from the obligation to share anything with possibly interested third parties." The currently injured Dark Lord asked for clarification. She nodded and continued to watch him attentively. "That is good to know," Marvolo murmured to himself before taking a fortifying breath. "Now on to the uncomfortable part. I further wanted to ask if you have the time to take on another patient for therapy, not unlike what you do for Henry." The woman, dressed in a professional grey coat and skirt, leaned forward a little, her eyes glittering in interest. "I have time to accommodate another client. Am I right to assume it would be you, Lord Slytherin?" Fighting off the blush of embarrassment he felt at needing help with his own emotions, Marvolo nodded. "There have been several instances of urges and actions I'm not used to that confuse me. I fear that several different oaths might be influencing me, as well as some effects from the curse that might still linger." Marvolo knew that he would need to go into some detail once they really started, but for the moment, this was the clearest he could be. For everything else, he would need her signature under a strict secrecy contract. "I'm certainly willing to help you cope with the changes to your life and all other things that might still be lingering from the past affecting you now, Lord Slytherin. I guess you won't say more until I have signed the contract." Instead of answering her, Marvolo summoned two of the basic secrecy contracts he had prepared waiting in his office. He would adapt them to the current situation and hopefully receive an assessment for Bella's hope of healing sometime soon. Maybe the potion Severus had developed to help children forget about the muggle world they grew up in, to get detached from potentially abusive pasts, could help her. After the mind healer had left, Marvolo closed his eyes to rest, before deciding that he would rather read, since he was forced to remain at home tonight. Sighing, because he very well knew that he was distracting himself with this avenue of thought, Marvolo placed his wand back in his lap on top of the blanket. For all the time he had spent thinking about his rash actions of yesterday, the implications for his future plans, ways to help Bella, he had not spent a second dwelling on the hug Henry had given him in the hospital. In fact, he had avoided the situation in his thoughts like the plague. It had been the first hug he could remember, always assuming that he had been held as an infant, and it had felt good. Individual attention at the orphanage had always been something to be avoided, as only those deserving of punishment had received it. After a few times, Marvolo had done a lot to avoid the attention of the chronically overworked staff. Summoning a book from one of the shelves, Marvolo mused that he probably wouldn't be able to avoid thinking about this in similar situations once he started to work with Healer Goyle. But for the moment, he was able to do as he wished, so he would do exactly that. After their charms class just before lunch, Harry and Hermione walked up to Professor Flitwick. Hermione held the small scroll with their proposal bound with a Gryffindor red ribbon tightly to her chest. She was nervous and excited at the same time. They simply had to get Professor Flitwick to supervise their study club. Harry had reassured her for over a day now that they would get one of the teachers to fill the position, even if Flitwick should decline for whatever reason. "Professor, may we have a moment of your time, sir?" Hermione asked with the most confident posture she could manage, holding her head high and managing to not sound as nervous as she felt. "What can I do for you, Miss Granger?" Mr. Slytherin, their tiny professor asked, looking up to them while directing the last scrolls of parchment with the essay due today. "We wanted to ask you if you would be willing to sponsor a defense club we want to start," Hermione answered, her friend silently standing by her side in support. Ron had opted to go on to the Great Hall as he had claimed to be starving, so he couldn't wait and risk missing lunch. "You and Mr. Slytherin." They both nodded. "What will be the focus of this club?" The charms professor asked, using the steps to get into his elevated chair so he could look over the desk at his two students. "Harry will take care of instructing in practical application, and I will provide the needed theoretical information. We plan to help others practice for their owls, and for all to learn useful self-defense spells not necessarily part of the curriculum." Hermione felt herself blush in excitement and felt hopeful that the professor would agree as he looked excited himself. "I have had a lot of experience learning spells from books almost on my own last year," Harry added a little reluctantly, but determined to see their project through. "And we all can use the practice." Nodding with a thoughtful expression, Professor Flitwick straightened his robes and extended his hand towards Hermione. "I guess that scroll contains the proposal write-up." Nodding eagerly, Hermione handed the scroll over, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "It is, so do you think you will have time over the weekend to read it?" Chuckling, prompting Hermione to blush a little in embarrassment, the professor accepted the scroll, sliding it into a pocket in his dust blue robes. "I will inform you as soon as possible, but I have a feeling that there will be no problem with your proposal, Miss Granger." He hopped off his chair, ushering the two teenagers towards the door. "Let's hurry or we will be late for lunch." Grinning from ear to ear, Hermione hurried alongside Harry towards the Great Hall, now the fourth mostly incompetent professor, the imposter last year. And of course Professor Lupin had been good teachers, maybe wouldn't ruin her chances at an acceptable owl score. "What do you think, Hermione? Should we start with the Expelliarmus?" Harry started a discussion about what they wanted to cover in their club, finding an eager participant in his female friend. It had taken longer than Severus had thought it would. A few moments earlier, a short message had been delivered by one of the house elves, summoning him up to the headmaster's office. The topic to be discussed had not been mentioned, so Severus was reasonably sure that he knew what it would be. After all, it had been the evening before that doge had seen him buying a ring obviously intended for someone other than himself. Once he reached the gargoyle in front of the office, Severus reinforced his occlumency shields, preparing for the trying conversation he was expecting. "Toffee beans," the potion's master snapped at the guardian, stepping onto the staircase once the way was clear. He made his way quickly up the winding staircase, barely waiting for the call to enter before he opened the door. He had better things to do this evening and wanted to get this farce over with as quickly as possible. Severus, my boy, thank you for responding so quickly. The genially smiling headmaster motioned for Severus to take a seat. Do you want something to drink? Severus took one of the two overly stuffy chairs and nodded. A cup of coffee would not go amiss, I think. A few moments later, a tray with two cups, one with tea, the other with coffee, was standing between them, and Severus added a spoon of honey to his hot drink. I wanted to inquire about your activities yesterday evening. I have noticed that you have been absent in the evenings much more often than ever in the past, and it isn't related to your other duties, or is it? The old man tried to sound casual, but his intense interest in this development was evident. You are right, headmaster. I had more reason to be elsewhere in the last weeks than in the last decade, and it isn't related to my duties as spy. Not directly, at least, even if it was the direct result of an order the Dark Lord had given to his followers. Elphias told me he had seen you buying a ring. The headmaster trailed off, leaving a space for Severus to fill. The potion's master refrained from rolling his eyes. The old man had lost his touch, or Severus himself had developed some resistance to the man's attempts at guilting him to act a certain way. He did because I was headmaster. Severus sipped from his cup, relishing the hot beverage. He would need the caffeine, because there was quite a stack of essays to mark waiting on his desk down in his quarters. Don't make me drag everything out of you, my boy. I'm merely concerned. To suppress a snort, Severus took another sip from his coffee before he settled the cup on his lap, relaxing into his chair. I bought a ring because I wanted to give my bride an engagement ring fitting for her. It is as simple as that. The look of utter bafflement on the old wrinkled face was worth much, maybe even the hard times that would follow his seeming escape from the man's clutches. Bride, Severus, my boy, when have you found a witch to marry? The old wizard recovered quite quickly from his shock, earning some grudging respect from the school's potions professor. I've known her for quite some time now, and over the summer we discovered that we share several interests and are interested in each other as well. He gave a casual shrug and a small smirk. Severus was enjoying this a little too much, probably. Do I know her? When did she graduate? And what will Tom say about this endeavor of yours? Now the twinkle had vanished to make place for a more calculating gaze. She never went to Hogwarts, and I'm not sure if you know her, headmaster. He made a grimace. And the Dark Lord's opinion on this will probably be something I will learn today. He gripped his arm where the altered dark mark had started to heat up. The next time you and your bride meet, invite her to the castle. I would dearly like to make her acquaintance. It was formulated as a polite request, but the steel deep in those twinkly blue eyes behind their half-moon glasses made clear that it was more of an order. Certainly, headmaster. Severus stood, his black robes falling to hang around him in their usual manner. If that is all, I better be on my way. A casual wave of the headmaster's restored hand dismissed Severus, who abandoned his half-finished coffee in favor of making his way quickly to his lord's side. Uo Marvolo pinched his nose, trying to stave off a headache. He was sitting in his office at headquarters working on a strategy to make it seem as if all the escaped Death Eaters had died. It was not an easy feat to find ways that would seem convincing. The bodies to appear as their corpses were coming along and would be finished in just under a week. They would keep for some time, making the window he could act in not too small. But he was still undecided if a big fire in an old house was a good way to kill off, so to speak, most of the escapees. He sat back the moment he felt Severus cross his wards. He didn't need to wait long before there was a short rap on the door. Come in. The Dark Lord called out, carefully sitting up a little straighter, still needing to be careful about his injuries. It would take a few days for them all to heal perfectly. The door of dark wood opened, admitting Severus, who sank to one knee in proper greeting the moment he had cleared the door. My lord. Take a seat, Severus, Marvolo said, taking in the potion's master's appearance. He seemed well rested and in better health than at the end of summer. Like some constant burden had been taken off his shoulders. It was a trend he had observed in quite a few of his followers. There was nothing to prevent him from realizing that all his followers, who had managed to escape a sentence to Azkaban, had been less than thrilled about the signs of his return. Now that they knew he was sane again, they had managed to relax and probably were sleeping better. I need you to brew more of the memory suppressant, and Healer Greengrass asks that you brew the potions on this list. Marvolo let the list in question float over to his potions master, who took the piece of parchment out of the air with precise movements. To read it over, nodding at most of the potions on the list. More headache potions, my lord. Skepticism, and something that could have been concern, colored the dark-haired man's voice. Dark red eyes gave a flat look towards the potions master, who lowered his head, accepting that his lord had no obligation to explain his actions to him. Is there anything of interest to be reported from the castle? Since he had spoken with Henry already, Marvolo doubted there was anything really interesting to report, but the students were not likely to know everything happening at their school. The headmaster is aware that I have found myself a partner I want to marry and wants to meet with her. The really private man, sitting a little too stiffly in his chair, answered, not embellishing like others might have done when announcing their impending nuptials. Congratulations, Severus, Marvolo said, feeling the urge to smirk. Not that Dumbledore has learned about it, but that she has said yes. Lucius was talking about the recommendation he gave you, so this is not entirely unexpected. Do you expect trouble from the headmaster? A dark head was moved from side to side, hands clasped lightly in the man's lap. I expect some kind of an attempt at manipulation, as my guilt over. Past events has been a frequently used tool in his arsenal to control me and make me comply with his wishes. I suspect that he will fear losing control over me, as he has lost so much control already. But I'm confident that I will be able to deal with what he might do, my lord. With the last few words, Severus met Marvolo's eyes, something he almost never did, and expecting the normally impenetrable walls of occlumency the potion's master maintained almost constantly, Marvolo fell into those dark depths, just to find the picture of a laughing woman he didn't remember ever seeing, and of a small phial filled with a silvery, not quite liquid, standing on a mantel in the man's mind. After his expanded stroll through the Master Occlumen's mind, he knew of his feeling of guilt over the breach in the friendship with Lily Evans and her death, because Marvolo himself had put too much importance on parts of a prophecy. Carefully retreating from the other's mind, leaving behind a feeling of something like an apology, Marvolo sat back into his chair, wincing as some of the deep gashes not completely healed yet caught on his bandages. Restraining his legilimency, Marvolo addressed his potions master, who appeared to be totally unruffled by the intrusion into his mind. I think you should devote more of your time to researching the requirements to claim the title of Lord Prince. He had researched and found that Severus was indeed the last of the direct line, but he had not found anything on the conditions that had to be met by a prospective lord to that family. Too many old families had vanished into obscurity. He planned to find as many wizards and witches as he could to fill the many empty seats in the Wisengamot. You should take up the responsibility. After all, you yourself informed me that you had found no evidence of your mother being thrown from the family. The startled look vanished so quickly from the pale face that Marvolo wasn't entirely sure he had really seen it. I'm unsure if I'm willing to associate myself with the name Prince so openly after all this time. If I were to take up the mantle of Lord Prince, provided I fulfill the necessary requirements, it certainly would draw the headmaster's curiosity. Pride might have prevented your mother and grandparents from speaking to each other, but do you truly wish to forgo this opportunity based on the same? If you decide not to claim the title, that is one thing, but think about your future children. Do you want them to have the possibilities and opportunities that come with a noble and respected family name? It is a sad fact that the names of our fathers will gain us nothing in wizarding society. Marvolo trailed off, recalling the list of family relations they had so far discovered in so-called Muggle-born wizards and witches. Only Slytherin and Lestring were British families. All the others had been from other parts of the world, mostly from Europe. Bowing in his chair, Severus accepted the order, as politely worded as it had been. I will, my lord. How soon are these potions needed? Marvolo allowed the shift in topic, not thinking it would serve any purpose to rub Severus' nose in the fact he once had called himself the half-blood prince, resenting his muggle name. As soon as is possible. If Bella was to be saved, she would have to take the potion soon, or she probably would do something unfortunate, leading to Marvolo's killing her. Then I will start on them in the laboratory here. Severus stood, bowed with the reverent my lord, coming easily over his lips, before he left with billowing black robes, closing the door softly behind himself. Feeling the ache of his injuries deep in his bones, Marvolo decided it was time to go to bed and rest, as healer Malcolm Greengrass clearly had wanted to order him to. Maybe it was a good idea to follow the unspoken command. The man was the expert in healing, after all. Friday evening found four auras sitting together in the leaky cauldron for a pint, or three, of beer and some talking. They had worked together quite a lot in the last weeks, and despite their political leanings, had come to like each other as colleagues quite a lot more. What do you think will it take before the new spell is approved as evidence in an investigation? John asked of his fellow auras, taking a big gulp from his beer. Well, the unspeakable seemed pretty confident the last time I spoke with them this noon, Shacklebolt said, nodding his bald head a little. And why shouldn't they be? The spell is pretty awesome. At least I think so. I took part in a few of the tests they did, and as it seems the object is not in any way affected, it should be finished soon. I think it should be enough evidence to investigate further if the sphere reacts to a person, Savage exclaimed rather loudly, causing a few of the other patrons to look in their direction. And how is your investigation progressing? John asked of both Proudfoot and Savage. You already have some suspects, so I guess you're making progress. Savage made a face and looked down at his beer while Proudfoot snorted. We have only problems with one of the suspects, or rather his father. Yesterday I saw him speaking with the headmaster, and he has been stonewalling our every move since he learned we suspect his son. The aura gave a tired sigh and took another sip from his beer. Only hesitating for a moment, John waved to gain the owner's attention, intending to order a new round, before turning to the two investigating the attack on his lord's heir. If you need help, please don't hesitate to ask. We can't let the culprits get away with such an attack. After that, they carefully avoided all topics related to work, speaking about the latest Quidditch game between the Cannons and the Falcons, eating various snacks, and drinking a few more beers. All in all, it was an enjoyable evening. Sitting on a stool, reasonably comfortable thanks to a cushioning charm, Harry painted a picture of several snakes all entwined into one writhing mass of slithering bodies. Or it would have been a mass of coiling bodies if it had been a magical painting. The light fell in from behind him, lighting the room next to the infirmary Mrs. Goyle, and he used for his sessions every second Saturday. Not counting the sessions they had added to deal with immediate problems. Mrs. Goyle was giving him space to pour his frustration onto the canvas and to sort his thoughts out so he could formulate them into words. I just can't understand why I was so relieved to see him lying in that bed. Shouldn't I still feel, I don't know, unhappy? About him adopting me. Why then did I feel so much lighter once I got to see that he was still alive? He added a dark green to the lower right corner of the painting with maybe a little more force than needed. He just could not comprehend how he could have been so happy to see Marvolo sitting in his bed there at St. Mungo's. For all that he played the young, innocent Lord Slytherin, he was the man who had killed his parents. Do you think there is a rule about how long one has to feel something about a certain situation? Like how long I should be angry over my cat knocking my favorite mug from the table, shattering it? 10 minutes? A day? A week? Mrs. Goyle asked lightly, ignoring the anger in Harry's voice. No, Harry said, his brush hovering between the color he had just dipped it in and the canvas. That would be silly. How would you decide such a thing? It was silly to demand someone should be angry over such a silly thing for a specific time. Then, why do you think there is a set time span in which you should be unhappy about being adopted? Harry grimaced. She did that much too often, take his words, and turn them on him by twisting them around and applying them to different situations. By now, he had discovered something of a pattern in the way she steered their conversations and discussions. She would rephrase a question or place it in another set of circumstances so long until Harry started to really think about it, started to question his reasons for feeling the way he did. It was maddening. and that it seemed to help wasn't making it any better somehow. Harry frowned in concentration, his brush adding shadows to the bottom of the snake pile in slower, sure strokes. He killed my parents, tried to kill me. 3 times. I feel like. There are so many people disappointed in me for being happy. He already knew what she was likely to say to that. She always stressed the point that he had a right to be happy, and as long as he was not actively harming others by being happy, or to be happy, there was no acceptable reason for others to object. Judging by the expression on your face, you are aware that the disappointment of others over your feelings should be no measure for your actions. But it is perfectly all right to struggle with all the changes still, and especially the change in your relationship to your guardian. She sounded so calm and convincing. Harry wished that he could just simply accept what she was telling him again and again and let his insecurities and doubts rest. But all the looks the headmaster had been giving him, the whispers from other students, all those pranks at the beginning of the year, it was hard to just forget about those. The next few minutes were spent in silence while Harry mulled over his conflicting emotions, painting and adding details to his work. The sound of paint being mixed and the brush on the canvas were the only sounds. He had felt the panic and fear as Marvolo had been dragged underwater by the Inferi. After the man had told him what had happened, Harry was sure that this was the moment he had felt those emotions through the bond he had to his guardian through the Horcrux. It was the first time it had really sunk in that the other was human too, with fears and wishes, just like the rest of them. Since then, Harry had not felt even a little bit through the link, probably because Marvolo was again able to shield it. Harry's own occlumency wasn't yet strong enough to block it on his own. And I'm still angry over him not telling me that he had suspicions about who attacked me while I was flying. But now that I have thought about it quite a lot, I had suspected McLagan as well, and I didn't tell him either. I had no proof, and didn't want to risk what he might do if he knew. It's not really right to be angry with him over something I did as well. Harry felt a little guilty that he had been so angry over Marvolo's decision not to tell him when he had done the same. And 3 from my own house. How can someone be so petty? I know that people behave that way. The Dursleys had made it abundantly clear that humans were capable of a lot of cruelty even towards family, so there was no question that someone could do such things to a stranger. He just didn't understand why someone would do such things. Hilo Goyle gave him some more time to finish his painting and then asked him about the rest of his week, adding a more pleasant ending to the session. Just as they said their goodbyes, Harry thought of something. Can you take this picture to my guardian? Maybe he will like it. He was a little embarrassed about giving something he had made to a parental figure. One of the harder memories of his early days in school was of the one picture he had drawn for his aunt, one of the flower beds in front of the house she was so proud of that had been ripped to pieces and thrown away, while the mess of colorful lines Dudley had produced had been proudly displayed for weeks in the kitchen. It was a risk. But Harry decided he would take it, not really letting himself think about it very much. He had studying to do, essays to finish, and lessons to plan. Hermione's idea for a club gave him something to focus on, even if the prospect of teaching anyone anything was daunting. He wasn't even sure anyone would turn up once they started. With a small smile, Harry dried his hands after getting rid of the colors and made his way back to the tower. He wanted to see his friends and maybe play a game of cards before they started on the homework for next week. Chapter 47, Halloween. Chapter text, 17th of October. You seem to be recovering well, Lord Slytherin. One of the few ladies present remarked with a smile, playing with her jewelry as if to draw attention to the expensive show of wealth, clearly alluding to the incident from earlier this month when he had been gravely injured. Healer Greengrass is an expert in his field, Madame, Marvolo answered with a straight face he had trouble maintaining. It was getting old that everyone felt the need to comment on this episode, so even as it had brought him another wave of sympathy and good press, he now wished the public would let it rest. And potions, Master Snape is the best I know, so I never doubted I would make a full recovery. This month's big pre-session party was being held at Griffin House, as the other members of the Wisengamot had more or less subtly hinted that they wanted to visit the home of the Slytherin family and the last of the Potters. Currently, a mix of mostly conservative members, with a few of the neutrals and more open-minded liberal members, most called them the light faction, sprinkled into the crowd, were mingling in the rooms Marvolo had the elves prepare for this occasion. What is this? Lord Hawkworth, one of those conservatives he had never approached, as the family wasn't influential enough, inquired, waving one hand negligently at an unframed painting proudly displayed on an elaborately carved stand in one corner of the room. Marvolo walked over, after excusing himself from his current conversation partner. He had placed the picture there deliberately. After all, it was a picture Henry had created with his own hands and sent to Marvolo. He quite liked the winding knot of snakes his son had painted, the selection of colors, the composition. It was a little rough along the edges, but to Marvolo's eye, he had trained himself in the arts to fit in with the pure-blooded elite. It held the promise of a great artist. This, Lord Hawkworth, is the depiction of a pile of snakes, as one can find where they try to conserve warmth, or when males compete for one female. Why do you ask? He spoke to the sneering man, nonchalantly brushing along the edge of the stand, smiling over the gift he had been given by his son. It's a Muggle painting. The old lord, easily in his 70s, almost shouted in disgust. It's not moving. A brow rose slowly towards Marvolo's carefully styled hair. Have you ever spent any time considering what goes into the making of one of our portraits, landscapes, or still lives? The younger lord asked sarcastically. No. They were attracting a steadily growing audience, and the still sour-looking Lord Hawkworth was deflating by the second. Then let me educate you. Marvolo didn't even try to keep the condescending tone out of his voice. There is a guild of painters with offices in most major magical settlements around the world. They guard the magic needed to animate paintings, give them some resemblance of life, quite fiercely, and only accept those witches and wizard into their ranks who are already displaying an affinity for the art of painting. Turning a little to the painting, gesturing at it with a proud expression, Marvolo changed his stance to address the others now all gathered in this corner of the room. This was painted by my son, Henry, and he sent it to me. I'm contemplating how best to frame it. Lucius, Marvolo turned to the blond man standing next to Benjamin and Xerxes. Can you recommend a good artisan to frame a picture? Of course I can, Marvolo. Lucius nodded his head as he was considered whom, of the many he knew, he should recommend. Do you have a particular style in mind? If so, I certainly can get the right contact for you. There were some murmurs over the tactless old Hawkworth, some compliments to be forwarded to the artist, and then more talk about the proposals to be discussed in the next meeting. Hawkworth was a thorn in their flesh when it came to getting laws passed, still feeling resentment over being ignored by Voldemort and his Death Eaters in the past, at being dismissed as unimportant and useless to their goals. Now the Lord used every opportunity to take his petty revenge. Maybe it was time for the old man to give his seat over to his son, who was much more sympathetic to the young Lord Slytherin. Well, if this were to happen, it would need some careful planning and manipulation. The man still did not have much influence, and so was no real threat, and there was so much to do at the moment already. It probably was not worth the risk he would have to take if he were to act soon. No need to rush. Smiling, Marvolo played the gracious host for the rest of the afternoon and early evening. Socializing in this fashion was at the same time exhausting and refreshing. He really had missed this at the end of his last war. "Ooh, you like the picture?" Harry asked, a little surprised, not sure what to feel. Marvolo just had told him about the evening before when he had entertained a group of Wisengamot members at their home, gleefully retelling how he had shamed that one lord for his trying to make Marvolo look bad for displaying a picture that had not been animated. A surprised look flitted over the handsome face of his guardian in the communication mirror. "Why shouldn't I like your picture, Henry? It is very well done, and that snakes are the subject matter only adds to the appeal for me." Before Harry could regain enough of his wits to answer to this, Marvolo went on. "Do you have a suggestion where we might hang it? I have sent it to be framed by a French artisan, an expert in his field, as far as Lucius knows, and it should be back soon." Blinking a moment at the expectant face, Harry's thoughts were scrambling. What's with the space in between the door to the music room and the library? Harry suggested, not really sure if those two rooms were on the same floor, and if the space he had in mind, between two doors to whatever rooms, was even big enough to fit the picture. Tapping one finger to his chin in thought, Marvolo contemplated a moment before he answered decisively. I think it might be best if we look for a fitting place together once you're back for the Yule break. Or what do you think? Nodding, a little off balance, Harry just agreed. Yeah, we can do that. Speaking about the holidays, have you made any plans to meet with friends? Because you are expected to accompany me to several social functions as my heir. You are excused from most of them because you are at school. The other wizard made a face, startling a nervous laugh out of Harry, which earned him an eye roll. I will remind you the first season after you graduate, and all the mothers start pestering you. I will have to dodge witches left and right, starting at the end of November, and probably fend off offers for marriage contracts between their family and ours. A sigh made its way over to Harry, and he was glad that Marvolo wouldn't insist on arranging a marriage for him. With a start, Harry realized that Marvolo was waiting for an answer to his question. I've made no plans so far. It hasn't come up. We're all too much involved in homework and classes. We have Quidditch training 3 times a week. Harry trailed off, wondering whom he would like to meet during the holidays. He certainly would like to get away from Marvolo for a time if he could manage, but what would the Weasleys think of his visiting? They had offered in the past, but would they again? The first game will be the first weekend in November between Slytherin and Gryffindor, right? Marvolo asked, changing the topic slightly. Harry nodded, enthusiasm overriding his tiredness for the moment. Yes, we all look forward to it. It's too early to know how the weather will be, but we're training for several different scenarios. At the moment, we mostly train to get Ron up to speed. He's really good when he feels like no one's watching. That probably will be a problem, though. I will tell Barty to keep the day free of appointments. I really want to see you playing. It has been quite some time since I have watched a game of Quidditch, and longer still since I felt that it would be more than an obligation. Marvolo seemed really interested, and Harry felt compelled to make a snarky remark. And will you sit in the Gryffindor stands, wearing Gryffindor colors, sir? Harry tried to picture this, and had real trouble with the idea. A smirk appeared on the youthful face under crimson eyes. I guess your friends will prefer if no adult sits among them. I plan to sit with the faculty. As for which team I will cheer on, I admit to being in a tight spot. Cheering for Slytherin would be appropriate because the house is named after our family, founded by our ancestor. On the other hand, you are the seeker of the Gryffindor team, and not cheering for the team my son plays on would be odd. I guess I will have to cheer for neither or for both teams. Harry had to concede that this could work. I still have an essay for charms to finish, so you wish to end our call? Marvolo nodded and sighed. I probably should finish on my own homework. Think about what you want to do during the holidays. I think we should visit some of your family's businesses. You should tell me if you have any preferences. For now, have a good evening. They finished their call, and Harry stood from his bed to walk over to his desk. He placed the mirror into the drawer and picked up the folded piece of parchment he had been moving around since the summer. The day he had been adopted, and Marvolo had explained how life was to continue from then on, Harry had written questions on this piece of parchment. Questions he had wanted to ask of the headmaster. Until now he hadn't had the time or opportunity to do so, but the pure act of writing them down had shaken his belief in the headmaster and his motivations. If that had been Marvolo's plan at the time, it had worked out pretty well, but it had felt like a spur-of-the-moment decision. Looking back, Harry wasn't so sure that he remembered everything correctly. He had been under the influence of a calming potion, and pretty distracted besides. Harry smoothed the parchment out, looking at the few questions he had written down then. He still didn't have the answers to these, but wasn't sure if he even still wanted them. With the way the man had reacted to the pranks that had been played on him, or to the murder attempt, it was pretty obvious that Albus Dumbledore did not have Harry's best interest in mind when making his decisions. Marvolo probably was the same, having his own agenda behind his actions, but considering his actions so far, the emergency portkey, the vow, the mind healer, daily talks over the mirror. His agenda seemed to include Harry's being healthy, informed, and reasonably happy. Thinking back to his dreams of someone coming and taking him away from the Dursleys from the time before he got his Hogwarts letter, the way Marvolo treated him came pretty close to what he had dreamed of. He actually had sent the picture he had painted to be framed, wanted to display it somewhere in their home, wanted Harry to help find a good place to hang it, Refolding the parchment, Harry decided that he would use an opportunity to ask for answers if he ever got one, but that he wouldn't try to create an opportunity. At this time, there wasn't much the headmaster could say or do to compensate for his past actions. It was a little ironic, considering that Marvolo had rated a second chance after killing his parents and making him an orphan in the first place. But Dumbledore had been the one to place him with the Dursleys, had never checked up on him, and had sent him back even after he had asked to stay somewhere else. He could have checked then, couldn't he? Abandoning that train of thought, Harry sat down to get started on the essay he had planned out earlier in the library. Ron wasn't approving of the group's new study habits and had started to spend time with Seamus and Dean whenever he felt he could get away with waiting a bit longer before finishing his homework. Hermione was starting to despair, and Harry was unsure how to help his friends find a good middle ground. Hermione could get rather obsessed with studying, but Ron tended to slack on his work, doing only the least he needed to pass. There was no easy way to bring those two attitudes under one hat. 20th of October, they walked from the room upstairs down to one of the bigger studies, leaving behind a raging Bellatrix, despite the calming draft Greengrass had administered when she didn't cooperate with the squib mind healer. Rodolphus was at his wits' end, had been for a long time now. Even before their lord's fall and their long stay at Azkaban, he had known his wife had fallen prey to the infamous Black Madness. In a way, he was happy that they never had had children. Not only because they would have had to leave them behind when they had been sentenced to Azkaban for life, but also because they would have been prone to inherit the same unstable mind. He trailed behind the others through the dreary hallways, resigning himself to losing for good the woman he once had loved. In a way, he had lost her a long time ago, but to finally accept it and move on was different from just knowing it. They reached the room, sat down around a small table, and filled their cups with the tea appearing on it moments after they had all found their seats. Rodolphus got big eyes watching his lord add 3 spoons heaped with sugar to his tea. It was the first time he saw the man drink tea or eat at all. He never would have guessed the Dark Lord liked his tea overly sweet. Shaking his head, he focused his attention back to the conversation taking place. If there is a way to help Mrs. Lestrange, then it is a long and involved process. The mind healer gave her explanation to the whole group, turned in the direction of the Dark Lord. Xerxes and Rodolphus mere spectators, even when the whole affair concerned them more than almost anyone else. If I had only the use of non-magical remedies, I would put her under medication to counter her manic mood swings. Then I would try to determine if she experiences auditory or visual hallucinations. Depending on this, there would be a need for extensive therapy, talking mostly, but as she is clearly not inclined to participate in any form of therapy for her state of mind, I'm not sure it is possible to help her back into life as an independent individual. She looked almost neutral, but Rodolphus was almost certain that he had seen a flicker of fear in her eyes. He was skeptical that any Muggle method of healing could help at all, but his lord had said that Muggles had advanced in the care for ailments of the mind further than their healers had. There was even talk among the Death Eaters that the same woman regularly met with their lord's heir to help him cope with all the changes. Rodolphus didn't think that, well, maybe he ought to change his perception of these things if he wanted to remain useful to his lord. It was clear to Rodolphus that the Dark Lord gave Madame Goyle the same respect as healer Malcolm Greengrass. I could get medical studies and samples of medication for you, Lord Slytherin, if you want a potions master and healer to look for a magical adaptation. That is all I can say and offer, sir. The woman fell silent, leaving a strained absence of sound in the room. Thank you, healer Goyle, the Dark Lord said, seemingly deep in thought. Your nephew will take you back home. If your expertise is needed again, I will contact you. Through the words exchanged between the healer and his lord and his father, Rodolphus sat in his seat, idly tracing patterns on the leather of his armrest, thinking. His lord had spun plans to find new lives for all of them that had been in Azkaban, as he had done for Barty. The young wizard was happy in his position as the assistant of Lord Slytherin, planning the wizard's social calendar, handling the Daily Owl Mail, and moving freely amongst the British magical community once again. His and Rabistan's bodies would be among the first to be found. They both were planning and considering different possible new lives. But as they had still a lot of healing to do, there was time left before they would step back into the open. Well, that was informative, but sadly not really a solution now, was it? Xerxes sighed, settling back into his own chair, rubbing a hand over his eyes. Rodolphus looked up in time to see the Dark Lord empty his cup and nod. You are right, Xerxes, but looking back on her behavior in the past, and what I have seen in the last weeks, I didn't really hope that there would be an easy solution. Dark red eyes moved calculatingly between Rodolphus and his father. I propose that we give Severus new potion, that we give to the kids a try. It might help her, but if it doesn't, I have a plan in mind how she might still be an asset for our cause. In a rare, no, a previously unseen show of vulnerability, the Dark Lord slumped back in his chair, closing his eyes, and took a deep breath. If one of you has a better idea, I'm all ears. The eyes of father and son met over the table, both equally tired and resigned to the fact that Bella was most likely a lost cause. Waving to his father, signaling that he should be the one to say it, as the head of their family, Rodolphus emptied his cup of tea before refilling the delicate china with steaming tea, adding cream and a dash of rum from a small flask he carried around with him. It might not be wise, but he needed a little drink. If a dose of the potion is ready, I think we should get to it. With the young children coming from less than desirable situations, it works pretty well. I'm not sure it will work so well on Bellatrix, but we certainly should try. Then let's get to it. With decisive force, the Dark Lord pushed himself out of his seat and walked to the door, rightfully expecting his Death Eaters to follow, as they did only seconds later. 24th of October, it had been a few days since Bella had taken the potion created by Severus. They had had to force her to drink it, making use of the imperious curse so as to make sure that she wouldn't choke on it or be otherwise bodily harmed. Her behavior hadn't changed till now and probably wouldn't. She was still insisting that she wanted to go hunt mudbloods and muggles, begging her lord to let her go out and fight for him and his goals. Of course, he declined her offers and begging, telling her she still wasn't healthy enough not to be a liability in a fight. But Marvolo felt decidedly better about the whole thing now. Hilo Goyle's assessment of Bellatrix and the fact that they had given her the potion, that he had exhausted every avenue of action available to him, appeased his half of the bond between liege and vassal. He might have brought the severe situation on her by indulging her madness and even pushing her further along into the depths, until she went after a pair of auras after he had vanished. But now he had done all he could think of to rectify the situation. What to do next? Should he imprison her himself, hand her over, claiming she had come running to his door? Whatever he would decide, it was common courtesy to ask her husband for ideas first. So he had summoned Xerxes and his two sons to his study at headquarters and was now waiting for them. Plans spread around him. Marvolo worked until there was a knock on his door. "Come in," called out, waving his hand over the parchments, papers, and maps, sorting them into neat stacks at the side of his desk. "My lord." Three men had entered, going to one knee in proper greeting. A surge of satisfaction coursed through Marvolo. He really liked the reverence given to him. He had worked long and hard to be acknowledged in this way, another feeling he had lost due to his mangled soul. "Rise," he ordered, standing himself to walk over to the nicer seating area in front of the fireplace. "I called you here to discuss the fate of Bellatrix." A lazy wave with his hand indicated the others should take a seat, and they did. First Xerxes sat across from Marvolo in the other wingback chair, leaving his two sons to take the love seat facing the fire. After Marvolo had called for refreshments, tea and small cakes with an apple filling, he looked over to the youngest Lestrange. "All attempts to help your wife regain her sense have failed. If neither of you has any more suggestions on how to help her, I feel it is time to decide how to prevent her from doing any harm to our plans." One look at Rodolphus, and Marvolo knew that there would be no resistance from the wizard if he should propose handing Bella over or even killing her. "I'm unsure what we should do, my lord," the considerably recovered wizard said, choosing his words with care. "She obviously is beyond hope. If it is possible to gain something from the situation, we should use it. Maybe she can be included in the plan that will result in us two being declared dead." Nodding slightly, Marvolo turned his attention to Xerxes and Rabastan, silently asking for their input, not getting any response. The both of them didn't seem to have any idea either. There is one other concern to consider. Now it was for Marvolo to select his words with care. He didn't want to reveal his method of immortality to more people if he could avoid it. Before that night, I gave something of great value into her care with instructions to place it into a vault at Gringotts. I'm not sure where she placed it and would like to get it back as soon as possible. A golden cup with two handles, Rodolphus asked, getting a nod from Marvolo in answer. I saw her pack it into her pocket one day we had planned to visit the bank. I think she placed it in her personal vault, one of the smaller vaults traditionally used by the wives of Lestrange men. So only she can access it. Marvolo frowned. That would be a problem. As long as she was alive, there was no way the goblins would let anyone access the vault but her. They really relished every opportunity to make the lives of wizards harder if they could get away with it. So maybe it would be better if Bellatrix was found dead. Xerxes leaned forward, bracing his arms on his legs. If I remember correctly, there was a stipulation in the marriage contract regarding the obligation to provide at least one child. If there had been willful hindrance of having a child on her part, it would have been grounds for a divorce or for demanding compensation. He looked apologetic towards his sons. It was something I insisted on because I didn't trust her nature. She never seemed like a woman interested in being a mother, but I wanted to make sure they would have at least one child. Now I still wish for my sons to have a family, but with Hermione, the pressure to continue the family is not as great. This information was new to Marvolo, but considering what all he had deemed unimportant at the time, it was no wonder he hadn't asked or forgotten what he had been told about the marriage between the two. I could claim everything she has in compensation for the violation of that stipulation, so it would be sure that the contents of her vault will not go back to the Blacks. It might take some time, but I think this is the safest way, Xerxes continued, while Rabastan levitated the second pastry to his plate without moving from his seat. It sounds like a viable way. Maybe it would be best if you started the process now, citing the discovery of your heiress as the reason you finally moved to cut ties with her. There had been some whispering about Xerxes' reluctance to cast his sons out of the family and to dissolve the marriage. The first was more or less accepted, because that would cut off all possible bastard children as well. But that Bellatrix was still a Lestrange, was something that caused some raised eyebrows in society. So she can be the scapegoat for the next planned reduction of the escapees. Rabastan wanted to know. That would be best. I have a place in mind, and we should use the bodies soon, or they will start to decay. If I start with altering Bella's memories tonight, we can set the events in motion fairly soon. Planning was swift from there, and the next few days saw gossip about the decision of Lord Lestrange to finally remove Bellatrix Lestrange, born Black, from the family. Some were suspicious of why he had decided to do so now, and some were happy that he finally no longer felt the need to keep the woman in the family, hoping for an heir despite all odds. Marvolo worked diligently over a longer period of time on altering Bella's memories to match a wild chase through France, discord between the escapees, and a heated discussion getting out of hand. Soon the number of escapees would drop some more, hopefully helping calm the almost frantic search for them. 27th of October, Severus had spent the entire morning cleaning up his quarters. Of course, there was no actual dirt or dust anywhere, as the Hogwarts house elves were a diligent bunch, but there had been old potions magazines in odd stacks on different flat surfaces, some overly long extra essays lying about. In short, a level of disarray most would have named clean, but did unnerve Severus, especially as Sanya would be visiting today. After a last look around his rooms, nervously ignoring the spotless bedroom, Severus made his way down to the edge of the wards so he could apparate to London and collect Sanya from her home. The moment she stepped out of her flat, smiling, Severus felt an answering smile spread over his face. It was a feeling he was growing more accustomed to by the day. Severus, I'm so excited to finally get to see Hogwarts. They embraced, exchanging a chaste and short kiss before stepping back so they could look each other in the eye. And I'm a little nervous. Why does the headmaster want to meet me? Severus sighed, hooking her hand in the crook of his arm, his other hand firmly grasping her hand. I guess he is mostly curious who the woman is who has finally found my heart. And it is very likely he fears to lose his spy, as he used my continued attachment to my childhood love to pressure me into doing his bidding, Severus explained, while they walked slowly to a secluded spot, often used for apparition, because it was out of the way. So what should I say? How should I act to make it easier for you? Sonia asked, anticipating his need for her cooperation so as not to complicate the delicate balance he had with Albus Dumbledore. Try not to meet his eyes. He is an exceptional Legilimens and has no qualms using this ability against everyone if it suits his needs. Other than that, be yourself. I wouldn't demand that you act a certain way just to make my life easier. Severus would love to watch Sonia and Dumbledore go head-to-head over some of the topics he knew they would never agree on. Sonia smiled up at him with mischief in her eyes. But what if I want to act so I will make your life easier, Severus? Would you provide me with the information I need to do so if it is my wish? A dark head was inclined in defeat. If she wanted to protect him, it wasn't his place to deny her the chance. If you want to make my life easier, you shouldn't let him see that you are open to exploring all kinds of potions, dark as well as light. You shouldn't bring up things that reflect badly on him, and should appear suspicious of all that is termed dark by the ministry, and those that proclaim to be the epitome of light. Her laughter filled his ears. She was obviously delighted by his list of things that would make Albus Dumbledore suspicious, or the face Severus had made while listing them. It was hard to tell. He's pretty shallow in his world view, isn't he? Sonia asked, not waiting for an answer before she continued. I will do my best to stick to the image of a light-oriented potions enthusiast. So take me to your home, now that you have seen mine. I haven't actually been in your flat, Severus remarked with a smirk on his face. They had danced around this topic a few times, neither in a rush to advance their relationship in this direction. Ready? The potions master asked his fiancée before spinning into the thin tube of apparition at a nod. Ooh, the village of Hogsmeade looked quite cozy, as it had the first time she had been here. But today Sonia didn't only go to the Three Broomsticks, or one of the shops with potions, ingredients, or books. No, today she would get to see Hogwarts for the first time. Walking at a leisurely pace alongside Severus, up the hill and past the train station, Sonia asked her partner about his lessons, why he taught the potions the way he did if they were taught in a particular order, and other questions along this line. When the castle came into view the first time, Sonia stopped and brought Severus to a stop beside her. It's beautiful, isn't it? Severus spoke into her ear, leaning down to her, inhaling as if savoring her scent. Magnificent, she breathed, briefly wondering what a muggle would see standing here. She had read, and Severus had told her, that there were spells layered into the wards to let the castle appear as a ruin should a non-magical person lay an eye on it. Will we be living here? If you want to. And if I'm still a professor here once we are married, we will see. There was no uncertainty in Severus' smooth, dark voice, but she agreed with him that the times were turbulent, and it was quite possible that all would change for Severus with his position as a spy. They made their way over the grounds towards the school, not seeing many students out and about. It was a rather cold day, so it wasn't really surprising. What was surprising was that the headmaster was waiting for them in the entrance hall, big enough to fit an entire house in, much to Sonia's surprise, smiling overly bright. Severus, my boy, who is the lovely lady at your side? The old man had opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace them, blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles twinkling like mad. Feeling Severus stiffening beside her, Sonia fixed a bright smile on her face, avoiding eye contact by inspecting the interesting surroundings. Sonia, darling, may I introduce the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster, my fiancée, Sonia Jiggers. Sonia only briefly looked at the headmaster, shaking his hand, before once again looking around. You have a really impressive building here, headmaster. It was nice of you to invite me here. Squeezing Severus' arm lightly in reassurance, Sonia smiled winningly, watching a few students frantically whispering while walking by. Yes, the castle is rather magnificent. I know the Jiggers family, but I don't remember you attending our lovely school. And there was a gap to fill in, as Severus had told her several times, a habit the old wizard seemed to have, using it often, probably because most people couldn't stand leaving gaps, or perhaps even thinking they were giving an elderly man help with telling him something he had known but since forgot. That is because I didn't, headmaster. This is my first visit here, and Severus has promised me a tour of the castle and his lab. They managed to ditch the headmaster after they had been to the owlery and the astronomy tower. It seemed the old wizard was decent enough to let a young couple in love have a little privacy to kiss. Severus wouldn't tolerate her calling it snogging, and enjoy the view. And it was a nice view, even when the days were getting shorter and more dreary by the day. So we can make a tick by snogging on the astronomy tower on the list. The young squib said on their way down, a spring in her step and a smile on her slightly reddened face. What list? Severus asked, a little suspicious. The list I made of things to do in Hogwarts, together with you, my love. The look he gave her for this had her giggling, which made his lips twitch. You wanted to show me your lab and the potion you're working on. Taking her hand in his, entwining their fingers, he nodded, getting them walking again. Yes, I have the base finished, and would like us to test it if you agree. The lilt of his voice made a question out of the last sentence. With a soft smile, Sonia stepped into Severus' way, rose to her toes, and gave her Grumpy Potion's master a small, chaste kiss. I will gladly help you with your experimentation, and will test it together with you. And then we will have a nice private meal in your quarters. By the time the third group of students broke out in heated whispers, once the couple walking hand in hand had passed them, a scowl was etched into Severus' face. My reputation is going to go to hell, he sighed. Nonsense, Sonia interrupted his morose statement. They will learn that the fact that you let one person get close will not change your personality. Or do you think I will have such a deep effect on you? He gave her a kiss. You are changing me in my life, don't ever doubt that. But I agree that having you in my life will not change my professor persona one bit. Once they reached the private potions laboratory, they started to discuss Severus, attempts at brewing a potion geared to identifying the probability of a couple having magically gifted children of good health. It was a lively discussion about alternative stirring patterns, whether to use scarabees or the brightly colored forewings of the beetles, if a simple pewter cauldron was better, or if an iron one would yield better results. Later that evening, Severus brought Sonia home again and came back into his rooms. A small cauldron containing a royal blue potion no longer bubbling. That, according to Severus' theory, would indicate a high chance of magical children for him and Sonia, was waiting in the lab to be cleaned up. But for now, Severus would sit down on the love seat Sonia, and he had snogged on evidently another of the items on the ominous list, sipping on a small tumbler of fine whiskey, basking in the good memories of the last hours. As Sonia had managed to dodge the headmaster's attempts to get more information out of her directly, he probably would tap into his sources, and probably would get the information he wanted rather quickly. That would result in another meeting with the old meddler. If the man could just stop calling him my boy, it would be easier to put up with him and his demands. As soon as his lord's heir and Lily's son graduated, he would resign from his post and spend his time with his family and research. It was a lovely dream, and it felt good to finally have one again. 28th of October, against the roaring flames, the stars of the night sky were invisible. It seemed that far too many people were milling about, keeping the gaping crowd at bay, drenching the surrounding forest with water to keep the hot burning fire from spreading. It was an eerie scene, illuminated by the flickering red light of the fire and the flashing blue lights of several vehicles. The only sounds that of the fire, water being pumped, and people yelling, creating a deafening cacophony. Percy's French wasn't good, but he had caught a few words here and there which led him to believe the Muggles assumed that there was some substance in the house making the flames that hot and impossible to extinguish with water. Rolling his eyes, the red-head in a suit, he was in possession of one since he had started working at the ministry, anticipating the need to interact with the Muggle government sometime, snorted exasperatedly. Of course, this fire was not the result of some silly chemical, but some really powerful dark magic. It wasn't quite fiendful, but it was dark enough that the casting had alerted the French ministry, calling several auras to the scene. Once they had seen the woman dancing around the burning two-story house, laughing like mad, they had alerted the British. Percy had been appointed the contact for the French ministry in the case of the fleeing Death Eaters who had been seen in various places around France right at the beginning of the whole debacle. At first, Percy had been reluctant, but he quickly realized this was a chance to repair some of the damage his career had taken due to the disaster that the Triwizard Tournament had been. He already knew some of the people he would have to work with, and his French was getting better. So who else would be able to do this job right? Looking down to the bound witch near him, rocking back and forth on her knees, eyes glued to the devastation started by the wand they had found on her, Percy was glad two auras were standing next to her. He wasn't confident that he would have been able to contain Bellatrix Lestring, even in her clearly deranged state. They would take her back to Britain as soon as the minister, the French and the British, had approved the portkey to do so, but Percy would remain behind, coordinating the evidence gathering. There were several fading apparition trails that needed to be followed, and who knew what they would find in the house once the fire was under control, if there was anything left at all. With a sigh, Percy resigned himself to a long night and several long days to follow. Uo, 29th of October house burns down in South France. That was the blaring headline of the Prophet on Monday morning. Hermione read snippets of the article to the Gryffindors sitting around her. Harry only listened with one ear while he contemplated the mirror call with his guardian from the evening before. Marvolo had informed him that there would be news of one Death Eater captured and several killed the next morning. And he had informed Harry that it was a front to give those supposedly killed a way to start their lives from scratch. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about this. The fact that he had been told, as well as the fact that it had happened, that Marvolo was planning such things, and that he had told Harry about it. It was hard. On the one hand, Harry longed to trust someone, wanted a family, someone to care about him, and not only because he was the friend of one of their children. On the other hand, it felt wrong that he seemed to have found what he wished for with the murderer of his parents, a wizard still plotting murder and the breaking of laws. They have found 3 bodies in the house, or what they think are the remains of 3 bodies. Currently, they aren't sure if all 3 belong to the escapees, but the remains are large enough to belong to adults. Hermione was distinctly green around her nose and didn't touch her food again during breakfast that day. Good riddance. Dean commented between bites of scrambled eggs. When the auras wait long enough, the problem will solve itself. A few of the Gryffindor boys laughed at that, but Hermione looked skeptical. I don't think that it'll work that way, Hermione said, folding the paper and handing it over to Parvati, who was reaching for it from further down the table. It's strange to think that that woman is related to me, even if only by marriage, and cousins once removed still. Don't think too much about it, Myoni, Ron said from across the table, after swallowing a large mouthful of bacon and fried mushrooms. You are a Gryffindor, after all, nothing like that insane witch or those 2 brothers. Hermione got her notes for this day's classes out of her bag, ignoring the speculation starting up around them. A smart move on her part, at least in Harry's opinion, because he knew the feeling of being torn between 2 halves of oneself. Well, that was the way he often felt. It was quite possible that Hermione didn't have that same problem. Xerxes Lestrange had a pretty tame official face, even if the family had a tainted reputation. Hey, Potter, someone said, standing behind Harry's back. Harry turned half on the bench so he could see who was talking to him. It was one of his year-mates from Ravenclaw, Terry Boot, standing there, looking rather excited. Hey, Boot, and it's Slytherin Potter now. It would look odd if he let it go, were someone to call him by only part of his name. There were so many rules of etiquette to follow, Harry wasn't quite sure how he had managed to get so many of them into his head over the short time he had lessons this summer. Whatever. The other boy waved away the correction on how to address his classmate. I noticed a note on the board in the common room this morning. You and Granger are starting a dueling club. What do you plan to teach? Well, with the change in defense professor in the middle of the first term and the theory-heavy approach the new professor has, we thought that having a safe place to practice for our OWL exams would do us all good. As for what we'll be teaching, I thought it would be mostly useful, versatile spells that can be helpful in many situations. In fact, Harry had started to compile a list of spells he thought would be the most helpful to learn, while Hermione was compiling a list of spells that were known to be asked for quite often in the practical OWL exams. Useful in many situations. Like what, exactly? We had the same set of professors, Potter. What could you 2 teach the rest of us? The other boy seemed quite skeptical, and Harry had to concede that it was a point Boot had there. Last year I needed to know a lot of spells not normally taught in fourth year. Hermione did the research, and we practiced a long time to get them all right. I survived the tournament. Harry had no intention of going into any depth here, and learned a lot about learning from books. Professor Flitwick will be the sponsor, and you don't need to take part if you think it will be a waste of time. Harry tried to sound unconcerned, but felt the uncertainties raise their head. He had feared that there might not be any interest from students in their club when Hermione had first proposed the idea. I already placed my name on the list. Another voice joined the conversation. Even if only a fraction of the stories being told are true, the two of them will be wonderful teachers. Harry gave Theo a friendly smile. His Slytherin friend was a good diplomat, a much better one than either Ron or Hermione. And if you still doubt all those rumors, Boot, then you might consider the attack from earlier this year. There were people on the ground casting stunners at Harry. He dodged them on his broom and managed to take them down. I certainly think that I can learn something from him. Boot nodded and left without another comment as one of the other Ravenclaw boys called for him. I still think we shouldn't let all the Slytherins into the club, Ron muttered, loud enough to be heard clearly by all in the vicinity. As Harry knew it would, this comment, made more than once, and now slightly amended not to exclude all Slytherins on principle, set off Hermione into another of her infamous rants about the rules. Don't start again, Ron. I've already told you that an official school club can only be restricted by class level, not house. We could have said only third years and up, or only those fifth year and under, but not all but Slytherins. Theo had a smirk on his face, and Harry rolled his eyes at his friend, turned back to the table, and continued with his breakfast. But we have 4 Quidditch teams, so clearly there is a way to have a club only for part of the houses. Ron wasn't going to give in this easily. He had made it quite clear that he would have preferred a secret club, so they could have excluded whomever they wanted. Nudged on his shoulder, Harry scooted a little further down the bench to make room for Theo. So what do you plan to do in your first lesson? The lanky teenager wanted to know, selecting an apple from one of the plates filled with fruit, clearly intending to finish his breakfast at the Gryffindor table. I thought to start with the disarming charm. You know, the one Professor Snape used against Lockhart. I've come to appreciate it quite a bit. It might seem simple, but we'll have a rather mixed group, probably. The rest of breakfast was over quickly, filled with planning and bouncing ideas for the defense club off Theo, while in the background, Ron and Hermione were bickering about the purpose behind the rules governing the school. It almost felt like a normal day if he managed to ignore all the speculation about the fire in the south of France. 31st of October, Halloween at breakfast. Minerva sat down next to Severus, filling her cup with freshly brewed tea, looking on in fascination as Severus added a spoon of honey to his coffee. It was a little funny that he was the only one she knew that drank his coffee this way. There were, in fact, not many wizards and witches who drank coffee in Britain. Severus just was the exception to most unwritten rules. When finally all the professors had made it to the table, Minerva cleared her throat to get her colleagues' attention. I want to remind you all that Mr. Slytherin will not attend classes today, as his guardian has arranged for a day off for him. He will be back after dinner. Most of the others just nodded. They had heard this in the last faculty meeting, after all, but Albus looked a little surprised. How is it possible that I am only now hearing of this? We can't make such exceptions for single students, Minerva. Why wouldn't young Harry take part in the festivities? We shouldn't let Tom force the boy to be absent from the cheerful feast with his friends. Not the least impressed by his slightly chiding tone, Minerva placed her fork down next to her plate. As the excusing of students from lessons for family reasons is handled by the deputy headmaster or headmistress, it falls solely under my jurisdiction. There was no need to involve you, headmaster. Are there any more questions? A few headshakes answered her, and she stood and left before the headmaster could voice more objections. It was hard to see him lose so much of his brilliance. She was still skeptical about Lord Slytherin, but the fact that he had arranged for Harry to have a quiet day in remembrance of his parents, when no one had ever done so before, granted him a slight growing of respect. While the others went to their lessons, Harry waited, wrapped in his new warm winter cloak, in the entrance hall for his godfather. Before he could start to worry, the tall form of his godfather walked through the high doors, his robes swaying around his legs. a heavy cloak hanging from his shoulders, a grin on his face. "Harry, pup, I can't really wrap my head around the fact that he got you out of classes. What's his hidden agenda? What do you think?" A little bemused, Harry realized that Sirius was trying to be cheerful and brighten the mood, not that he needed cheering up. Until this year, he had never really thought about visiting his parents' graves or remembering them in any way on the day they had been murdered. So he rolled his eyes and grinned, accepting a brief embrace from his godfather. He probably wants to look like a thoughtful and kind guardian, I would guess. But as he has to act like one most of the time to achieve this, I think I can live with it. Sirius laughed, startled. "Well, it is a likely agenda, but I guess he has at least several more. He is Slytherin after all." They fell into step and walked towards the entrance, Sirius slinging his arm over the shorter teen's shoulders. "I thought we first should go to Godric's Hollow, take a look around, then go to the graveyard. Maybe get something to eat. I haven't planned too much ahead." Harry nodded, not saying a word, looking at his feet and the path they now followed over the school grounds. "I guess one plan is as good as any other," Harry shrugged. "How is your search for an heir going?" Moaning dramatically, Sirius placed his hand over his eyes, never faltering in his stride. "It's so much work, Harry. I thought it would be easy, but man, was I wrong. The chronicles are a mess, no order I can find." And then the squibs often changed their names, or went abroad, not that I would blame them, making it so much harder to follow their trails. I thought about just paying for a test for all muggle-born wizards and witches I can find, but sadly, the goblins really don't like that idea. The two of them turned a little so they could see each other, and grinned. "Well, I have a few people following the paper trail through all of Europe. We'll see if they can find anyone. And if I can't find anyone, I might just change the rules and name Nymphadora my heiress." Harry had only met the young Aura a few times, but he already knew that she would not really fit in with the stiff rules surrounding the old families with seats on the Wisengamot. If you try, she might just hex you to the ceiling of a room and leave you there. They had a good laugh over this mental image and reached the gate leading to the road down to Hogsmeade and the train station. "We'll apparate from here, I think." Sirius decided. No need to walk any further than the edge of the wards, after all. "Ready." Taking a steadying breath, Harry nodded. "Ready," and took a good hold of his godfather's arm. A moment of uncomfortable traveling later, they were standing behind a bush on fallen leaves that were starting to rot, quite out of sight. "There's a small memorial in the middle of town, and the house," Sirius swallowed. "The house you all lived in has been preserved as a reminder." I only ever saw the house that night before I stupidly went after that rat, and Remus told me about the memorial. Harry knew that Sirius wanted to let him make the decision what he wanted to see, what he was ready to see, but he was unsure himself. What could he cope with at this point in time? Could he visit the house where his parents had died, where his darkest memories were, those that he was forced to remember whenever a Dementor came too near? Maybe it would be better not to go there yet. "I want to see the memorial first, please." Sirius only nodded and turned them around so they could walk down a quiet little street lined with cozy little cottages and houses. It was a peaceful place, one that looked as if it could be the stage for a children's book or film. "You know, all I ever hear about Mum and Dad are little snippets. I know that I have Mum's eyes and that Dad was good at flying. But what were their favorite colors? Was there anything that Dad could eat so much of that he would feel sick? You know, the things that are silly, things I know about my best friends. No one ever tells me such things." Obliging his godson, Sirius started to tell what he could remember, odd little events that had stuck with him. A really memorable potions class with Professor Slughorn, after which all students had had vibrantly pink hair, some Quidditch matches, and the fact that Lily had loved watching the sport, even if she always avoided James. It didn't take long until they reached a small square in the middle of the settlement, the obelisk morphing into a statue of a man and a woman holding a small child. For the longest time, they both stood there under a notice me not spell Sirius had cast over them before they had started on their short walk through the town. It was odd for Harry to see a memorial for his parents and himself. He had seen more than one memorial for the dead of the 2 world wars on school trips the Dursleys couldn't prevent him from attending. Seeing one dedicated to himself, making him out to be a great hero, he rather would have had his parents than all this fame. And now he had trouble to feeling hatred for the man who had killed them. He sighed. It is odd seeing them, us like that. Do you know who made it? Sirius shook his head. No, but I guess we can find out if you want to know. I think I would like that. They started to walk again after that, no particular destination in mind, randomly walking the streets. I was wondering if you could spend the Christmas holidays with me, Sirius asked out of the blue, probably to break the silence and the mood that was steadily getting more morose. I would love to see you for a few days. Ma, he said I have to come home because there are several social functions I have to go to. Sirius made a face, clearly unhappy that he had to attend many of those as well, and then his face brightened. Oh, we'll get to see each other at some of those. That might make them more bearable, so you'll spend the holidays over at Griffin House. They were stumbling from one awkward topic to the next, but Harry appreciated Sirius' effort not to insult his guardian. They had a few rougher discussions over the mirrors, but it seemed that maybe they could move on from this. Actually, he asked me what I wanted to do over the holidays so he could plan around my plans to visit friends. As he sees me writing to you and visiting duties I have to fulfill, I guess spending time with you during a family holiday would be something he would demand anyway. Harry started to smile again. You talk to him often? Sirius wanted to know, not entirely successful in feigning indifference. Every evening. But you already know that. You gave him the notes on the communication mirrors. It's nice to not have to write so many letters on top of all the essays we already have to write. I can't even rush through the history essays anymore, now that Remus reads them. Sirius ruffled the mop of unruly black hair. I remember that 5th year was a hard one. I know from experience. Don't allow yourself to fall behind. Trying to catch up will not work out too well. Without speaking the decision out loud, they started to make their way over to the church and the graveyard behind it. A curious mixture of dread and anticipation filled Harry's stomach. He was unsure what to think. Uo, filled with grief, Sirius watched over Harry from a few steps behind and to the side. He had conjured 2 small flowers that Harry had laid down at the graves. Now the teenager stood there, hands locked before him, eyes staring at the headstones, small drops of water falling down from his face to the ground. In a way, this silent crying made Sirius mad. His own parents had always told him that boys and men didn't cry, that if you were strong, you would not show emotions. It was obvious that someone had drilled Harry in the same useless sentiment. It couldn't have been Slytherin, as he had only had custody of Harry since the summer, so it had to have been the Muggles. Sirius never had liked Lily's sister, nor her husband. He had only met them a few times, that vile man actually only once, but he had known at first glance that if they'd had magic, they would have been great friends with his family. Bigoted idiots, the lot of them. Well, it was early in the day, and Harry only needed to be back at school after dinner. So maybe they could visit one of the places Lily had loved to see in London. See a few happy places Harry could link to his parents, creating a few happy memories, chasing away the gloom. With a little luck, they would find a cinema playing one of the films Lily had taken the Marauders to see. It definitely would be a better ending to the day. Chapter 48, Defense Club. Chapter text. It was the morning of the 1st of November when Harry met his friends again. He had gotten back in the middle of dinner the night before and had retreated into his room and behind the curtains of his bed for some privacy. He had thumbed through his picture album, looking at all the pictures of his parents Hagrid had collected for him back in 1st year. There you are, Harry. Ron greeted him on the stairs down to the common room, while Dean and Neville walked on before them, eyes still half closed with sleepiness. I wondered yesterday, but Hermione said we should leave you alone, that you would have come to us if you wanted. Harry could see that Ron was not so sure about what Hermione had said, so he nodded to confirm their friend's assessment. Yeah, I wanted some time to think, but now we can prepare for the game on Saturday. What followed was a lively discussion about Quidditch and what the weather probably would be like, a conversation that lasted until they all had reached the table. When they met with Hermione in the common room, the girl rolled her eyes, and Harry and she shared a fond smile. Their friend was rather predictable when it came to Quidditch and Slytherins. So why weren't you in classes yesterday, Harry? Colin asked as he walked by, open curiosity in his eyes. Ginny, walking a step behind him, gave him a light slap to the shoulder. Don't be so thick. What day was it yesterday? She turned from a bewildered Colin to Harry. Sorry for that. I'll explain it, she added to Carlin, and dragged the young Gryffindor down the table to a mostly empty section. Sighing, Harry looked at what was for breakfast that morning and snatched up some toast and honey. Is it really so interesting where I am any given day that those not in our year and house ask about it? It was more a rhetorical question than anything else, because Harry knew others were interested in what he did more than was normal, but he got an answer anyway. Well, yes, it is. You are the boy who lived and the heir to two families, Hermione explained in her typical lecture mode, buttering her own slice of toast. You didn't spend the whole day with him, did you? Neville wanted to know, looking a little green around the gills, probably imagining a day in the company of Lord Slytherin, an intimidating figure even if you didn't know that he had been Voldemort before his stint as a spirit haunting a forest in Albania. No, don't worry, Neville. Sirius picked me up. It was. He took a deep breath, avoiding his friend's eyes, looking down at his plate. Not so bad. We went to Godric's Hollow, visited the memorial and the graveyard. He brightened as his thoughts turned to the later part of the day. But after that we went to London, and Sirius showed me places my mom liked. We even went to see a movie. Sirius wanted to show me a film he had seen back then with my parents and their friends. But as it wasn't running anywhere, we just picked one at random. He smiled in remembrance, munching on his breakfast, while Hermione explained cinemas and movies to those students born to all magical families. Nearing the time they would have to leave so as not to be late for their first lesson, Theo came over, a bunch of scrolls tied with pale blue ribbon in his hands, the strap of his bag over one shoulder. Good morning, Harry. I thought I'd give you my notes now, so you can have a look at them in your free period. Smiling at his first Slytherin friend, some of the others were tolerable, so they might become friends in time. Harry took the scrolls to put them into his own bag. Do you need them back, Theo? The lanky teenager, still a bit taller than Harry, shook his head. No, these are copies. You can keep them. Then a smirk appeared on the other's face. I know he wouldn't like you to know, but Draco is wondering what you're going to teach this Friday in the first Defense Club meeting. You have seen the announcement that Friday will be the first meeting. Harry nodded, closing his bag and taking up his goblet of milk, emptying it in a few big gulps. Hermione and I agreed with Professor Flitwick that this Friday was as good a day as any other, so Draco will be there. I guess most of our year will be there. Who can afford to miss a chance to practice? Harry nodded, standing up from the table as most of the other students were doing. With our current professor, probably no one. Practicing charms or transfiguration in the common room works well enough, but defense just needs more room. Soon they split up to reach their respective classes. Harry was deep in thought and a little nervous over the first defense meeting on Friday. The others concentrated on their next class. It seemed Harry's worst fear, nobody showing up, would not come true. But thinking back to the brawling during that one dueling club meeting with Lockhart, Harry had plenty of reasons to worry. Uhu clutching their warm cloaks over their equally warm winter robes to their bodies to shield them from the biting wind here on the pier on the island of Azkaban prison. John Dawlish and Kingsley, Shacklebolt, started on their way up to the imposing silhouette of the triangle-shaped building. John had the touch sphere in one of his pockets, and they were here to check Umbridge. It had taken a lot of convincing that they should be allowed to come here to check that the old bitch had not sent the Dementors after 3 heirs. So far, not one of the suspected people they had tested at the Ministry had tripped the sphere. Think we'll be successful here? Shacklebolt asked, rubbing his hands in their gloves to get them warmer again. I think that Umbridge had a really good reason to remove Lord Slytherin's heir from the picture, and with what happened at the school, I doubt she has any qualms about murdering children. She tortured students. John had to take a few deep breaths to regain some of his calm, even if the anger was a nice way to keep warm. He quickly recast his warming charm. Sadly, those didn't tend to hold up well under such conditions as these. They didn't talk any more on their way up to the prison building, and kept conversation to a minimum even after they had entered. With the Dementors now back at the prison, the overall atmosphere was much more unpleasant than it had been the last time they had visited. And the fact that they had to use the boat rather than a portkey was an inconvenience too. But with the officials claiming there wasn't much use in testing Dolar's Umbridge, it had been hard to get permission to do the testing at all. Walking down the dreary corridors, still wrapped in their cloaks, Shacklebolt spoke calmly in his deep voice. quietly so his words wouldn't carry too far. Think the minister is trying to cover up behind her. There were a great many more obstacles to clear than I had anticipated for testing Umbridge. Nodding thoughtfully, John had to admit that the other had a point. If this was another thing to lay at Umbridge's door, it would look bad for the minister. There were a great many hoops to jump through, but I think it's more fear over there maybe being something than real knowledge that there is something to hide. They reached the cell on the least secure level where Umbridge was being held. The moment their steps could be heard from her cell, pleading started in it, easily to be heard from their position. "Let me out. There's been a terrible mistake. The minister values my work highly." She went on and on. She probably had sounded more demanding and sure of herself when she had first been thrown into her cell. Now she sounded pleading and pathetic. "Back from the door, Umbridge," John bellowed, startling a high-pitched squeak out of the woman in her grey-striped prisoner robes. They heard shuffling and the sound of something heavy landing on the floor with a surprised umph. Rolling his eyes, John opened the door with a complicated wand movement and muttered incantation. "Up from the floor, Umbridge." While the witch scrambled to obey, John dug into his pockets and produced a small sphere with 3 smaller spheres inside it. One had lighted up when the aura on duty that day had touched the sphere, another when a clerk handling most of the ministry's paperwork had grabbed it in his hand. They were pretty sure that the last small sphere was linked to the culprit behind the attack. Before the woman could protest, John had grabbed her arm, bringing up her hand and pressing the sphere into the slack hand with its stubby fingers. One of the spheres inside the big one started to glow a bright pink. "Well, well," Shacklebolt drawled from where he stood, his wand in his hand, pointed at the prisoner to keep a lookout for his aura partner. "I wasn't sure this trip would be worth it, but now I'm quite glad that we took the risk." Stepping back from the bewildered woman, her once prim hair in disarray, John pocketed the touch sphere again. "I think we can go, Shacklebolt. We have found what we've been searching for." They hurried to get back to the boat and the shore. It was a meeting of the Wisengamot today, and they both had to give reports to not only Scrimgeour, but to their respective leaders as well. They had found the one sending Dementors after children. They might be standing on opposing sides, politically, but harming children was not something either of them would ever approve of. The first Wednesday after Bellatrix had been captured again, and 3 bodies had been found badly burned, all members of the Wisengamot had been called to an emergency meeting. Marvolo snorted as Bartemius presented the summons to him. Emergency. Right. And because of that, they had waited several days before calling the meeting. Of course, Marvolo knew that there had to be an investigation before the Wisengamot would be called to judge, but to still call it an emergency meeting felt silly. With a wave, Marvolo dismissed his personal assistant, knowing that the man would rearrange his schedule so he had the rest of the day free to attend the meeting, and started to walk to his rooms. He needed to change into his Wisengamot robes and his comfortable shoes. It either would be a really short meeting or an exceptionally long one. It was hard to predict how the others would react and what Cornelius would come up with. With quite a bit of time to spare, Marvolo made his way to the flue and vanished in the green flames, whirling on his way to the ministry. Sirius smoothed his robes down for the 3rd time since he had stepped out of the flue in the big atrium, walking slowly down the corridors to the Wisengamot chamber. He really wasn't comfortable with his new position as Lord Black. Yes, he was sure it would be better for him to fill the spot than to let the seat remain empty, only waiting for his cousin's son Draco to fill it when it was time. But he had run away from home, not only because of the unpleasantness his parents had always spouted, or the fact that they had aligned themselves with Voldemort, even if that had been a large part of it, but also because he had wanted nothing to do with all this political stuff. And now here he was, Lord Black, member of the Wisengamot, forced to participate in the political dance all these years after he had left so much behind to avoid this responsibility. When he entered the oval hall of the Wisengamot, a lot of its members were already present. Slytherin was surrounded by several of his closest associates, Malfoy, not Lestrade, and was being glowered at by one of the less important lords. Sirius tried a moment to remember his name, looking at the crest on the man's robe for a clue, but gave it up quickly as not really important at the moment. He nodded to Augusta, but walked past her over to the Black family seat. Cast a cushioning charm on the black onyx bench, streaked through with thin silver-white veins, before he sat down. He wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone before this meeting. It probably would have been the wise move to talk with his allies. But as the reasons they had been called here had something to do with the recapture of his cousin Bellatrix, he was in a rather foul mood. In addition to his disgruntlement over his position and the need to wear such posh robes, he felt terribly conflicted over the whole mess. Or rather, over the fact that he couldn't care less what would happen to Bellatrix, his cousin, the girl he had had quite a few shouting matches and prank wars with when they had been children. He wished he weren't required to take part in deciding what was to be done next. Watching in detached interest as the rest of the witches and wizards of the Wisengamot trickled into the hall and to their seats, Sirius played with his wand. The work on Grimold Place was going well, old grime and Dacre vanishing to make way for new wood paneling, carpets, and paint. He was going through the library and all the old records he had found, still searching for leads to find an heir. After Harry had decided the position would bring so many additional responsibilities that it would be too much for him, Sirius had approached Andromeda and her daughter Nymphadora. He liked the young woman, who was working as an aura. But both she and her mother had declined the position as heir to the Black family, even if he could manage to change the rules of inheritance to allow for a female heir and head of house. He couldn't really blame them. He could do without the title of Lord Black himself. A bang shot from the wand of Lord Abbot tore Sirius out of his thoughts. "Please be seated, ladies, lords. We will start in a few moments." Small groups broke up and dispersed to take their respective seats. The murmurs subsided and ended, leaving a permeating silence behind. Only the sound of cloth rustling and the shuffling of parchment by the secretaries and assistants sitting at the tables in the middle could be heard. The minister stood. "My lords and ladies, I'm proud to announce that the French ministry and our own auras managed to capture Bellatrix Lestrange at the scene of a house fire this last weekend." The man in the offensive magenta robes of the ministry members, Sirius, felt that this was one of the best pranks he had ever seen, making them all wear those colors, stood there like a peacock waiting to be praised. Sirius rolled his eyes. What utter codswallop! The man had done nothing to gain praise. If there was someone to be recognized for effort, it would be the auras and the French ministry who had done all the actual work. Nonetheless, a few polite claps were heard throughout the hall, but ended again rather quickly. "She will be kissed by the end of the week, as the head aura assured me that her questioning will be finished by then. We will inform you of any and all worthwhile information gathered from her." The minister's tone was matter-of-fact and caused first shocked silence, followed immediately afterwards by outrage. It was not the place of the minister to pass out kiss orders like candy at a birthday party. Malfoy stood, a sneer on his face. As Bellatrix was his sister-in-law, it was expected of him to have an opinion on this, even disregarding the fact that he was or had been a Death Eater. "Didn't we just have this, Minister? I remember there was a kiss on sight, oh ardor on Lord Black, and he was innocent. Dementors were sent out after children. I don't think we should skip the normal procedure. I rather think we should stick to it, or even make it more controlled, to make sure that no soul of an innocent is fed to these vile creatures." The fierce way the man spoke caught Sirius by surprise. Until now he had not seen the man this passionate about anything outside of battles, always so calm and composed, mocking his opponent most of the time. But then they had never really interacted before. Madame Bones stood as well. "I agree with Lord Malfoy." Even with the fact that Bellatrix Lestrange actually was found guilty by a court, just issuing a kiss order is not under your jurisdiction, Minister. Sirius thought that the red color of Fudge's face clashed quite wonderfully with his robes. It was obvious the man didn't like being reminded of what he couldn't do. In the face of the murmurs of agreement, the minister was quite flustered as he responded. Maybe he hadn't anticipated to meet any resistance over this. "Well, excuse me, but I think it is the best solution. She escaped Azkaban. People were killed, property destroyed. What would you rather do? I see no alternative to the kiss. If we don't think about this, it is no wonder you can't see an alternative." Someone from the benches in the back called into the room, not bothering to stand. Sirius saw quite a few of the others nod at this. Augusta Longbottom stood. "One who suffered from her actions in the last war. I think we should have a look at the facts." She waited for all to settle down once more, and only started to speak once the minister had sat down too. There is no doubt she did commit atrocious crimes in the last war, but she only managed to escape from Azkaban because the Dementors had been removed, allowing criminals to make their way to the island in an attempt to free some of the prisoners. She never did manage it while the Dementors were on watch. She looked rather intimidating, the lines around her eyes deep with worry and tension. I don't see a reason to shorten her sentence by essentially killing her. I have a question for Lord Lestrange. As she is part of his family, I want to know why he hasn't disowned her. One of the less important lords associated with the light called from his place behind Sirius. The dark-haired wizard didn't bother turning in his seat to have a look. It was rather easy to play someone he didn't know by watching the others whose place on the political spectrum he already knew. Lord Lestrange stood, a grave expression on his face, his posture rigid. "I don't see why you should be entitled to know about my family affairs." His tone was scolding, and Sirius felt himself reminded of Professor McGonagall the one time she had held a stern lecture about using transfiguration on the pets of other students as a prank. "But as your accusation is no longer true, I will give a short explanation." The old wizard, once one's hair started to turn white, Sirius thought it only right to call the person old, turned to the one disrupting the proceedings, and therefore looking in Sirius' direction, giving the animagus an excellent view of his displeased expression. "In retrospect, I think I just refused to deal with the situation, the results of my own son's foolish actions." Sirius noticed Slytherin lowering his gaze to his hands, folded in his lap. He still couldn't decide if the remorse was genuine or just supreme acting. Lestrange continued, "But a few days ago, I dissolved the marriage of my son to this witch, calling on a clause in the marriage contract. I will not disown my sons, because that would cut off all children they might have had somewhere." The old wizard stiffly sat down again on his seat, spreading his robes in an expert movement. Practice made perfect, it was impressive how the older lords and ladies managed to convey their disdain or disapproval just in the manner they moved the masses of fabric of the traditional robes. "If she no longer is a Lestrange," Marchbanks stated in her slightly brittle but still cutting voice, "then she is a black again, is she not?" All eyes turned to Sirius, who barely managed to keep from fidgeting. Knowing that it was time for himself to express his stand on this, Sirius stood. "I haven't managed to get around to it until now, but for her crimes against our society, I fully intend to cast her from the family. So no, she will not be a black for long." Murmurs spread through the room. Sirius sat down again. He needed to look up the steps to cast someone out of the family once he was home again. And once he was already searching through that particular book, he would also look up the way to accept someone back into the family. Plan to change the image of the ancient and noble House of Black. A Muggle-born heir and half-blood family members were an excellent starting point. Do we even know if she is responsible for those that were murdered during the escape? Lord Nart wanted to know, directing the debate back to the topic at hand. Madame Bones, as the head of law enforcement, answered that question. "We don't know who killed the Auror on duty or the civilians invading the prison. It could have been any of the escaped Death Eaters." "That is totally beside the point," the minister interrupted. "She was certainly involved in the deaths, and therefore should be punished accordingly. Escape from Azkaban is punishable with the kiss." Now Sirius could no longer pretend not to be interested and stood. Again, all eyes moved to him. "Before I fled, there never was a successful escape from Azkaban. So I doubt there is something like a standard punishment for escape, because there never was a reason for one to exist. That you, minister, just set the kiss on sight order does not create a precedence. I agree with Dowager Longbottom. Let us send her back to Azkaban. Now that the Dementors are back there, she should be safe enough. Maybe being Lord Black was not so bad after all." Sirius sat down again while the others around him argued. Should there be a set punishment for escape from Azkaban? Now that there had been 2 successful escapes, it was clear that it wasn't as impossible as they had always believed. Others remarked that they had adjusted the procedures for Animagi, and that the others only managed to escape because the Dementors had been removed. It moved back and forth without any hint of the discussion going anywhere. Amused, and a little bit annoyed as well, Sirius noticed that they were drifting away from the main point again. If they continued to stray from the topic so much, they would be here until late at night. He had hoped to work a little more on his new motorcycle. Hagrid had offered to return the one he had borrowed all those years ago, but Sirius had declined. It was more fun to start from scratch with another motorcycle, and he could use some fun in between searching for an heir, renovation, and all the other pesky responsibilities of an adult wizard. Why don't we give her a new chance at life by de-aging her back to an infant? One of the lords on the highest level, that of the houses, asked out of the blue, silencing the room. Sirius only knew that he was known for his daring potions experiments, but sadly not for his successes. For the life of him, the dark-haired animagus couldn't remember the man's name. He was really bad at this, and probably should make an effort to learn all the names, but it was of no consequence as his suggestion was already being screamed and shouted into the ground. That is preposterous. There is no reliable de-aging potion. At least 2 of the 3 who have tried to use the one recipe known died. All accidents resulting in de-aging had horrible consequences. The Lord proposing this idea stood there like a rock between waves on a stormy sea, out waiting the storm. Sirius was slightly impressed by his composure and suspicious of the man's motivation. I think I have created a potion that will be successful where others were not. I used the information gathered after all those accidents you spoke about. He waved his hand in one direction, indicating someone. Why not risk it? Some of you clearly would approve of giving her over to the Dementors. Others would condemn her to a slow death on that damnable island. With my potion, there would be a chance for her to live. Sirius snorted, and there was the motive, a person to test his potion on. Hopefully, that man was enough of a coward to never to go after people to get his test subjects. Suddenly, an eerie silence started to spread through the room. Sirius looked around and spotted Lord Slytherin, no longer sitting with an expression of hidden pain, standing in front of the silver seat with its 2 snakes. What was he up to now? Only when all sounds had stopped did the man in his green robes of silk and wool start to speak. It is noble to consider giving Bellatrix a new chance to live, but I feel I need to make you aware of circumstances you all seem to forget. He spoke calmly and deliberately, and Sirius found himself listening attentively, almost captivated by the performance. It might have passed by your notice, but even if someone is declared not responsible for past actions, most will still remember and hold them responsible. Blue eyes wandered unhurriedly over the assembled wizards and witches, not accusing, but more like he dared them to contradict him. I can handle the reactions, because I remember and am a grown man. But if she survived, if we found someone willing to take her in, raise her, she would most likely not remember anything. But the world around her would remember. The people raising her would remember. The man made a pause, tucking some hair behind his ear, a nervous tell, swallowing before he continued. Growing up despised for something you can't understand, hated for something you can't remember doing. Don't you think, can't you see, that this would be crueler than death or imprisonment? He turned slowly, addressing those behind him as well. Is imprisonment not kinder than stealing a soul, feeding it to some horrible monster? I would prefer death over that fate, and I guess many others here would agree. And just like that he stopped speaking. If Sirius had someone to bet with right now, he would have liked to bet how many of the others had their jaws hanging down, leaving them open-mouthed and looking stupid. Well, whatever he thought about Slytherin most of the time, here he had a good point. Sirius remembered the horror of Azkaban. Sending Bella back, there would be punishment enough, in his opinion. So when a vote was called, that was what he voted for. Uo Marvolo was a little surprised, because he had not lied when he said that he would prefer death over the kiss. Of course he would choose living over either of those, but almost all cultures around the world had some kind of story around souls and rebirth. There was almost always some hope in them. All stories speaking about soul-consuming monsters, not that he had found that many, insisted that the soul was lost and never would return once consumed. So better the way with a little bit of hope than the one not leaving any kind of loophole. He sat down after this short, spontaneous speech, watching as the Wisengamot slowly came to a conclusion. He voted with the majority to just send the witch back to prison, even if the idea to regress her back to an infant had some merit. But as long as those around her knew who she had been, it would probably end in her being harassed for something she couldn't understand and could do nothing about. It would most likely turn out something like his own childhood, and look where that had led him. No need risking the creation of another individual bent on destruction. But the idea of de-aging might work for those of his followers that still were hiding out at headquarters. Radolphus and Rabistan might benefit from it, and could maybe be passed off as their own sons. Severus certainly would like the challenge of searching for a reliable de-aging potion. They could pose as half-blood sons from Muggle mothers. He would have to think about this some more. While the normal, tedious procedure of voting went on around him, Marvolo watched two figures in the familiar crimson of the Aura Corps entering the chamber, walking along like they were trying not to draw too much attention to themselves. They reached the seat of Madame Bones, and she bent down a little down to make it easier for one of the Auras to speak into her ear. Marvolo was intrigued, watching them with interest, not paying any mind to the last counting of those who had abstained from the vote. Before the chief warlock could dismiss them and declare the session closed, Madame Bones stood and called out to gain their attention. "Lords and ladies, please, if I might ask for another moment of your time. I was just informed that the Auras investigating the case of the rogue Dementors have found evidence that Dola's Jane Umbridge may have been involved in this crime. I wish to inform you all that there will be an in-depth investigation into her possible involvement. We will keep you informed of developments." After that, they started to rise and depart. Marvolo walked over to Xerxes, planning to get him and his sons together to plan what to do to create them a new life, now that their deaths would hopefully be official soon. Uwo back in his office, Cornelius filled a small tumbler with his best scotch and sat down behind his desk with a weary sigh. It was rather unfortunate that he now had no prisoner to hand over to the Dementors. They had been rather unhappy over their temporary removal from the prison, understandably so. But he had hoped that handing over someone to them to be kissed would smooth the unrest over. Now he had to search for another solution. Maybe he could push for Dolas to be kissed. If the foolish woman truly had sent Dementors after 3 heirs of respectable families, the Wisengamot might feel it a poetic justice. He would need to remember that he was deeply wounded by Dola's betrayal. It wouldn't be beneficial for his continued position as minister if he got caught up in the schemes of his former undersecretary. Phileas was a little excited as he levitated the 4 enormous house tables to the sides of the great hall on Friday afternoon. After the lists from all 4 houses with the names of those willing to participate had been collected, it had been clear that no single classroom was big enough to teach all the students in. At least, not for something needing as much space as practical defense did. So the faculty had decided it was best to use the Great Hall for this club. The last time they had attempted to establish something like this, 3 years prior, Phileas had declined any kind of association with it, as Gilderoy had been going to head it. Even as he was sure that dueling in a competitive setting, as he had done for many years, was nothing compared to actual battle, he had been sure the vain man was unable to teach it. And on top of that, Gilderoy had already proven by then that he had no real knowledge of anything related to the subject he had been teaching. In an assessment like this, Phileas knew he could trust his ravens. In formal duels, there were a great many rules to follow. Actual battle knew no rules of any kind. In a duel, you could be sure that there was only that one opponent, and the area was clear and enclosed in a shield to protect the audience. There was nothing to hinder anyone from sending a fatal spell at your back in a fight. This club was meant to give the students a little bit of practical defense experience. It wasn't meant to be a place to train them in actual battle, nor in formal duels. He guessed it would land somewhere between a practical defense lesson and exchange about practical application in dangerous situations. Mr. Slytherin had a lot of experience with those. Satisfied with his preparations, Phileas made his way over to the dais housing the head table and hopped up on the edge to sit there and wait. Only moments later, 3 students entered the hall through the big doors, all of them in Gryffindor robes, Mr. Slytherin and his 2 friends. They spotted their teacher the moment after they had taken in the changed appearance of the great hall. With a big grin, Phileas greeted his students. "Miss Granger, Mr. Slytherin, Mr. Weasley, how nice to see you all. Do you feel adequately prepared? Do you need any last-minute advice or information?" Heading a student club of this magnitude was something new. Most of the other clubs, garbstones, the choir, dancing, only were attended by a few students. A club attracting most of the student population was something else, even if it would end up with only the first meeting this big. No, thank you, Professor. I think we are prepared as well as we can be. The young witch answered his question, and then started with questions about further reading material for the current class of charms they were studying. Out of the corner of his eyes, Phileas watched other students walking in through the doors in small groups, only slowly drifting closer to where he and the three Gryffindors were waiting. Gryffindors and Ravenclaws were those most eager to get to the front. A few Slytherins kept farther back. He would have to watch out for trouble brewing. Only too often did those two groups clash with one another. Standing, the short charms professor waved for the students to come further into the room. Come in, come in. No need to be shy. You'll see more when you stand in front. Minutes before the meeting would officially start, the slow, steady stream of students stopped. A low murmur filled the room with background noise, all waiting full of excited anticipation. Time to get the show started. Welcome, welcome you all to this first Defense Club meeting. I'm here to make sure there is help at hand if something goes wrong. The club itself is being led by two of your fellow students, Miss Granger and Mr. Slytherin here. He made a sweeping, dramatic gesture to the two nervous fifth-years, giving the word over to them. Clearing her throat, Miss Granger took a step forward, dragging her friend behind her by his robe's sleeve, causing Phileas to grin again. Welcome. We're all here because we want to learn and practice how to defend ourselves and others in dangerous situations. Theory is all well and good, but it won't help us when there's really a need to defend ourselves. With each word the witch with her untamed hair spoke, her confidence seemed to grow, her voice getting steadier, the barely noticeable tremor vanishing from it. I'm good at theory, and Harry is really good at the practical side of defense. Together with you, we should be able to practice what we might need in the future, and what we certainly will need for our exams. That got a few chuckles and joking calls from the students, especially from the Gryffindors, causing the young witch to blush as she gave the still nervous-looking teen boy standing beside her a nudge forward. One step took Mr. Slytherin right to the edge of the dais. Phileas saw him take a deep breath, exhaling it slowly before he started to speak. I didn't expect so many would come. You've all have probably heard quite some stories about the adventures my friends and I have found ourselves in since we came to Hogwarts. I'm quite sure that most of it is exaggerated or invented. No one really tells me the rumors going around. But what I have heard was nothing like what I remember. But that's not really why we're here. I've found that it helps to know a lot of spells to react in a situation you might be in while on your own, or need to protect someone who can't do so on their own. With Hermione's help, and with ideas from you, I hope to help us all expand our spell knowledge and our ideas of how to use them. Phileas listened and watched. With a little training and experience, Mr. Slytherin might become a great orator in time. The students were listening, and the boy's voice carried into the far corners of the hall without the assistance of a spell. He would make a great lord and member of the Wisengamot one day. I thought we should start with Expelliarmus today, see where everyone is at, with what shoddy professors we all have had most of the time, and collect ideas at the end of the session. He tried to sound confident, but angry murmurs from many of the older years made him falter before he straightened his spine. Those of you already familiar with the spell can help those that aren't, to get it right. He already waved for his friend to help him demonstrate when an angry voice called up from the audience. What good is such an easy spell? What can you do with it? It's so easy to dodge. A few cruel laughs seemed to agree with the speaker, and Mr. Slytherin turned to the students once more, searching the crowd just as Phileas did. The charms master tried to locate the potential troublemaker. The voice had sounded like a boy was someone to watch. It is an easy enough spell, Mr. Slytherin agreed. One that first years can master. And that to know well enough to cast it in your sleep can help you react fast. Maybe faster than your opponent can dodge, or fast enough to force them to dodge, buying you time to run. Those green eyes roamed the crowd, just as unable as Phileas to locate the speaker, now again silent and hidden among his peers. When we, Hermione, Ron, and I were in third year, we knocked out an adult wizard with 3 simultaneously cast Expelliarmuses. Don't dismiss a spell just because a first year can cast it. A smirk appeared on the boy's face. Remember that troll that got into the school back when I started here? If you're younger, let one of the older years tell you about that day. What do you think would work against one when it has you cornered, raising its club, about to smash you into the ground? For a moment the students were surprised to be asked a question, then the first suggestions were called. A stupefy, a cutting hex to its throat, petrificus totalis. Have you considered that the hide of a troll is nearly as spell-resistant as a dragon's? Phileas had to chuckle at the startled expressions on many of those that had gleefully called much more complicated spells up to the teenager standing, wand in hand, on the dais, taking in all their ideas and throwing them over with that simple question. Ron knocked it out with its own club back then, with a spell we had started learning only that day. A first-year spell, Wingardium Leviosa. If you know your spells, can aim them properly, and are creative with those you can cast in your sleep, as often as needed, you have a better chance to get away. A much better chance than if you try to cast a more complex spell you might not pull off in the heat of the moment. With that, Hermione Granger and Harry Slytherin Potter first demonstrated the spell, before they descended into the crowd, splitting it into groups, each with one older student to help, instructing them on how to cast the spell. Phileas watched the proceedings and was delighted at what he saw. The two student leaders split up groups composed of all one house or one year, mixing them up. He heard the girl explain it was to make sure they all would get to practice with different people, to learn more by having to adapt. They both were patient with explaining the right pronunciation, wand movement, and how to hold the wand. He was glad that his intervention wasn't needed at any time. When the meeting broke up after over an hour, Phileas walked over to the now again three teenagers, smiling. Well done, all of you. Have you already planned what you want to do next? Nodding with bouncing locks, Miss Granger answered with an eager gleam in her brown eyes. We thought about the Leglocker curse and Petrificus totalis. After that, we want to start on spells from each year that will likely come up in the practical exam. Do you think that there will be practical exams for the others? I mean, those not taking owls and newts this year. Interrupting the flow of eager words, Phileas smiled. Miss Granger's enthusiasm was endearing. Sometimes it could be a little bit much, but most of the time he wondered why the girl hadn't been sorted into Ravenclaw. I'll see if I can get the new defense professor to tell me how he plans to conduct the examinations. As for the owls and newts, I'm pretty sure one of the older Ravenclaws can tell you what was asked for in the practical part of the owl exam on defense. She smiled. Thank you, Professor. And now I think it's time for you to go back to your common room. Have a good evening and sleep well. 3. Thank you, Professor, was the last each of them said to him before they left. Chuckling, Phileas began to set the hall to rights again. He could have left the work for the elves, but he enjoyed maneuvering the big tables too much to let the opportunity go by. He was eager to see how many students would turn up to the next meeting and what his colleagues would say about his report once he was back in the staff room. There were a few bets to settle. Sinistra had been certain he would have to break up a few fights. Pomona had held the bet and was due to get a sizable pile of the finest Honeydukes chocolate for her win. Uo, as many of the other Gryffindors had been to the defense club, those that had remained in the common room, those not that interested in defense or just eager to use the opportunity of a mostly empty common room, had been filled in by the others who had returned before Ron, Hermione, and Harry. They stayed a while, making plans for the next meeting, finishing off some last notes, and playing a few rounds of exploding snap. Once the first and second years had vanished, the older years trickled up to the dorms. Harry followed the others from his year up and got to listen to Seamus and Dean speaking about some of their female year mates. The Paddle twins are something to look at, Seamus said, making a motion with both of his hands as if he were trying to paint their outline into the air before him. Yeah, I wouldn't be adverse to taking one of them to Hogsmeade or the Astronomy Tower. The both of them laughed, while Neville was red as a tomato. Ron rubbed his neck, a blush creeping up there under his hand. Yeah, they are rather pretty. But I guess after the debacle of the Yule Ball last year, I have only a vampire's chance in daylight to get a date with one of them. Harry thought his friend sounded rather put out, as if the girls were the problem here. They said good night at the door to the fifth-year boys' dorm where Harry made his way further up the tower to his own room. The ball had been a veritable failure on his part. If he had known then what he had learned this summer, it would have gone better, a lot better. For one, he actually knew how to dance now. He was not exactly comfortable yet, but he was pretty sure he wouldn't step on the toes of his dance partner every other step, or ignore his date the whole evening. He cringed at this thought. He had been pretty rude. His chances for another date with one of them were pretty slim. That wasn't really a problem, though. They might be pretty, but Harry only had asked them because he'd really needed a date, as a champion and all that. But today, he had seen Cho among those attending the club meeting. He had even spoken to her for a moment, demonstrating how she could improve her grip and aim for her spellcasting. His stomach had made some odd movements while Harry was near her, not settling down into his normal nervousness, even as he had moved on to help others. Did he like her? It was possible. But would she be open to spending time with him? She was a year older. Would that be a problem? Probably not a bigger one than the fact that the man who had ordered her old boyfriend's death was now Harry's guardian. Sighing and stripping out of his robes and clothes, placing them neatly onto a chair, Harry hurried through his nightly ablutions. Maybe Sirius would be able to help him figure this out. He had promised the man a call on the mirror, but wished he could just take his favorite book, the one all his dorm mates had wanted to borrow, and read a while in bed. Being a teenager on top of all the complicated crap that was his life was really not fair at all. Sonia sat on the love seat in front of the fire, her head resting on Severus' chest, one of his arms slung around her. They were both reading different potions-related texts. The fire gave off a nice warmth in front of her, and Severus was a really nice heat source behind her. At the moment, they were researching how to make the potion he currently was working on a little bit cheaper to produce and have a longer shelf life. It was an interesting and quite complicated puzzle they were working on. That her wizard took her opinion as seriously as he did made her feel really appreciated. It was much better than the patrons at the apothecary looking down on her, pitying her for her lack of magic. She hoped that he would invite her to stay the night. It was Friday evening. Tomorrow there would be a game between the Slytherin and Gryffindor Quidditch teams, and she would like to watch it, together with the man she would marry. Smiling contently, Sonia snuggled a little deeper into the man sitting behind her, his legs framing her own, a warm blanket covering them to make a perfect cocoon for them on their seat. Severus laid a kiss to her hair at the back of her head, inhaling before he burrowed his nose in her hair. "Do you want some more wine, love?" he asked her, placing his book on the small side table to take up his wand that had been resting there. She nodded, humming, turning a page. Before he could levitate the pitcher over to them, though, someone knocked at the door to his quarters. Severus gave a sigh, and Sonia started to peel the blanket off so she could get up to make the way free for Severus to see who wanted to speak to him. The annoying, knowing twinkle in the headmaster's eyes as Severus, and she had passed through the man's office, made her guess that at least he wasn't likely to show up at Severus' door. Finally, they had managed to detangle themselves from each other, and Severus walked over to the door, opening it just at the moment another knock sounded. Sonia folded the blanket and sat down again. She was going to be a part of Severus' life, so she wasn't going to hide away. "I'm sorry to bother you, Professor," a blond teenage boy in Slytherin robes addressed his head of house. "But one of the first years is panicking over a letter that was waiting in the dorm when we all came back from the defense club. She's inconsolable. Pansy is out of ideas, so I came here to ask for your help, Professor." "Wait a moment, Mr. Malfoy," Severus said before he walked back to Sonia, bending down to give her a kiss. "I hope it won't take long, Sonia, so please make yourself comfortable." He grabbed his outer robes from the back of the love seat, slipping it on. "I will be here when you return, Severus." She smiled up at him, ignoring the boy standing in the door. They exchanged another kiss before Severus vanished to help calm down a student, leaving her in his rooms with a pitcher of excellent red wine and a plate of tasty cheese. This promised to become a really nice evening. Chapter 49. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Chapter text, Saturday the 4th of November, coming out of the bathroom, her hair still a bit damp. Sonia found Severus standing in his bedroom, already in his severe teaching robes. Either he was a morning person, or he simply had learned in over a decade of teaching to make the best of his early mornings. She smiled at the thought that she would learn which was true in due time. Severus answered her smile with a small one of his own, stepping up to her for another sweet kiss. "Do you want me to dry your hair?" he asked, brushing some of the wet strands from her forehead. Considering the offer, and remembering all the times she had heard witches complaining that their hair was untamable after using a drying charm on them, she was curious what her hair would do. "Yes, please, Severus." With a flourish of his dark wand, her hair dried. It didn't feel any different from the way it did when she let it dry normally, but she would see how it behaved the rest of the day. Snatching up her robe from the bed and quickly slipping her arms into the sleeves, she was ready to go. Checking herself over in a mirror on the door of the wardrobe, Sanya decided that she looked respectable enough to brave the great hall for breakfast. "Before we go and face the Dunderheads during breakfast before a Quidditch game, I wanted to give this to you," Severus said, as Sanya turned to face him. He was holding a golden chain with a pendant looking like a small bouquet of summer flowers. With a few steps she was by his side, and turned around so he could place the chain around her neck and close the clasps. "This is an emergency portkey that will take you to my house. Now that your association with me will be common knowledge in short time, and you are at a disadvantage, I organized this as a way for you to get to safety if someone should try to take out their irritation with me on you." Softly, Sanya smoothed out a worry line between Severus' brows. "I'll be careful. It's not as if I only now started to live as a person without magic among those that can use it." To change the topic of conversation over to a lighter one, she played with the pendant. It looked like it had been done with colorful enamel on a silver base, and asked, "How did you manage to get it? I always had the impression that the ministry tends to be reluctant to let people carry around portkeys all the time." Opening the door for her and following her into the corridor, Severus gave her a short explanation. "Lord Slytherin was kind enough to help the process along. He informed me that he would be honored to make your acquaintance. As far as I know, he plans to be here for the game." The rest of the short way up to the Great Hall, the two lovers talked about the upcoming game between Severus' house and the Gryffindors, and the squib asked what the visit of yesterday evening had been about. With an exasperated eye-roll, Severus explained that the girl had gotten a letter from home telling about a missing cat, which the girl loved dearly. A simple flu call had cleared the problem up. Between the moment the letter had been sent and the time they had called, the cat had come back, agreeing with Severus that it was foolish to send such a letter and not contact the child the moment they knew the concern was unwarranted. Sanya was looking forward to the first game of Quidditch she would get to see. And for breakfast in the Great Hall, Uo Minerva looked up from her discussion with Phileas over the possible tactical shifts in the new teams they had this year. Some older players had graduated last year and now had to be replaced, shaking up the tactics the teams had developed over the last few years. For instance, Gryffindor had a new captain, and Minerva was curious how the girl had managed to integrate the new keeper into the team. Looking over the students, as she did every few moments so she would spot brewing trouble as early as possible, to prevent trouble, she spotted Severus walk in with a woman at his side. The two were in a lively discussion, and the almost smile and the life in the dark eyes of her colleague were something she hadn't seen for far too long. Not really paying attention to the animatedly speaking charms professor, Minerva cast her thoughts back many years on a quest to remember when Severus last had seemed so carefree. A wave of regret swept through her as she realized that it had been with Lily at his side in the library, studying, that she had last seen him so happy. Finally, Severus and the young woman had reached the table at the front of the hall, all professors, and quite a few students looking at them. Ignoring the curious students, Severus helped the woman at his side to climb the steps, what an uncharacteristically chivalrous action on the potion's master's part, and turned to the side so he could easily turn to the table and his companion. "Sanya, these are my colleagues. Phileas Flitwick, Minerva McGonagall, Pomona Sprout." He named them all in the order they were seated at the table this morning. They certainly had preferred places, but they changed now and again so they didn't always sit next to the same people. "This is my fiancée, Sanya Jiggers." The woman in her simple but flattering robes smiled. "It's nice to meet you all. I'm sure we will get to know each other well soon." Soon Minerva and the others got over their shock and started to ask questions. Like the others, At least, she thought they wanted to know the same. Minerva wondered where Miss Jiggers had gone to school, so she simply asked, "Where have you gone to school, Miss Jiggers? I would remember if you had attended Hogwarts." She smiled, and was happy to see an equally happy smile on the young woman's face as she filled her own plate with different fruits, offering a plate of bacon to Severus. "Not sure if you would have heard of the school or the university I attended. As I'm a squib, I never went to a magical school. Father now is really happy he encouraged me to study economics. The apothecary is doing better than ever." The disarming smile on her face was somewhat of a conundrum for Minerva. Someone who only regularly interacted with one squib, Argus Filch, who was bitter about his lack of magic, wouldn't expect a squib to be happy among those able to wield magic. And now that Severus has come into my life, I actually get to take part in one of the few places where a person without magic can contribute. I love discussing potions with you. At the end of her sentence, she had turned to Severus, smirking slightly in his direction. Minerva had to blink to make sure that she was not imagining things. Severus was smiling back. True, it was a little lopsided and barely visible, but the young wizard the Transfiguration professor only knew as a withdrawn teenager and later a dour man simply didn't smile for just anyone. And then her eyes fell on Dumbledore sitting in his chair in the middle of the table. She knew from experience that one could hear every normal conversation taking place at the table from there. So he must have heard. So why were his features seemingly frozen in an expression of shock? Hadn't he known that Miss Jiggers was a squib? Didn't he approve of a squib marrying one of his employees? The lively conversation around her, her need to get to know this woman capable of making Severus smile, quickly made her banish her wonder over the headmaster's behavior to the back of her mind. She would have time enough after the game to analyze what she might have seen. Uo slipping into a warm woolen vest, Marvolo finished dressing for sitting in the stands for however long it would take for one of the seekers to catch the snitch. Nagini was basking near the fireplace, coiled on the rug. She tended to be exceptionally lazy in the colder months of the year. "Where are you going?" she hissed sleepily from her place. "I will visit Henry at school. Watch him playing Quidditch." Marvolo answered, slipping into his robes before he pointed his wand at one of his favorite scarves, charming it to sport both Gryffindor and Slytherin team colors. "What's that, Quidditch? Is it fun?" The snake's head rose from the heap of her body, turning so Marvolo was in her field of vision. She regarded him patiently, or so he assumed. It wasn't easy to interpret a snake's moods by its limited, and that was a generous exaggeration, facial expressions and body language. "I like watching, and Henry likes to play, so yes, it's fun. Should he take a hat? The weather that far up north could be rather cold in November. It probably would be wise to take along a hat and mittens. He didn't like to be cold. Too many bad memories." He summoned both items from one corner of the big wardrobe. "But what is it?" The snake persisted. Marvolo smirked, tucking both hat and mittens into one of the robe pockets. His familiar could be incredibly stubborn sometimes. And once she understood to her own satisfaction, she tended to not care any longer. In a way, she had a similar character to his own. He loved researching obscure magic, but once he understood it, he rarely did anything with it. For a moment he contemplated how to explain the intricate nature of Quidditch to a snake. He never would manage to explain the game in its entirety in the time he had. So maybe it would be enough to explain Henry's part of the game. It is a little like hunting birds. Henry flies through the sky trying to catch a little bird before the seeker of the other team gets it. Settling back into her comfortable coil, Nagini hissed a reply, already no longer interested. "Birds always mark me from the branches of the trees. I don't like birds, but I wonder how they would taste." Laughing softly, Marvolo made his way out of the house to apparate to the borders of Hogwarts grounds. Time to be the charming father of the Gryffindor seeker. Uo, Harry, and Ron walked down the path to the locker rooms together with the other team members. Ron was pale with nervousness, shaking, and Harry tried to calm him down as he spotted two figures coming up the path from the village. "Ron, look over there." Harry pointed to the two in an effort to distract his friend. Ron was a good keeper, but only when he wasn't thinking so much. Sadly, the prospect of playing in front of the whole school made him think, dreaming up nightmarish reactions of the other Gryffindors and his family to the failure he expected to be. Ron turned, squinting to see better. "Who are they?" Harry had a pretty good idea who they were. One was walking with a little spring in his step, looking around like someone enjoying himself immensely. The other was as tall as the one walking by his side. But in contrast to the first man's easygoing demeanor, he was walking rigidly, his arms swinging stiffly by his sides, like he had to control himself to keep calm. As family attending Quidditch matches at the school was not a common occurrence, it was quite possible that the two men walking up towards them were Sirius and Marvolo, considering the really good acting Marvolo had proved to be capable of, and the fact that Sirius barely tolerated the other man. Soon they were near enough to one another that it was obvious that Harry's guess had been spot on. "Henry!" Marvolo called out, waving his arm to make sure Harry could spot them. He felt a smile curl his lips. They both had come, just as they had promised they would. It was really nice to have two adults interested in just him and keeping their promises. He waved back, the broom over his other shoulder wobbling with emotion. A few moments later, the team and the two adults met on the path. While the girls and the twins continued to the locker room, Harry walked slowly between the two wizards, Ron uncertainly hovering by his friend's side. "You can go follow the others, Ron. I'll be there soon." It was nice that his red-haired friend was concerned for his safety, and at the same time annoying that he suspected that Harry wasn't safe here after all Harry had told him. With a reluctant nod, Ron hurried to catch up to the others. Turning to Marvolo, Harry grinned. "So you decided to go with both colors." Sirius looked startled for a moment and then got a surprised expression. "You are wearing both Gryffindor and Slytherin colors, and I thought the conflict of interests would force you to remain neutral, Lord Slytherin," Sirius drawled, rearranging the Gryffindor-colored scarf and hat he was wearing. Marvolo laughed. "Well, I hope for a reenactment of the last World Cup." For a moment, Harry was bewildered before he grinned. "You know that's highly unlikely, don't you, sir? Our chasers are really good and have played together for years." The older wizard laughed again. "Well, I said I hope for this outcome, but I know it is unlikely. So do your best and catch the snitch. I will cheer on the Slytherin chasers, so they will make so many points with goals that Slytherin still will win." They were rapidly approaching the point where the way to the stands separated from the way to the changing rooms. "Well, I will cheer for the whole team of Gryffindor," Sirius declared, giving a nasty look to Harry's guardian, who only chuckled. "And I think I will sit with your friends, Harry. Be careful, pup, and see that you win." Harry grinned and nodded. He would do that. Sirius gave him a hug, and Marvolo gave him a squeeze to the shoulder. More contact than they had ever shared, if they didn't count the hug Harry had enveloped the man in after the horrible disaster of the Inferi cave. The warm glow inside his chest, Harry walked the last part down to the changing rooms. Both Sirius and Marvolo were here to cheer him on. It felt good to finally have a family. With a little luck, the rest of the world would soon accept that Marvolo wasn't Voldemort any longer. Or at least Harry hoped he wasn't, because it seemed like a good idea to give the man a second chance for real. He might still have his followers. But what was the difference between them and the people following Dumbledore's lead? Both groups were working to realize their political goals. They had really different ideas on what was the best for their world, and Harry was pretty sure there were things on both sides he could agree to, as well as things he couldn't. But it seemed that they now had the same methods to work towards their goals. Banishing politics from his mind, Harry entered the locker room to prepare for his first game in over a year. He had so missed this. Uo Albus sat down between the other professors, deep in thought, and listening to the polite conversation between Severus, his fiancée, and Tom. How was it possible that he had so miscalculated? Severus had told him that Tom approved of his choice of partner, but the girl was a squib. How was it possible that Tom, who despised anyone weak, could accept someone incapable of using magic as the spouse of one of his followers? How could it happen that he had so badly miscalculated? All the teachers, and what looked like most of the students, had come to watch this game. Their excitement was evident in the level of noise all around him. One of the students even had constructed a lion head hat which roared now and then from the top of the girl's head. He was pretty sure he had seen her demonstrating the hat during breakfast in the Great Hall. The ingenuity of some students always managed to make his days brighter. And the young, dreamy Ravenclaw was one of the students who made his days brighter. But his thought soon circled back to the conundrum of Tom willingly associating with squibs, encouraging his followers to interact with squibs. trying to integrate them into magical society when they would certainly feel inferior, surrounded by a power they were unable to access, ever. Petunia Evans once had asked to be allowed to go to Hogwarts together with her sister. A request Albus had seen more than once, and as he always had done, he had bestowed upon her the kindness of turning her away. It was a bitter life to live surrounded by magic, never to truly touch it. Could it be possible that Tom had information, crucial information, Albus was missing? "Ooh, hey, come over here," Sirius shouted out to his godson's friends. Hermione spotted him first and promptly changed direction. The Longbottom boy was following in her wake, a blonde girl with enormous blue eyes looking surprised, and a big lion head on her head sat down beside them with a dreamy smile. "Lord Black, how nice of you to come," the bushy-haired witch greeted Sirius, sitting down on the bench and casting a warming charm. The day was clear, but chilly. "No, please don't. I know it's customary to address a lord or lady with the title they carry, but you're Harry's friend. And I don't really put much stock in those stifling traditions. So please, in such an informal setting, call me Sirius." He looked over the other teens and smiled. "That goes for you too. Sit, sit. I have chocolate here, want a piece?" They shared in the bars of fine Honeydukes chocolate and chatted about different topics, from schoolwork to school gossip, until the game finally began. "Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first game at Hogwarts since the last year, when our favorite sport had to give way for the Triwizard Tournament. And here come the teams. Gryffindor, with new captain Angelina Johnson, such a good-looking girl, and new keeper Ron Weasley, brother of the two human bludgers Fred and George, as well as our youngest seeker in several hundred years, and the two other chaser girls, Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell. And Slytherin with Captain Montague, his fellow chasers Warrington and Pusey, seeker Draco Malfoy, and the new beaters Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Let's hope for a clean and exciting game. "Who's the guy commenting?" Sirius asked, amused by the overly enthusiastic boy commenting the game with flowery words. If he kept this up, the game would be even more fun. "And there are the players," the captains are shaking hands. And off they go. Madame Hooch has released the snitch. The game is on. Cheers went up all around the pitch, blocks of house colors moving with the cheering. Only listening with half an ear, Sirius followed Harry's circles around the pitch with his eyes. The three chasers of Gryffindor were an excellent team. It was obvious that they had played together for years, but the Bletchley boy was a seasoned keeper. Ron was a nice kid and a good friend, as far as Sirius could tell, but he was lacking the practice and experience he would need to play at his best. For each goal the excellent chasers of Gryffindor scored, Ron failed to keep his hoops clean of the quaffle. One of the Gryffindor boys sitting near to him groaned. "If that keeps up, the snitch will decide the game." And as far as Sirius could tell, that was exactly what was going to happen. Ron wasn't really confident on a broom as keeper, but the Slytherin chasers were no match for the three Gryffindor girls. The whole block of students in Gryffindor robes and with red-gold-colored scarves, hats, and banners jumped up as one of the twins almost managed to knock a Slytherin chaser off his broom with a bludger. That was a close call. Good work from the Weasley twins. They have more than a talent for pranks, folks. The voice of the commentator continued to fill the pitch, exclaiming with every interesting move the players made. When it stood 40-40, after some near misses of the grandiose trio against the Slytherin keeper and some barely prevented goals by the Slytherin chasers, Lee Jordan's voice echoed loud and clear. Was that the snitch? Sirius jumped to his feet, his eyes glued to the two small figures making daring maneuvers at a breakneck speed. One was wearing the red and gold of Gryffindor, his black hair easily spotted. The other was wrapped in the silver and green of Slytherin, his blonde hair a bright spot against the dreary sky. From his tense grip on the rail before him, Sirius, knuckles were going white. He gasped as both seekers suddenly swerved to the right, putting the Malfoy kid nearer to the snitch, as he had been on the right of Harry. Suddenly they both dove down towards the ground, making Sirius, old heart stutter for a moment, before suddenly changing direction again, shooting up into the sky. Harry had the faster broom and made a tighter turn, getting ahead of the other boy, now again in a better position. Then Harry leveled his broom out, holding one hand formed into a fist high over his head. "He has the snitch," Potter, the Gryffindor seeker, has caught the snitch. The first game of the year finishes with 60 Slytherin to 190 Gryffindor. Gryffindor wins. All around the lone adult wizard, teenagers were dancing, cheering, and chanting. Gryffindor had won. With shaking knees, Sirius sat back down, ignoring the celebrating students around him. For the first time, he really understood how Mum had felt when she had found the two of them one summer making insane stunts on their brooms in the orchard behind the manor. She had banished the brooms to the house, and they hadn't seen them again for the rest of those holidays at all. If those stunts had looked anything like the moves he had seen Harry make just now, he was actually quite surprised that good old Doria had been so lenient. Here Harry had had Madame Hooch and the other professors to help if anything went wrong, but James and himself hadn't even told anyone where they had gone. Maybe he should just adopt someone already over the age of 20 to have an heir, and forgo the whole terrifying experience of being an actual parent. He wasn't really that interested in settling down, after all, and he wanted to live, not die of shock, because his kid was reckless. Ooh, I still think we should have gone with the idea of targeting the weasel's weakness. You all have seen what a weak keeper he is. If we played on his insecurities— Draco rolled his eyes. Montague had belabored the point many times by now. Yeah, Bletchley said, muffled by the towel he used to dry his hair. Draco had seen once what his hair did when dried with a charm. It was a wise decision to take the longer road looking up. The song you came up with was pretty good, had a tune to it. Draco shook his head. Was it really so hard to understand? You really want to see what Lord Slytherin might do if we tried something like this against a friend of his son? I would really prefer to never know what he might do. No, we have to work on our chaser formations. And you two need to have a better overview where a bludger would do the most good. Just randomly smacking it at the other team isn't going to work. Before one of his friends could come up with a reaction, Montague interrupted Draco's lecture. Who made you Captain, Malfoy? There wasn't much the Bland could say to that, so he shrugged. Just some thoughts, he replied before he went into the shower. He wanted to warm up under the hot water before they made their way back to the castle. Maybe it would have worked, sabotaging the red head with the song he had written one evening as a little fun he used to avoid working on his history essay, but he was pretty sure it wasn't worth the risk. And being polite with Slytherin's friends seemed to work. Never before had the other seeker come over to shake his hand after a match with so genuine a smile. Winning would have been better, but getting thanked for a good game was worth something too. Ooh, well done, son. Harry turned to the man who had spoken, grinning like mad. It had been wonderful to play a real game of Quidditch again. And they had won. Sure, Ron still needed a lot more confidence, but Angelina and the other girls were almost unstoppable. Thank you, sir. He probably looked a little like a loon, with his face-splitting grin, wind-swept hair, sweaty Quidditch uniform, and a broom over his shoulder. The others from the team were drifting over to the locker rooms to shower and change, the students drifting up towards the castle as it was getting darker, with heavy clouds moving up from the south. I wish I could stay and celebrate with you, but I guess it will be a Gryffindor-only party. That got a few people in the vicinity laughing, among them Professor Flitwick and Sirius. Have fun at your party. You have earned it. Not really knowing why he said it, and later berating himself while he stood under the heavenly warm water, Harry cheekily tugged at the scarf divided down its middle between the two teams' colors. But whatever the outcome of the game would have been, you were guaranteed a reason to celebrate. With a small smirk, the slightly taller man nodded his head. That is true, Henry. Then he switched to Parseltongue. I have an appointment with a mind healer. I have heard it helps one to cope with irrational fears and big changes. Several people shuddered or got paler once the hissing started. It was funny how snakes never really made much noise, but the tones of Parseltongue were so easily heard by those not able to understand them. You will call tonight. Harry hissed his question back, getting a nod in answer, and then quickly departed to change. It was getting cold standing out here in the light drizzle now falling from the sky. A hot shower sounded like exactly the thing he needed right now. Ooh, he was really nervous. How ridiculous was that? And if he hadn't told his son that he was going to meet with Healer Goyle, he would have moved the appointment. Again, because this was the third attempt to actually start to work with the woman to get his feelings sorted out. He so wished he could just skip this. It felt like weakness, what he was doing. having feelings at all, caring for others. But avoiding those had got him into the trouble he had been in, the trouble he hadn't really left behind yet, so doing it again and hoping for a different result would be foolish. Once he had made his way to her office, he got the new loophole-free secrecy contract out of his robes and sat down while the woman read the rather large stack of parchment sheets. Looking around, Marvolo realized that he was rather skittish, and that it was very likely that there would come topics on the table he rather would not speak about. With a sigh, he plucked a tissue paper from a box offering them, probably to be used by patients crying, and waved his wand at it, transfiguring it into a box. A box made out of fine-grained dark wood, a lid attached with brass hinges, and a mechanism to open the box that could be called complicated. Another tissue was transformed into a velvet lining. All these things finished, Marvolo placed the lining into the box, reverently placed his wand on top, and then closed the mechanism. Finally, he placed the box outside his easy reach, but still in his line of sight. "What are you doing, Lord Slytherin?" the healer asked, placing the quill she had used to sign the contract down on top of the stack. "Making sure that my temper will not cause your early demise just because I slip in control. This way it will take some time to regain my easiest way of killing you, hopefully enough to regain my senses and calm down." Marvolo answered, working hard to keep a moderately calm exterior. It was harder than it had any right to be. "I thank you for your consideration and foresight," was the squib's calm and collected reaction, while she sat back, a notebook and pencil in hand, her blouse and skirt surrounding her in an aura of professionalism. She was calmer than most people would be in the face of a man so casually mentioning his inclination to kill when upset. But maybe she had known exactly what she was getting into when she agreed to take him on as a patient. Her nephew was one of his Death Eaters, and she had made a study of the human mind. It was a logical conclusion that she would be prepared. "You said that you want my help to deal with feelings you do not understand and find better ways to react to urges new to you." Her pen was poised for taking notes, and Marvolo was staring at it with dread. Giving trust and control to someone other than himself was hard, maybe even impossible. Maybe he should start with something small. "That is what I said," Marvolo agreed reluctantly. He had said as much, but now he wasn't so sure anymore. "But I think we might need to start with something different." When he had been younger, Marvolo had read many works on the human mind and what one might use to manipulate it. And while researching ways to help Henry deal with the trauma he had experienced, he had read up on the newest developments in the field. He knew what the theory said what was needed to help with problems like his. He was rather reluctant to acknowledge that he had a problem. But the fact was that he was better able to plan, had better control over his magic, and could do more before feeling tired. All hints he had found after his return pointed in the direction of that one conclusion. How averse to admitting it he might be notwithstanding. "Currently, I experience urges to torture people that frustrate me. I have used dueling practice and conjured objects I let explode to calm the need for destruction. Do you have other suggestions?" He balled his hands into fists, breathing deliberately to remain calm, intent on remaining in control of not only the situation, but himself as well. Redirecting violent urges into destroying inanimate objects is a good solution. You might consider other physical activities to get the energy out of your system. Weeding a garden, felling a tree, running. I suggest trying different methods to find those that work the best for you, Lord Slytherin. Marvolo nodded, called the box with his wand to his hand, opened the mechanism, and took his wand back. "Thank you, Madame Goyle. I will contact you again for the next appointment." He walked out of the office rather quickly, leaving the box behind. That wasn't what he had wished to accomplish, but in a way it was a start. Everything he had read about it indicated that therapy wasn't an easy process, and he was doubtful if it was possible for him to give the trust needed to receive help. He apparated home, intending to get some more planning done, probably pushed by his vows to be working for the good of their community and his loyal vassals. But whatever the reason for his motivation and energy, he would take full advantage of it. After dinner, the victory party in the Gryffindor common room really kicked off. The twins had managed to get pastries, butterbeer, pumpkin juice, and the funnier of their joke products in great quantities, giving their party catering a decent base. All of the house had added some of their own sweets to the buffet, so now there was quite a feast to be had. Decorations from past festivities, stashed somewhere around the tower until they were needed again, hung from every possible place on the walls and furniture, giving the right atmosphere. In several corners, some of the older students were cuddling, snogging, and maybe more, mostly ignored by those around them. Harry sat among his teammates and friends, smiling and just feeling light for once. In a way, this year had been harder than those before so far, but at the same time, he had had more adult support than ever before as well. And now, while singing songs, making jokes, and eating some of his favorite foods, there was a small flicker of hope growing that the other Gryffindors might accept that a Parselmouth could be a lion like them, that the family name of Slytherin didn't automatically make him into an untrustworthy, backstabbing dark wizard. The camaraderie and generally relaxed atmosphere indicated that it just might be possible. Sadly, Harry didn't notice the blazing glare sent his way from the other side of the room, where a sulking girl sat, making her friends happy that she seemingly was on her way to feeling better, finally. Really late that Saturday evening, Severus found himself sitting in the Dark Lord's study, a small tumbler of good Scotch whisky in hand. The potions master was curious what this meeting was about, and quite happy to not be at the school at the moment. His Slytherins would be bemoaning their loss at Quidditch against Gryffindor, so he was glad for the distraction. The man sitting behind the desk had a pensive expression on his face, his red eyes unfocused. Suddenly he started to speak, still staring off into the distance. "What is your view on de-aging potions, Severus?" One dark brow rose slightly in interest. That was a most controversial topic. Disregarding the ideas springing up in his mind of why his lord had chosen this particular topic, Severus took a sip from his drink before starting on somewhat of a rant. As most do at some point, I studied what is known about the theory behind de-aging while I worked for my mastery. I, personally, feel it is an unattainable goal. He made a small, waving gesture with his empty hand. The costs to counterbalance the gain are simply too high. If we assume that de-aging is successfully attained when the witch or wizard regresses in body and mind back to a younger, former version of themselves, aging after that like any normal human would, then some accidents in potions development have caused true de-aging. But he couldn't help the sneer crossing his face, and noted the amused glint in his lord's eyes over his passionate speech. The side effects of these successful instances have been severe indeed. A questioning look and a wave of the slim hand prompted the potion's master to continue. Blindness, deafness, infertility, loss of all memories, loss of magic. I could go on for a while. Some of those that did survive the initial change killed themselves after a few years because of depression-like states that couldn't be treated with potions. They never were happy about anything. I feel that the gained additional years of life are balanced out by a cost equaling that gain. For a moment, Severus gazed into his tumbler, swirling the amber-colored liquid. I quickly came to the conclusion that the price was too high and directed my interests elsewhere. So you claim that all potions have a cost counterbalancing the gain we get from their use? The Dark Lord sounded a little skeptical, but clearly was willing to listen to Severus' explanation. So Severus nodded. I do, my lord. For most potions, it is the time needed to brew them. More powerful potions take months to brew. Another part of the costs are the ingredients. Some are rare or dangerous to work with, or even to get access to. One error in the process can be deadly, or at least cost all that already went into it, making high levels of skill necessary for success. In a way, brewing a potion resembles the workings of a ritual, channeling the magic to combine the aspects of the ingredients to achieve the desired goal. A contemplative silence descended onto the room. Severus sipped his drink, glancing in the direction of the Dark Lord, who was obviously deep in thought. How would you go about passing a wizard off as his own son if you had to? The question was stated quite innocently, but Severus had to employ his occlumency to keep himself from snorting. However it was phrased, there was an order hidden in there. He quickly went over what might work, before he assembled something that maybe could be called a plan. I would probably go with a shrinking solution to shrink the person to a size to match the age aimed for, and later use the counter potion in carefully measured and calculated doses to make it seem as if the person does age and grow. The Dark Lord leaned forward in his seat, steepling his fingers under his chin, his elbows resting on the leather surface of the desk. He frowned. I remember quite distinctly Professor Slughorn testing the class's potions on a few potted plants. They simply shrank in size but remained adult plants just in miniature. Severus nodded. It is the only remaining legal use of the potion. It affects plants and animals, as well as humans, quite differently. While it shrinks plants and lets them keep their mature appearance, it makes animals, mammals, fish, amphibians, and so on appear younger. Once it was used to keep pets in their cute infant stages until they died of old age. Even if he found little kittens and puppies cute, he never would say it out loud. The appearance aimed to trigger caring instincts in adults of their species worked on him as well. There was no shame in that. Now it is only used to create bonsai and other potted plant miniatures. Clearly this was some potions trivia the Dark Lord never had bothered to learn. And who would blame him? It truly was not something that factored into conquering the country, or so Severus had thought. That sounds like a workable idea. Please write up a plan of how long preparations would take, ingredients needed, and everything else, if you would have to apply this to two men aged in their mid-30s, changing them to no younger than 12. I also want you to research rituals that can be used to adopt an adult or change their appearance to match other parents than the one they really had. It was clear that his lord was unhappy that he didn't know a more precise way to describe what he wanted. Bowing his head, accepting his new mission, Severus clarified the order to make sure he had gathered the important points correctly. I will make a plan of dosage and preparation for the shrinking solution and its antidote, and I will research rituals and potions to change an adult's parentage, I assume for someone in their 30s. That is correct. You might use the library here in the house. If you require a text you can't find here, in your own collection, or in those of the other Death Eaters, inform me and I will endeavor to acquire it. It was early in the morning of Sunday, before Severus got back to the school. He was called to the headmaster's office by the man's patroness to report before he had managed to get to his quarters. Carefully checking his occlumency shields and recalling what he would tell the headmaster about the prolonged meeting with the Dark Lord, Severus prepared on the way. The Dark Lord's wish to know every bit that Severus could tell him about what Mr. Slytherin was doing at school, reports on other children, and what the Order was doing, as well as more tutoring session plans for over the Christmas holiday, and the excuse of potions to identify burned human remains would be enough to explain the long meeting. Hopefully. With a sigh, the potions master walked the deserted hallways, watched by a few sleepy portraits, up to the headmaster's office, opposite to the direction he wished to take. Ooh, in the dark common room of Gryffindor Tower, a girl crept down the stairs from the girls' dorm, wand lit with illumos, casting dancing shadows over the remains of the party that had finally ended almost an hour ago. It had been rather easy to stay awake behind the curtains of her bed with the anticipation and anger coursing through her. How could they all celebrate that traitor for catching the snitch? It was all too clear that he had no pride in Gryffindor at all, shaking hands with those slimy snakes, as if they were worth more than the mud the pitch had turned to under all the students' feet. She carefully stepped over an upturned old chair, reaching the bottom of the stairs up to the boys' dorms. She knew that his rooms were at the very top, even higher up than the rooms used by the head boy if he was a Gryffindor. What a ridiculous thing. As if he was better than everyone else. She snorted and started to ascend the stairs. She had practiced the spell she wanted to use on Friday evening, while all the others had been down in the great hall, listening to the poisoned tongue of the boy who had ripped her love from her. Cormac had written a letter that his father had not managed to deflect the unfair, unfounded accusations. But at least her one and only love wouldn't have to go to Azkaban. But he wouldn't return to Hogwarts either. He had told her that he would go to one of the smaller schools over on the continent. Her love had tried to let it sound as if it had been his decision, but she just knew that the slander had made the other school decline his request to attend lessons there. But he would be really proud of her once he heard what she was about to do. Finally, she had reached a place where there was a kind of prickly feeling on her skin, just before she would come in actual contact with the wards. She would place a spell here, and then watch in the morning what the effect would be. There was no way that the snooty Pratt would look and notice before he tripped the spell. He would get his punishment for all that he had done to destroy her life. Ooh, it was early in the morning, and Harry couldn't sleep anymore. It was too early for his friends to be awake, and he just couldn't stay in bed. He felt restless, so he got out of his bed and into his new warm clothing. It felt wonderful wearing trousers and a shirt that actually fit, shoes not held together with tape and wishing, a jumper without holes. It felt so good to finally have an adult caring for the most basic of things. Sometimes he just caressed the softness of his clothes, remembering how the Dursleys always had claimed that he was a burden, and they were providing even more than they should for him. With an abrupt motion, Harry turned to take his warm cloak from its peg by the door and opened it. He would take a stroll over the grounds, maybe to the greenhouses or the lake, to calm down a little before he went to eat something for breakfast. After that, he might be in the right frame of mind to start on his homework, or plan the next defense club meeting. It had been cool how many had come. Harry wanted to help them all and didn't want to disappoint Hermione. Slowly walking down the steps around the tower, Harry checked that he had his mittens and hat. It would be rather cold outside. After all, it still was dark, not a hint of dawn to see. Looking up, satisfied that he had everything to stay warm while taking a walk, Harry caught a peek of the door to the currently empty standing headboy's room. When his foot caught on something, the boy lost his footing and fell forwards. Caught off guard, falling too fast to get out his wand to cast some charm, some spell, Harry tried to break his fall with his arms outstretched before him. His hands collided with the stairs, pain traveling up his arms, the sickening crunch of breaking bones vibrating through his body. Harry curled into a ball, cursing in his mind, before his tumbling down the circular stairs caused his head to ring and spin so badly that he no longer could think straight. Fred lay awake in his bed, studying the canopy of it, puzzling over a problem with their portable swamp plan. The last test they had made was just a little too watery, where the one before that had been a little too close to porridge. The consistency they were aiming for and the plants that should grow at the edges were not quite right just yet. While he thought about a way to counter the poisonous effect of the one ingredient that ensured the perfect consistence, he heard a muffled cry, followed by something heavy falling down the stairs outside their dorm. He knew that sound because George and he had thrown their trunks and those of their dorm mates down the very same stairs some years earlier. But at this time of day, paired with the cry, it was highly unlikely to have been someone having fun. He bolted out of his bed, barely managing to not get tangled into his deep red bed curtains, and came face to face with his frantic but still sleepy-looking brother. They didn't need to say a word, and stormed out of the room without slipping on their bathrobes or slippers, only making sure that they had their wands with them. It didn't take them long to get to the common room, finding a crumbled form unmoving on the floor at the foot of the stairs. Fred rushed forward, wondering who of the other Gryffindor boys had managed to get up so early and then managed to fall down the stairs. Before he had even checked who it was, he heard his brother hurry up the stairs. They needed Madame Pomfrey, and only a prefect could use the flue to inform a teacher and the Mediwitch. With a steady hand, experimenting for the development of their products had hardened him somewhat against accidents. The twin moved the fabric of a high-quality cloak away from the head and face of the boy. He gasped and quickly checked for a heartbeat when he saw it was Harry. Why would their seeker lose his footing? He was one of the least clumsy people he knew. Not daring to move the younger boy, Fred just sat there helplessly, listening to thumping feet on the stairs. Help was coming. Minerva watched with a really bad feeling about this accident while Poppy moved the body of Harry Potter. She might have to call him Slytherin in class, but he would always be the son of James, and Lily for her, out of the Gryffindor common room. Something felt fishy about the whole thing, but now was not the time to chase after a mouse like that. Getting out a wand, Minerva conjured her patroness. Severus, Mr. Slytherin fell down the stairs and is unconscious. Poppy is taking him to the hospital wing. I think you are the better choice to inform his guardian. Her silvery cat patroness vanished through the floor on the most direct way to the potion's master and resident spy. Despite his prickly exterior, Minerva had come to appreciate the dry wit and sarcasm of her younger colleague. As a spy in the ranks of the Death Eaters, it was his job to keep his cover by providing useful information. If she was able to help keep him safe with something that would have to be told anyway, she would do so without thinking twice. After that was finished, the head of House Gryffindor turned with a flaring tartan knight robe to face the gathered students. Addressing the prefects, she gave orders to the whole house. Make sure that no one goes up to where Mr. Slytherin likely faltered on the steps. Prepare for auras to come by and take your statements. I will arrange for breakfast to be delivered here, as many of you will not be able to get dressed. Please stay calm. You will be kept informed about Mr. Slytherin's well-being. With the last sentence, she looked over at the Weasleys, huddled together on one of the saggy couches. She probably should replace some of the ones worse off, framing a nervous-looking Miss Weasley and a teary-eyed Miss Granger. Now she would first go to her rooms to dress, before venturing to the infirmary. The poor boy got no rest. Ooh, it had been a sleepless night. And because he still wasn't calm enough to sleep, he had called the three Lestrange men to his study to discuss his idea of how to give the two brothers a new chance at a life. At the moment, they were eating an early breakfast. Marvolo had selected a bowl of porridge with cream, honey, and sweet cherries, while Rabistan and Rodolphus contemplated the reasons for and against pretending to be their own sons. It was obvious that they were reluctant to commit to this plan. You know that this is only a tentative plan at this point, don't you? Marvolo asked, filling his cup with fresh tea, adding 3 spoons of sugar before stirring. Careful glances were stating clearly that they were not so sure about that. Passing you off as your own sons would work as a way to keep you in your own family. But changing your identity is something we can't avoid if you don't want to go into permanent hiding, as Augustus has elected to do. He had been surprised when Augustus had asked if he could stay hidden and devote his whole time to research. But if he considered the man's interests and goals, it wasn't as odd a choice as it first had seemed to be. And as he was sure to have enough material to occupy several wizards with research for decades, he had agreed. Rabistan nodded. We are aware, my lord, but I think I speak for both my brother and myself when I say that we are reluctant to undergo puberty and school a second time. Marvolo nodded, conceding the point. The life of a teenager wasn't the easiest one, even if his own memories were clouded quite a bit. The gist of it was clear enough, and waiting several years before becoming an adult again, adding on top of that the stigma of being the son of a Death Eater. He could understand why they were reluctant to go that way. Maybe we could make you into sons of mine, from a different woman, Xerxes suddenly suggested, causing slow blinking, incredulous looks from his sons. What? You could be close to your current age, would be part of the family, and as bastards, not eligible for the position as heir. It could work. Marvolo's old friend shrugged and then grinned at the dumbfounded look on his sons' faces. Before Marvolo had time to contemplate that idea and the possible implications, a silver-shimmering doe came through the wall, stopping prancing before the man sitting at the head of the table. My lord, your heir is in the infirmary. He fell down the stairs from his room to the common room. He'll live. I'm awaiting you at the gates. Without glancing back at the others, Marvolo was out of his chair in the house, and into the small garden behind it, where he apparated to the gates of the old castle. His potions master was waiting for him, giving a shallow bow from his neck, turning to walk up the path to the school at a brisk pace. Without prompting, Severus started on his report. The Weasley twins heard something heavy fall down the stairs. One of them claims to have heard a cry or yell. As far as I know, your son has several broken bones, but Madame Pomfrey should be able to tell you more once we reach the infirmary. Marvolo opted not to answer. He was planning furiously. It was highly unlikely that his son had had an accident, so someone must have done something to make him fall. Down the stairs. So, another murder attempt, the third in as many months. The poisoning resulting in dehydration could have been deadly with another dosage. He would need to call Malcolm to keep watch over what the Mediwitch did, and there needed to be an investigation. Maybe he should try to convince Henry to ask for a resorting. If he became a Slytherin, Marvolo would be able to shield him much better. He would be safer in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw as well. 2 minds were whirling as the 2 dark men walked all the way to the infirmary in silence.